And we are live. Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. She's somewhere back there. Guys, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a 30% cut. That is streamlabs.com/whatever. The Streamlabs link is in the description, mods, if you could spam it. So basically, if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30, but if you donate through Streamlabs, if you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats at $50 and up will be read, answered at intervals throughout the show. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message, that is $99 and up, triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. Guys, please keep the super chats, donations, TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. Guys, we have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. We have 6 different tiers of support. Check out all the perks. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships, 50 gifted for a fit check. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, do me a favor. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit, BLM, Big Labia Matter. Yep, that next one. Yep, that's us. You know, we're on the path. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels, links in the description. If we get our main Clips channel to 1 million subs, I will reveal what this 7 lapel pin means on my lapel. Please go subscribe. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
I'm Essie, I'm 24, and I'm a social media manager, and I also do OnlyFans.
Okay, welcome.
Anai, 21, student and OnlyFans.
Welcome back.
Hi, I'm Karen, I'm 31, and I'm a porn star.
All right, what about you?
I'm Brooke, I'm 24, and I do content online, such as OnlyFans.
Okay.
I'm Azalea, I'm 31, I'm an aviation worker and an OnlyFans girl.
When you say aviation worker, what do you mean by that?
I work on planes.
Are you the baggage loader?
No, I'm a flight attendant.
Oh, you're a flight attendant.
Yes.
Okay. Domestic or international, or both?
Both.
Is there one that's more primary?
Honestly, wherever in the world they want to send me.
Okay. Are you like major airline, or I don't know
Yes.
if you want to, can you disclose which airline? Or
No.
That's fine. That's fine. What about you?
Hi, my name is Ali Hardesty, aka Alligators. I'm a YouTuber, OnlyFans model, and I also have my own podcast.
Okay.
My name's Nev. I'm 20, and I make and sell soap.
Bro, that's not, you're a student at UCSB. What? You don't sell soap.
Yes, I do. I do. I do sell soap on the side.
Where, on Etsy?
No, I just sell soap.
Just like on the street corner?
I sell soap.
All right. Okay, cool. Wait, sorry, what was your age again?
26.
26. Thank you. Okay. What about you?
My name's Amy Dangerfield. I'm 27, and I do high-ticket sales.
High-ticket sales, what's that?
High-ticket sales is just selling a product or service that's high in value, so usually over $10,000. But I've worked in industries such as BDAS, Big Data as a Service, automation, and recently education and courses.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Naomi. I'm 31. I'm a respiratory therapist, and I also do worship leading at church.
Are you a pastor? Oh, you're a musician. Okay.
Yeah, me and my twin sister both.
Okay, rock and roll. Okay. When you, just going back to you, you say you do big ticket sales.
High-ticket sales.
High-ticket sales.
Yes, sir.
Do you sell art, or what do you?
No, so high-ticket sales just means a product or service over $10,000. And so you make a percentage commission of whatever product or service you sell, depending on,
What's an
example?
Yeah, what's an example of like something you might sell?
Yeah, for sure. So currently I am working an offer in the real estate industry. They offer a mentorship The guy in question has flipped like over 1,200 properties over a period of like a decade. And so he sells a mentorship service that is like $10,000 to $15,000. So when I help facilitate that sale, I get a percentage of the overall commission.
Okay.
Of the overall, price, which is my commission.
Rock and roll. Very cool. Okay, we're going to go around the table once more. So, current relationship status. So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married? If you're single, how long have you been single? And your longest relationship? Go ahead.
Oh, I really don't want to answer this. I'm single and I've been single for 6 years.
Okay, single for 6 years. What was your longest relationship?
I think it was like 6 months. It was when I was like
in high school.
17. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're 24, right? So 6 years ago, you would have been. The 6 years ago, that was your 6-month relationship.
Right.
Okay, it ended 6 years ago. Okay. Oh, hello.
Dwight _
Thank you, man.
H _ M donated $99. First time I'm catching the pod live. Y'all has
Live.
been crushing
Hell yeah.
it. I binge watch it. I'm excited. Keep it up, Brian.
Oh, thank you, man.
Welcome to the pod, ladies.
Hey, Dwight, thank you very much for your very generous TTS, man. Thank you. And glad that it sounds like this is your first time tuning in live. So welcome. Hope you enjoy the show. Thank you, man. Appreciate your patronage. Okay, so 6 years, been single. Longest relationship, 6 months. It was like a high school romance. Why you been single for 6 years? What's going on?
I've dated off and on. I don't know. I don't know why. I know why I've been single. I'm working on my character defects right now, which is probably feeds into why I've been single for so long. But
Character defects.
Yeah. I have like a bad habit of like ignoring red flags and dating people that are bad for me because I'm used to like the toxic behavior. So I'm trying to like take contrary action to not do that in the hopes of getting into a healthy relationship.
How's that working out?
It's working really good, actually.
Yeah.
It's getting better. Yeah. I think with practice and like dating over time, I'll probably find somebody.
When's the last time you dated a guy who you ignored the red flags for?
I'd say like a year ago.
A year ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was like a short-term situationship type thing?
It was
or?
like 6 months of dating.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean that's fairly recent. But you wouldn't you still considered yourself single in that?
Yeah, there was like no conversation about
commitment.
exclusivity
Yeah.
until that 6 months when I brought it up, and then he was like, "I just don't think I'm comfortable with being exclusive." And I was like, "Well, what was this whole 6 months of getting to know each other for?" But
Good times.
Yeah.
What are you mentioned character defects? What are we talking about here?
yeah, my character defects are just things that are like my fault and what I do wrong to like have like these toxic, shitty relationships.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like I said, like I just have a bad habit of like wanting to be loved, so I like take on people that like are serial daters or like me like ignoring those red flags in other people. Basically would just date people that were bad for me, if that makes sense.
Okay, got it. But for a 6 year period, you haven't had, for example, a boyfriend.
No.
Okay.
No, unfortunately.
And is that because you just haven't found the right guy, or?
Yeah, I think it's just a process of like fixing myself so I'm ready for the right partner, but also like there's certain things that I feel like you can't fix being single. There's like things that you have to work on while being in a relationship with somebody or dating somebody. So I think, yeah, it just takes time.
Have you ever slashed somebody's tires?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not.
I'm not making. I was just curious. I'm not making assumptions.
I have not.
What about you?
I'm single. I've been single for 2 years. My longest relationship was a little over a year.
Okay. You've been single for 2 years, you said?
Yeah.
So you were last on the podcast a couple months ago. Any little situations popping up since your appearance? Any dudes slide into the DMs?
Yeah, a lot of them, but
Okay.
not that I'm interested.
None that you're interested
Yeah.
in? Okay. All
But
right.
I have talked to like a few guys.
Okay.
Or maybe just one guy, I think. since
No,
I've been
no romances in
I fall
recent
in love
history?
very fast.
Really fast?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you
like
fall out of
instantly.
love very fast too?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good times. Good
But then I
times.
end up missing them. Like I'll leave first, and then I'll be like, no, come back.
Sure.
You know?
What about you? And just one note, just if you can, scoot a little bit into the table because you are getting a little bit blocked, but go Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm single, and I've been single for about 2 months.
2 months, okay.
Yeah.
Longest relationship?
About 2 years.
And was that your last relationship? Or?
No.
Okay. So single for 2 months. All right. What about you?
Okay, so I'm in a relationship. It's over a year now.
Okay.
And my longest relationship was a year and a half. So.
Got it. What about you?
I'm in a relationship. I have been for about a year and a half, and my longest relationship is 2 years.
Okay. And question, so you're a flight attendant, right?
Yes.
How often do you have flights? Once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week?
It depends on the month. This month I'm on call for work, so could be 4 flights a week. It could be 6 days a week that I'm gone. It just really depends.
Do you take your partner, boyfriend with you?
He's on my flight benefits, so
Okay.
if he's free and wants to come with me, he's more than welcome to.
Okay. But maybe he has a job, so he can't always
Yeah,
be going on
he owns
flights
a
with you.
production company, so he has a pretty busy freelance schedule, so it kind of works out.
Okay. Was that ever an issue either in previous relationships or perhaps at the start of your current relationship, like how frequently you were traveling?
Current relationship, not really an issue. Previous relationships, definitely an issue. It was kind of like I would date people that it was very out of sight, out of mind. So if I was gone, they didn't really care. Or,
Okay.
that kind of thing.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
I feel like I would classify a lot of my dating life as complicated, but I'm single.
Complicated.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is it complicated?
I was in a relationship. I had met him near where I live. I live in LA, Orange County. But then they moved back to where they're from across the country. So it became long distance. And then we ended up breaking up. I was sort of in like a friends with benefits situationship. There's been a couple guys I've romantically tried to pursue, but nothing where it's been like committal again.
Okay. What was your longest relationship?
3 years.
3 years. How long has it been complicated?
Ever since we broke up.
Which was, sorry, remind me, when was that?
Like the end of 2021.
Okay. So it's complicated. So there's kind of a guy in the picture currently. Is
Sometimes.
a girl in the picture.
I feel like I'm really all over the place. For a while I was seeing a girl.
Just a sec.
$99.
Hey, thanks, Cheeks.
Being on OF alone is a toxic trait, and the only guy you of girls will get are the simpy boys without any self-respect for their own family and friends. Are there any decent women left that aren't in the industry or scam artists? Chat, don't sub/simp to them.
Do you guys have a response to beaten cheeks?
I would say that dating can be complicated while having an OnlyFans, but it's not impossible. A lot of guys can deal with it and are supportive, in my experience.
Anybody else want to respond to Mr. Cheeks?
I would say that all the women I know that do have OnlyFans and participate in OnlyFans, their boyfriends are usually the most supportive and caring partners because they're not insecure. So,
What do you mean insecure? Like, is it insecure for a guy to not want to date someone who does sex work?
I mean, not necessarily, but I mean, when you come with an opinion like that, being all negative about it and acting like women that do OnlyFans have no sort of stake or, value in a relationship, then I would call you insecure, yes.
Got it. So you're saying Mr. Cheeks, beaten cheeks, he's insecure.
Absolutely.
Okay. Cheeks? All right, there you go. Anybody else have a little clap back at Cheeks or?
I would like to say something. Mr. Cheeks, if you are looking for a girlfriend, I am willing to quit OnlyFans if you will support me full time. I will cook for you, clean for you. I will do anything that you need me to as a supportive girlfriend. Just hit me up after the podcast. Thank you.
Okay, all right, there you go. Well, Cheeks, so DMs are open for Cheeks?
Yes.
Does it bother you at all that his username is beaten cheeks?
Honestly, no, that intrigues me. I'd like to
You're
know
intrigued?
more. Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I think this is perhaps one of your character flaws, is being intrigued by people with strange usernames on the internet. So, okay. Well, beaten cheeks for DMs are open. Okay, well, thank you, man. Appreciate it for your, good to see you back in the chat. Nev, what is the relationship?
I'm taken.
Here we go.
7 Deadly Sins donated $100.
Yo, thank you.
777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 name 7 books.
Yes.
Wow, 7 Deadly Sins. That was poetic. Here, I almost want to do a coin flip because I won't have everybody name 7 books. Anai.
Anai.
Okay, I'm going to try to get it right. Name 7 books.
I don't read.
Don't you read?
Not really.
You read.
You were reading the comments.
Yeah, I read the comments. I read my TikTok comments. That's about it.
You read at an above college level.
Oh. No, I don't. I read at like a 5th grade level. I really don't. I don't read. It hurts.
How about name 7 books?
Stresses me.
Yeah, okay, so non-fiction. So non-fiction would be like Harry Potter, The Alchemist. Fiction would be like Think and Grow Rich, Outwitting the Devil, How to Win Friends and Influence People, 12 Rules of Life by Jordan Peterson. And then, what's another good one that I really like?
Wait, you said nonfiction for Harry Potter.
Oh, did I flip them around? I meant fiction versus nonfiction.
Rip.
Sorry about that. And then the last one, Atomic Habits. That's actually probably one of my favorite ones.
Oh, okay. Did you wanted to come in on this?
I was just going to point out that there's a bookshelf right behind you.
Oh yeah.
Cheated.
I can't even read that far or see that far.
Clever. Okay. All right. Okay. Nev, go ahead.
Okay. Genesis, in order. Genesis, Exodus,
No, just
Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, Samuel, Kings, Chronicles. That's like more than 7. Also, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Dog Days.
Word. Relationship status stuff.
Oh, okay. I am taken. My longest relationship was 2 years. What was the other question?
How long have you been in this relationship?
Well, I've been seeing him for a bit, but we've been officially dating for 2 months.
So, question: when you were last on, you were also in this kind of situation. Is this the same guy or a different guy?
Same guy.
Okay. Was he upset at all? Because on the last show, you were kind of like simping for Chase.
I wouldn't say I was simping. I'd say I admired him.
You were enthralled by just for the rest of the panel, for context, one of the other male panelists on the show. You were kind of into him, and you were kind of simping on him.
I was.
You were
just like,
simping.
No.
Chat, was she simping?
No,
She was simping. Did that have an impact on your relationship?
Yeah,
at all?
it kind of did. He
Was
didn't
he
like
upset?
it. He was upset, yeah. But like again, I wasn't really simping. I was just like, well, this guy's kind of cool. Like
Cool in a I want to dump my boyfriend kind of way.
No. He's too old for me. And I don't
What?
like
He's
it.
You're
26,
trying to start problems
20.
now.
No, I'm not trying to start problems.
No. I just thought it was cool with his like Bible stuff. Like I like really, cause like I grew up in a really Christian household. So I was just like.
Beaten Cheeks
One sec.
donated $99.
Yeah, thank you, Cheeks.
I don't have lame TikTok, Igor, Facebook, only Twitter. Amy can back me on me being a real person from Soscast Live VIP event. Bowtie guy.
Oh, yeah.
Any girl that think I'm insecure because I don't want my women nude for my future kids to see is delusional.
Shout out to you, Bowtie guy. Yeah.
Shout out
Shout out
Bowtie
to
guy.
you.
Okay. Do you guys go ahead?
It's not that you're insecure because you don't want to date a woman that has an OnlyFans. You're insecure for speaking negatively on women that choose to do it. You don't have to date an OnlyFans girl. You don't. But speaking negatively on them does make you insecure.
Well, women oftentimes like belittle and make jokes about guys who are short, and oftentimes things that guys like don't oftentimes have control over.
So 2 wrongs make a right now?
No, I agree with what you're saying. An eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. But it's very common and prevalent in our culture, so we can't act like it's shocking or he's a terrible person when it's something that's so normalized in our society.
I didn't say he was terrible. I just said he was insecure.
Yeah, whatever.
Cheeks, I mean, apparently you're insecure, so I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. You didn't address Essie over here inviting the DM, so I don't know. I'll Cheeks, I'll put in a good word. Okay. Who was? I think you were telling us about how you nearly lost your relationship
No,
because
no,
you
I
were
didn't nearly
enamored by
lose my
Chase on the show.
relationship. No, I wasn't enamored by Chase. I was just like, oh, this guy, I like his politics. I like what he's saying. You know, I'm going to listen to him.
But the guy was upset post-show, your boyfriend or
I mean,
whatever.
I could totally understand why. Like, I could totally see
Why
that.
was he upset?
Because I rated Chase, like, higher than he rated himself. Like, I think Chase said he was, like, an 8, and I said, I think you're selling yourself short. But, like,
Okay.
I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah, I think there's also some other things too. In any case, we'll move on. What about you? Relationships, situations?
No, I'm single for about 2 months. My longest relationship was nearly 4 years, which was my most recent one.
Okay, so that's pretty fresh for your relationship. Why did he dump you?
I think that we realized that we were going on very different paths. I wanted something that was a little bit more traditional. I've realized that, you know, I don't necessarily want to do what I do forever. Eventually, I want the more traditional lifestyle of just like a family, kids, that kind of thing, and it didn't really resonate at the time, although I think maybe he's reconsidering, possibly.
So you wanted family, kids, and he didn't?
Well, it's funny because he always said that that's the thing that he wanted, and I'm not trying to say that that's not what he wants as an absolute, but I think he just really wants to focus on his career and himself over the period of the next several years, which I understand. You know, he's going into his prime, he's turning 30 at the end of this year. You know, it's time for a man to do that kind of thing, you know? So,
Have you had a rebound yet?
No, not quite yet.
No rebound?
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet. Okay. Was he also Australian?
No, he's American. We met in Hawaii. I moved to Maui, Hawaii, originally when I moved from Australia. I was there for about 3 years. We met pretty soon after I moved there, but started dating maybe like, I don't know, a year and a half after knowing each other.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were friends beforehand.
And you currently live in Hawaii?
No. I moved. We both moved to Miami from Hawaii
Okay, got it.
a couple years ago. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. What about you?
Me, I am single and celibate for 3 years and 4 months since March 2020, pandemic.
Okay.
Pandemic kind of broke everybody in a way.
3 years, 4 months.
Yeah.
Celibate.
Celibate.
Okay.
I get lots of attention, granted. I won't say that I get a lot of attention, a lot of DMs, but they're all the wrong dudes. No godly men these days.
Okay. And what was your longest relationship?
Probably 2018. It was a year and a half.
1.5 years. Okay. So you're, as of 3.4 months ago, or 3 years, 4 months ago,
yes,
you've been celibate.
Yeah.
But you were not celibate prior to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And now, so are you waiting until marriage?
Yes, waiting till marriage, trying to do it the right way, the moral way, biblical way.
Were you not religious prior to?
I was, but I wasn't perfect.
Did you
Still
ever,
not perfect.
Did you have like a party phase or like a?
Not a huge party or no.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay. So would you also want to? I assume you want to date a guy who's also celibate.
Yes, hopefully so. That would be great.
Would it bother you, like, let's say you meet a guy and he's godly. Well, I don't know if what I'm about to say would disqualify him as being godly, but he loves you, whatever, but he wants to sleep with other women until because
What? Then he wouldn't be a godly man.
You know what I mean?
If he's fornicating, he's not. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
He's not at least trying.
Oh.
Alvin
hello.
Sam donated $100.
Hey, thank you, man.
To the of girl, it's not a matter of insecurity. If you stepped out of your box, the average man and woman would find OnlyFans unacceptable.
Oh.
Men have standards because they worked hard for their freedom. Get over it.
Oh.
I mean, you're kind of just still negating my point. If you don't want to date a girl that doesn't have OnlyFans, that's totally fine. Everybody has preferences. Preferences aren't an issue. But when you're being rude to other people, I think that you're insecure for that. And my opinion's not going to change on that.
I have a question for him. Would an OnlyFans girl date you? Just wondering.
Can I say something also? I feel like it's definitely a personal preference on if you want to date an OnlyFans girl or not. But my question to him is, what are there levels to that? Like, if it's an OnlyFans girl who does swimsuit stuff or does lingerie, or is like nudity his boundary? I'm just curious to know if it's just like strictly if she has an OnlyFans, it's a no-go, or if there's like levels to it.
That's a good question.
Fair, because there are degrees to this shit, like. So I have a question for Cheeks and Alvin. What about it, like, what if there's like no BG content,
Yeah.
No BG. Because like you have like a girl who's posting lingerie photos who could do OnlyFans, all the way to a girl who's like doing gangbangs and shit. Like, like there's a difference,
I mean, the women that do OnlyFans and are in lingerie or swimsuits, it's basically the same thing as a Sports Illustrated model or a Victoria's Secret model. So if you would date a Victoria's Secret model, it's pretty much one and the same type of content.
I think that someone not wanting their girlfriend to have an OnlyFans is perfectly reasonable. I don't think it's a matter of insecurity. I think it's respecting their boundaries, because everybody has boundaries coming into a relationship, and to say that that's solely based on insecurity is kind of stupid, because there's other factors that play into it.
I think what the comment says is he's saying like, oh, the average man won't want an OnlyFans.
That is
an OnlyFans girl, but I've met a lot of average men that have really great jobs that think it's cool that I have an OnlyFans, and they even support it, and they're like, oh, like, let me subscribe, like, send me the link.
Hold up, but okay, and I'll get you in here just a sec. Okay, so question for you on that though. Can we all agree that men will say anything to get laid?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
So couldn't they just be like, they might not genuinely believe that, but they're just gassing you up to try to get some?
That could be a possibility, but some of them haven't slept with me.
I don't think that most men would like it, though, personally. Like, most
Yeah,
of the men I've
some,
met.
maybe some.
There are
but some
a
do.
minority of men who will like it. It just reflects on their values and, like, boundaries. Like I said, I don't think that it has anything to do with insecurity or anything like that. And, like, it's really hard to find a man who will respect the OnlyFans and endorse that stuff, who will stay. Like, it's very, like, I don't know. It's sort of just...
Oh.
Alvin
I'll get you, then I'll get
donated
you. Hold on.
$100. No
Thank you, Alvin.
OnlyFans, period.
Oh.
Plenty of beautiful, feminine women throughout the world. You're not that special. You're competing against women who offer more to the table.
We aren't waitresses.
Yeah.
Why, we're pretty. That's about it. We're not waitresses.
Don't you work at Red Lobster? I'm kidding.
I have not worked, I have not, clocked into a job since I was 18. So.
Okay. Oh, wow. All right.
Beaten Cheeks donated $99. Tatted up of girl in blue.
Oh.
You are cool. Ask Brian for my Twitter, he's got it. To the triggered OF girl, I date girls with real value that have a body count under 3 and less than 16% body fat. No OF girls at all, don't compare OF to SI, but I'll smash.
He'll smash. He will smash.
I mean, I'm not interested.
Yeah, he took
thanks.
it into consideration.
Thanks, I'm not interested. Yeah, but going back to the point previously, again, I said it's not an issue of having a personal preference. It's totally fine to not want to date somebody that has an OnlyFans. But when you're judging somebody, that doesn't make you a good person or a decent person. And I believe that it makes you insecure if you're going to talk down on someone, even if it's not within your boundaries and your personal preferences, because you're still talking and judging somebody else that doesn't fit in your box.
Well, I don't think he'd come up to you and say it on the street, but it's an inflammatory podcast where that's literally the point. Like, that's why it came in. It's not that surprising. I don't think he'd say it to you on the street in person. Like, that would be really disrespectful.
Okay,
but this type of environment kind of promotes that type of thing to occur.
And I'm fine with that, but I'm still allowed to make the point.
Okay. I don't think that necessarily makes him insecure, though.
Hold on. You and then you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I feel like in my experience, a lot of the time, men will say it's hot at first and they're like into it. And then if you actually start to get serious with them, they can have some drawbacks and they kind of have to work through it. And also in my experience, it's sometimes easier to date men with like non-traditional jobs, like maybe they work in music or real estate, stuff like that.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was going to ask a question that would change the subject a bit, so if there's anything else that needs to be said.
Before we do that, we do need to have everybody... Oh, I think everyone shared... Oh, we were talking about celibacy, so we'll come back to that. Hold on to that thought really quick, but Cheeks, thank you for your TTS. Appreciate it. Okay, so you're celibate.
Yeah.
You're waiting until marriage. Close to the mic. So because on our last show, we had a girl who, she said the same thing. She's waiting until marriage, but she said that she sinned 2 months ago.
Oh.
So she like hooked up with some dude, even though her standard is, okay, well, so are you pretty confident that you're going to hold to your celibacy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Like you're not going to falter.
Trust me, I learned the hard way. I'm not a perfect person. I've made mistakes. And
You've made mistakes.
Yeah, it's kind of pushed me to where I am.
One question on that. Have you declared your celibacy at any point and then made a mistake?
No.
And then, okay,
no.
so the celibacy
I've
thing is
been
new.
walking in purity for 3 years and 4 months.
3 years, 4 months.
Yeah.
Would you'd be okay like to date, what if, a virgin? Would you date a virgin?
A 31-year-old virgin?
Yeah, I mean, he's celibate. He's celibate, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't care about that. Yeah.
Okay. Would that
But hopefully he's not like
discrepancy in
22.
experience?
I mean, what older guy is
He's
a virgin?
a godly man.
Okay.
He's just been waiting. Okay. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I know a guy. Okay. What was your question?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forget your name.
Amy.
Amy. I was going to ask you about your relationship, the one that was 4.5 years. You said it ended because he wanted kids and you weren't quite ready.
It wasn't necessary. He does want kids long term, but the time period when I want kids, because I'm like turning 28 next month, so there's a very limited period of time where I'm able to really actualize that versus his timeline. So it was more so a timeline thing versus absolute values.
I was just going to ask because 4.5 years is a long time, and I would be very upset if my partner couldn't come to a compromise with me at that point about that. So I was just wondering, like, if he was just kind of stubborn on that topic and wasn't willing to make a compromise.
Well, honestly, the breakup was really sudden and shocking to me. So it's really hard to go super like in depth on that because we didn't really have much time to reconcile it. Mm-hmm. And it has been a couple of months since. We may possibly be revisiting. I'm not 100% sure, so it may be changing. But yeah.
That was the question?
Yeah, that was pretty much it. I was just curious to know.
Okay, cool. Let me get a couple super chats here. We have Ghost. Hello, Australian girl from FNF live event.
Hello, Ghost.
Hey, Ghost, thank you for your patronage. Much appreciated, man. Thank you. We have Bender the Offender. Ladies, what is the farthest you've gone to hide your past actions from a man you were romantically interested in? Farthest you've gone to hide your past actions from a man.
What do you mean past actions?
I'm assuming he's talking like if you had a past of either promiscuity or wild partying, drug use possibly, anything like that. Have any of you hidden your wicked and wild past from a partner? Anybody?
No, I feel like if I'm entering a relationship with someone, I try to be 100% honest. And if I'm not willing to do that, then we're just not going to get to that point of like vulnerability. Mm-hmm. But I have nothing to hide, personally.
Me too. I feel like I'm a pretty open book. When I like somebody a lot, I'll like tell them everything, spill everything. There's no holding me back. A lot of trauma dumping.
A lot of trauma dumping.
Yeah.
Well, I think you sent us some notes for the pre-show, so maybe we can get into that.
Okay.
Let me see here. I think what he's kind of getting at is, let's say, for example, you're meeting a new guy, and he's kind of inquisitive as to your previous relationship situations and perhaps your previous sexual encounters. So, for example, body count, right? Would any of you have an issue disclosing your body count to a new partner? Would you be like, that's none of your business? Anybody here? Let's start with you.
I don't think that's like too crazy of a question to ask. And if it's somebody that I'm seeing and I'm interested in, I'm more than willing to be like rigorously honest and tell them my body count. I don't feel like it's that big of an issue or that big of a question.
Okay.
I think no guy has really asked me for my body count, but for the most recent guy that I've been seeing, or not really seeing, I'm just like deeply in love with him, he did ask me about my body count, and I was honest because I think you do have to be kind of honest about your body count when it comes to like being safe. When it comes to like the person that you're going to be like potentially sleeping with, I think that's something that really needs to be talked about, and getting tested as well if you're sexually active. I think that's an important conversation to have with your partner. So, yeah, that's about it.
Hold on.
Two flannels donated $100. Brian, you lumberjack, here is $100 so you can buy yourself some new clothes. You wear the same two flannels every damn show. If you were a rapper, they'd call you Two Flannels. You look like you're stuck in a 90s Pearl Jam music video. Wish Eddie Vedder.
Two flannels. Thank you for the TTS. Appreciate it. Hey, it's I like flannels. The grunge, 90s grunge look. Okay. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna buy maybe like an orange flannel or something. So thank you. I think you were about to come in on the previous one.
But my body count, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I do porn, and I sleep with a lot of people during the week, and sometimes more than one. Like today, I slept with 2 people, then I came here. So,
wait, today?
Yeah, today I had a threesome.
Oh, shit. Like, was it two dudes?
A girl and a guy.
Girl and guy, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, two people today, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just in Miami, and I think I slept with 15 people there.
How long were you in Miami?
9 days.
9 days.
Yeah.
Well, you were shooting, right?
I was shooting, yeah.
Okay, so.
I'm gonna be honest though, I don't sleep with people in my personal life. Only for work.
For work.
Yeah,
okay.
It's unsafe. We're all getting tested, and it's not safe to sleep with anyone else if they're not tested.
Got it. Okay. Do you date other people in the industry?
I'm not interested in dating anyone right now. No.
Oh, okay.
I came into the industry with a boyfriend, and it didn't work out. And honestly, I don't care to date while I'm in it. It's hard.
What was it related to you being in the industry that it didn't work out, or for unrelated reasons?
It was a lot to do with the industry at the same time with how he felt. There's a lot of red flags that I missed, and there's a lot of things like I also need to work on. And while I'm doing this, I can't be considerate of someone else's feelings. I have to be selfish to be successful.
Okay. And he's not in the industry.
No.
Okay. I have a question. But so while you were seeing him, and I assume you guys were intimate with each other, you were shooting scenes with other people, correct?
I was.
Would you have, how long were you dating him again?
About 9 months.
9 months?
Yeah.
Would you have had an issue if he was like, I don't know if you guys had an open relationship, but if he was like fucking other chicks, would you have an issue with that?
I would laugh. He had a small thing, so.
Well, you can't throw him under the bus like that.
I can.
What? What?
If he could get it, then sure. But he wanted to be monogamous, and he understood that it was my job. So.
I mean, he got you, so.
Yeah.
Despite the alleged.
Yeah. It was.
To be
more
fair, you probably work with guys who are hung like fucking horses.
14 inches.
So like, what if his was just average, but you're just so used to the.
4 is an average. It's below.
4? Come on.
Oh my gosh.
Damn, you're really throwing your 9-month relationship under the bus here.
That's okay. He would too.
He would throw you. Yeah, but he's not on a podcast.
That's okay.
Yo, boyfriend, we cordially invite you to come be on the show, our next podcast. And you can, if you want, you can contest some of the things she's saying. If it was actually 5, you can let us know. But you're welcome to come on the podcast because we like to hear both sides of the story. Okay, so do you think he's watching right now?
I don't think so. I don't think he cares anymore. No.
Okay.
He's doing his own thing.
Did he dump you or did you dump him?
We broke up with one another. I made it official, but there was a lot of issues towards the end of the relationship.
Okay. So he doesn't have Riz? Is that the problem? He doesn't have game or?
No, he's nice. I wish him nothing but the best. It just didn't work out. I
You
know.
wish him nothing but that. You just told the fucking world that he's got a small D.
And? Still wish him the best.
You're airing your dirty laundry.
That's what we're here for.
Okay. I don't know how okay, so but would you have had an issue if he was sleeping with other girls during your relationship?
I wouldn't have if we talked about it, but
Okay.
going into it, we decided to only be monogamous with one another. But he did have an issue with what I was doing. When my job would be too much for him, he would throw it in my face that I was not monogamous.
When you say it was too much for him, what are we talking about here? Are we talking like the frequency with which you are doing scenes with dudes, or?
I think with certain scenes, he didn't like certain things.
Sorry, hold on just a sec.
Prometheus
Yo,
donated
Prometheus, thank you.
$100. This is sad and ridiculous. I never shamed my exes like this. I only ever spoke the truth about their actions and personalities, but never about their flaws from their bodies. Have some self-respect and maturity.
The fuck are you doing?
Please, you guys come on here and you guys judge the hell out of us. Like, please. Like, okay.
Well, Prometheus is new to the TTS, so maybe he hasn't. But would you be upset if he was like, you know what? What if he came out? We're going to have him on the show. Hold on. Okay,
Redness donated
give me a sec.
$99. No real man wants to date of girls, they want to F you. Stop the insecurity shit when you're not saying your body count. Female dignity is going down the drain. Thanks feminism back in school. It's caused a conference today. It's $10 a month. Dafook.
Yo, Gredneck, thanks for that. Wow, you guys have really gotten the chat up in arms. Okay, would you be upset, and we are having him on the show, if he came on the podcast and was like, he was like, Karen, that's your name, right, Karen?
Yeah, that's my name.
Like your actual name or
Yeah.
P-star name?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's unfortunate, but yeah. I know.
Our apologies.
I know.
Yeah, they kind of did you dirty with the whole Karen.
That's what I said, yeah.
You were around before the meme. Okay, whatever.
Way before.
Your ex-boyfriend comes on the podcast and is like, okay.
Prometheus
Thank you, Prometheus.
donated
Thank you.
$100. Bangs, I challenge that as I never judged you like that.
Prometheus was always polite and diplomatic with you.
I don't remember.
He doesn't remember. All right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Thank you if
Prometheus.
you were. Thank you.
I'm trying to put in a good word. Okay, your boyfriend comes on the podcast.
Yeah.
And he was like, listen, Karen just... She had to lose pussy. What if he said that, huh?
Oh, he could say whatever he wants. That's fine.
What I don't know, but what if he came on and he was like...
Okay, that's his opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're all entitled to our own opinions. It's okay. What do you want me to say? I'm not mad about that because I know it's not.
I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That would be like the mirror opposite.
The equivalent. No, I understand.
He's like, Karen.
She's so loose. I can't.
Yeah,
Well,
It's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway, right? No.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
forgive
okay.
me if I'm wrong, but was it you? It might have been her who said that judgments come from a place of insecurity. Someone was saying that.
Gotcha,
That
bitch.
was me.
Oh.
That was
Do you
me.
agree with that?
That judgment.
Yeah, I guess.
Judgment comes from a place of insecurity. Yes and no. We can all judge based on our own opinions, but it doesn't mean that it's right. It doesn't have. Not everything has to do with an insecurity. We could just think what we think. Not everything's based around insecurity.
Okay.
I see.
Okay. Wait, so let's go back to you were saying, we're talking about your ex a little bit, and you said that at one point you were in Miami and you were in Miami for 9 days?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You did 15 scenes?
Yeah.
Okay.
15 people.
Okay. Is that like the most in the 9-day period, or have you done more?
That's the most as of now.
Okay, it goes down in Miami.
It does go down. It was fun. It was fun. But no, just whenever I have heavy workflows, I'll sleep with a lot of people. But before that, I didn't sleep with anyone for a month. Like I said, in my regular life, it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And are you the only one that does porn? Or I know some of you guys do OnlyFans.
I do OnlyFans too. I do everything on my OnlyFans as well.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You got any of you guys also do porn, or just?
I don't do full porn. I have an OnlyFans, but I don't do like scenes or like boy girl things like that.
Okay, good times. Oh, here we go again. Oh my God!
Donated $99. I was supposed to be on the show this week, but Brian ran out of money to fund my trip, so he has to save another year for my appearance. I'll gladly let you OF 304s try and judge me on my appearance. Guess I'll gain some body fat to be on your level.
Okay, he's out for blood tonight. Cheeks, what? Oh my God. By the way, just a reminder, the views expressed by the chat and TTS does not necessarily reflect the views of whatever.
$100.
Hey, Prometheus, thank you, man.
Judgments are based
You guys
on
are out of
actions and
control
decisions.
tonight.
That's
Oh
how
my
it
God.
works or should.
Oh, shit. Thank you, man. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me get caught up on a couple. Wow, you guys are. Okay.
The chat's funny.
The chat is on
They're
fire.
roasting me for what I said.
Wait, what did you say?
I said I don't do full porn, and they're like,
Porn. Ew.
they said like, what's half porn or something like that.
What is half?
Like I don't get penetrated
Huh?
on my OnlyFans.
Word. Okay. Good time. Have you, just a show of hands, those of you who do OF or traditional adult content, who does BG content? No BG?
I've done some BG,
solo?
but just not. It's like teasing.
What is that?
BG, like boy girl. My ex, he had an OnlyFans for a couple months because he's a musician. So we made like sexy music videos together, and I would like twerk on him and stuff like that.
Okay. Good times. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm just pulling up the next one. One sec here. I'm trying to remember.
Someone said just the tip.
Sorry, guys. One sec. Okay. While I get that figured out, sorry, guys, my computer's bugged out. So we have some pre-show notes from a couple of you. Oh, we had a missed super chat from last show. Mr. Meatball, sorry that we missed your super chat. Nick, if you're able to hide that. Mr. Meatball asked, so, ladies, do looks even matter for a guy if he's successful, confident, and smart?
No,
Not at all.
that's more attractive to me, honestly.
I personally think people become more attractive as you get to know them and their personality as well. So, you know, I don't think you have to be a 10 out of 10 in the looks department because you can become a 10 out of 10 based on your confidence, career, you know, what you've got going on in your life and your personality, to be honest.
Okay, got it. Anybody else? Anybody? Hold on. Mr. Meatball. Oh, and Mr. Meatball, he also asked, dude on the panel, there's a guy on the panel, so I guess it's directed me. Would you date an ugly chick for any reason? Jeez, bro. Fuck. Y'all are going crazy. Okay. Would I? Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay. Ugly? I don't know. Ugly? I don't know.
What is ugly to
Yeah,
you?
yeah. Like a 1 out of 10? Are we talking like?
I mean, I definitely think a girl can make up for, like, her personality can definitely make up for a lack of appearance, but ugly, obviously, I think for both men and women, you need to be physically attracted to your partner. So, you know, probably not, you know, probably not. But, yeah, okay. All right, Mr. Meatball, thank you very much. Hold on, something's busted here on my thing. Does anyone have a question they'd like to ask while I'm attempting to
I would.
poorly get this fixed? Go ahead.
I'd like to know more about your dating life with trying to find someone who's also celibate, and what does it define, like you want a godly man? Is that specifically Christianity, or would it be like his definition of whatever his God type would be?
I'm a Christian, so I would hope he would reciprocate, be a Christian as well. What am I looking for? Just, I guess, traditional, like a guy who submits himself under God, and then I can come under him because he's, you know, not a perfect man, but a perfectly submitted man to me. Because I feel like nowadays men are submitted to their porn addiction, men are submitted to their alcoholism, their lust, you know. But if I find someone, I feel like somebody who's submitted to God, I can work with that. That's like a really good start for me.
Where do you normally like find those types of men, like out in daily life?
Out in the wild, no. But at church, maybe, right? But, you know, I'm in a smaller church, so it's kind of hard. It's like there's an age gap. It's like a bunch of old people and then, you know, teenagers. So, but dating apps, they don't work for me. You get a lot, like I said, you get a lot of attention, a lot of toxic 10s trying to get in your pants, like on the second date. Like, kind of like what you were saying, Brian. How would you guys date a successful man who's like maybe 5 out of 10, whatever? I totally would, because I felt like maybe we can all kind of relate, but hot guys are usually like super toxic.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, like super, super hot, like 10 out of 10, 12 out of 10, toxic. Yeah.
So are you looking to be like a traditional partner, like a traditional wife?
I would hope he would find me as opposed to me sorting him out, yeah.
Okay, but
He
I
who
mean,
finds a wife finds a good thing.
yeah, I mean, like when you find your partner, do you want to be like a traditional wife? Do you want him to be the breadwinner and do all those things, then you
I
kind
would
of take
hope
care of
so.
the home?
I mean, right now I have my own job and my own house, my own car, but I would definitely want to pull back if you want to grow with me, if you want to decide to have children. I would like to pull back, and hopefully you would be the breadwinner, and you can, take care of me and my, your child, your legacy. Hopefully you would have money to do that, But yeah.
So you want to be a stay-at-home mom?
Not necessarily, no, because I feel like I have like a lot of hobbies and things that I'm interested in that I wouldn't just give up. But I feel like being a woman, that's a huge part. Like having a child, I feel like it's a huge part of being a woman.
What kind of hobbies are you talking about?
Well, I do music, so I do play music at the church a lot, like twice a week. And then respiratory therapist, healthcare it's hard out here.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, I finally got this working. We have Prometheus here. Instagram, I'm cool with, but as a reasonable idea. OnlyFans is a major red flag. Also, opinions is your rights, but facts tend to be more validating and valuable. You have to accept. Word. Thank you, Prometheus, for that. And then we have Cheeks here. Talking to triggered OF female is worst than talking with a vegetable-brained patient. Don't be mad because you won't ever get a guy of my caliber. You'd be lucky to just be in the same room as me by accident in any event. Continue coping with your simp. Wow, Beaten Cheeks is on the warpath tonight.
He's a hater.
He is hating on you guys.
That's okay.
Okay, cool. All right, you guys are kind of blasé about it. Good
I
job.
prefer to be unlucky at that point.
Okay. All right, let's see here. I had a couple notes here, if I can finally pull them back up, guys. So, starting with, we have Azalea. That's you?
Me.
Okay, so you said in your pre-show notes to us, men are hypocritical in what they want in a partner and what they go after. For example, the Jonah Hill situation. Men claim to want traditional partners and then go after independent women with strong careers and expect to tame them. Okay, and then there's a bit more, which I'll get into later. But we can start with the Jonah Hill thing. So if you guys, who here is familiar with the whole Jonah Hill situation? Okay. So basically, Jonah Hill was, I guess, in a relationship with this chick, and I guess they had some conflict, some issues or something, and he texted her, which she later kind of released, exposed him, whatever, saying that, well, the text message was basically like, hey, here are my boundaries. I don't want you associating with certain types of people. I don't want you posting these kinds of photos on the internet, et cetera, et cetera. And then he said something along the lines of, hey, if these things, like posting photos on the internet or associating with these people, brings you happiness, then no hard feelings. I think what he's implying there is if it's an issue, like we can just break up, no hard feelings, wish you the best. But this is just what I need for me to be happy in this relationship. But you have an issue with that.
I mean, yeah, because when he started dating that woman and started pursuing her, he was the one commenting on those photos and liking those photos, and he knew he knew she was a surfer. He knew what her career was. He knew that was what she loved to do. And then when he finally got the woman that he wanted and was in a relationship with this strong, independent woman with a successful career, he decided to implement his insecurities and be like, you can't surf anymore. You can't surf with men. You can't post any sort of photo. And I don't know if you saw the photos that he was showing her he thought were inappropriate. She was fully dressed in like a romper and just standing outside like at a brunch spot. It wasn't anything that was over the top. It's not like she's doing sex work or OnlyFans. He pursued a surfer and then told her she can't surf.
Well,
I don't think he said that.
He said she can't surf with men.
But I mean, we don't know all the details, but it's look, we don't know what happened, but it seemed to me like she was associating with certain people that maybe had an unbecoming reputation.
Like he doesn't.
I think
Jonah Hill's a darling
so
of Hollywood.
Weird with Emma Stone and Superbad.
Well, that's a movie.
So weird.
What?
No, he was so
but
weird.
So that's his job.
Yeah,
what do you mean he was weird?
Didn't he like write it into it, or like didn't he like also help produce it or something?
What?
Wait, what do you mean?
Superbad was an awesome movie. What the fuck
was
are
so
you talking?
weird.
No, what? Okay, no.
But you mean he was like in the movie, the actual movie, he was weird?
Yeah. he
Like
was a
as an
little weird.
actor, he was portraying like an awkward 17-year-old, 18-year-old high school.
Yeah, but like, I feel
Like
like
acting,
didn't he like
his job.
Yeah,
that he's
but I'm just
assigned
saying
to do.
he's been weird. Like,
What do you mean he's been?
I just said
What?
how he was weird. I said he was weird in the movie Superbad with Emma Stone.
What?
Wait.
What?
I don't get it. Am I stuttering?
No, I understand, because if the roles were reversed, should she be okay with his behavior as an actor, his job? She's a surfer by profession. So if the roles are reversed, should she go, well, I don't want you to act then. I don't want you to act in scenes with women. I don't want you to kiss women in scenes at your job. It's the same thing.
Well, number one, she's not on that level, right? She's an amateur surfer. But then number two, do you guys really think that that was the first conversation they had about it, those text messages? I know for me, if that type of thing were to come up in that type of situation, that text message, the way it was structured, that was not the first time. They have clearly talked about that. And I can't say this for sure, right? Nobody knows the full extent aside from the two of them. I would bet, though, that they had this conversation in person, and that was a text reinforcing what was already discussed. Who brings something like that serious up for the first time via text?
Yeah,
I would personally find that very unlikely. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I think that what she said was, oh, she was a surfer before. I think that once you get into a serious relationship, you're completely entitled to set boundaries. The more serious a relationship becomes, the more likely it is and more reasonable it is for them to set those kind of boundaries.
But a boundary isn't something that you impose on somebody else.
I think that
That's not a boundary at
I
that
think
point.
it goes both ways. I don't think he was necessarily imposing. I don't really like Jonah Hill, like personality. I love his movies. I think Superbad was goated, by the way. But I think it's normal. I think it's completely normal to ask that when a relationship becomes more serious. Just like something like, oh, like the post. And like she said, I don't think this was the first time they talked about it. I don't think that whatsoever.
But so do you think that if a man told you that you had to give up your career because you were dating him, that's
He
acceptable?
didn't say that.
He said if you wanted to continue to surf with men, which, let's be serious, the predominant group that surfs is men, and if you're on a beach, there's going to be men there. Like,
But okay, so I surfed. I mean, you can paddle out alone, you know, like.
oh,
you
for
don't-
sure. But I mean, like,
She
if you
probably
have
has girlfriends and stuff.
right, but if you have a good opportunity, I mean, something like this, or whatever the case may be, obviously not a podcast, but if you have an opportunity that includes men, are you supposed to deny that if it's going to help your career just because your boyfriend's uncomfortable with you being around men?
Well, they claimed, and maybe you can weigh in on this. I mean, she claimed to have been. I don't think she like had really a major career as like a model or like. I don't think she's a pro surfer.
But even if you're not pro, doesn't your career still matter?
I think it's within his right to try to assert these boundaries, not necessarily tell her to follow them, but I think it's his right to bring them to the table, and whether or not she decides to agree with them or not. I think that he was sort of setting up an ultimatum, so he did it under the pretense that, hey, maybe this won't work out. I don't think he was necessarily like trying to dictate what she did or what she didn't. He was just setting what he wanted, what he expected out of the relationship.
I mean, he was just weaponizing therapy speak in order to assert.
Weaponizing therapy speak.
Yeah, he was, in order to give her an ultimatum and basically say, well, if you do X, Y, and Z, the things she was already doing pre-relationship. I don't think that he should have pursued her in the first place if that was things that he was uncomfortable with.
Exactly what I was gonna say. Men always want like the bad bitch, but then once they get the bad bitch, it's like they can't handle her. And that's exactly what I texted Brian in like the thing that I wanted to talk about. So I'm so glad you brought that up because oh my gosh, it's always like with Ariana Grande, like the reason why she's getting divorced is because he couldn't handle having a bad bitch. He couldn't handle having all that fame.
How do we know that?
Because
we don't know.
They've already talked about it. It's been like
They've talked about it?
It's been publicized.
Isn't she a homewrecker? Yeah.
That too, yes. That's a completely different issue.
Okay, yeah, that's another issue. And I was going to bring that up too, that she's kind of like a pick-me. I'm so sorry, Ariana Grande. I'm so sorry.
Wow, shots fired.
I am so sorry.
I'm
but
not
yeah,
sorry.
she does tend to go, oh my God, I don't even want to talk about it. I'm so sorry, Ariana Grande.
She's gonna see this and come for you.
No, Ariana, no.
Okay, but okay. So you guys are saying that maybe he should have just not dated, or like he was liking on her photos. He should have known what he was getting into. But isn't it fair to say that like prior to dating, he had no problem with her engaging in what he considered single behavior, but once they started dating, he wanted her to act in a way that was commensurate with being in a relationship? So
That's what I
not
was saying.
posting certain revealing photos.
That's what I was saying.
But her on a surfboard isn't a revealing photo, and her in a romper in front of a brunch spot is not a revealing
Well,
photo.
that's all. But to be fair,
I guess it's subjective, but I don't think that if she's posting photos for her career, amateur or not, that it's okay for him to be like, you in a bikini is too revealing. I mean, look at his movies. Look what he's done.
Yeah, didn't he like whip it out
Huh?
and like
What?
yeah, and
but,
like
but
comedian.
just one thing,
No,
like
And she's a surfer.
Also, the way men are sexualized is so different to women too.
the only thing we have though is what she chose to release. And I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever been on the opposite side, or maybe you've had someone speak poorly about you. But if someone ever speaks poorly about you, are they likely to reveal perhaps the ways in which that maybe they contributed to the issue? I mean, it's one, I think she's making herself to be a victim, and people are very good at taking themselves out of the situation and not telling the whole truth and only the part that makes the other party look bad.
I mean, that's definitely true, but we can only go off of what we've seen, right? So, I mean, if we're basing it just off this conversation without any prior knowledge, that's what it looks like. It looks like he started dating somebody that he knew did not fall in line with his morals and his values. And I think that that was a waste of her time if we're going strictly off of that.
But that was single behavior.
How is it single behavior
That
if
was
she's a
single-
surfer?
Oh my
That's not
God.
single behavior. Wearing a bikini on the beach is not single
Are you
behavior.
saying it was a fatal attraction, basically? I feel like we've all dated that guy where we probably shouldn't have. You know?
Oh,
what
I mean,
What?
yeah, for sure.
I'm
definitely.
not saying
but
saying Jonah, but I'm just saying like he was attracted to her and maybe he was trying to.
change her, but that's what I'm saying is wrong.
Like I said, I think it's fine to like impose boundaries once you're in the serious relationship. On the same side, she could have said, "Oh, I'm not comfortable with what you do in the movies," and that would have been completely reasonable on her side.
Which I'm sure was, again, a private conversation that they had. Because nobody brings that up for the first time over text. Have you guys ever brought up something really that serious for the first time where it's like an ultimatum via text? I mean, maybe...
yes, yes, I have.
Okay, well, I'd say that that's
Some people get
objectively a pretty
scared.
emotionally immature thing to do. When you're in
Maybe
a
he
real...
is immature.
But how old are you again? Sorry?
I'm
Remind me.
21.
Exactly.
Maybe
So
he
that's
is
a
immature.
21-year-old thing.
Yeah, but what if he is immature? Maybe you're thinking, you're jumping straight
Well,
ahead.
she just
and
said
you're
that
like,
he was
"Oh,
using
no."
therapy speak. Generally, someone who's been in therapy for that long to the point where they're able to elicit therapy speak
And I don't-
are a little bit more emotionally mature.
And I think they were both seeing the same therapist privately, so it's not necessarily
I don't
therapy
know
speak.
much about the situation.
Didn't
But
Jon-
I'm just saying.
Didn't
that-
Jonah go on to have the child, right?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about this. I don't know
I don't
much
even
about
know.
Jonah.
And that's the other thing, exactly. She released it like just after he had the baby with his new girl, right? And this was years after the fact. So what was the point?
I mean, yeah, but that's not
Interesting
what we're
motive.
She's trying to
talking
get her
about.
lick back. That's
Yeah,
what she
I
was trying to
guess.
do. Haven't you guys ever tried getting a lick back with
What's
an ex?
that?
Like after the fact?
Revenge.
Yeah.
No,
Also,
2 years later?
if you're a victim of like emotional
Revenge.
abuse, sometimes it takes a while to have the confidence and the strength to come
Whoa,
forward.
hold on. Are you saying that this was emotional abuse?
I'm just giving an example of her saying it took a
Hold on
Doc
just a
Venabilis
sec.
has donated $100.
Nick, can you adjust the
Flight
exposure?
girl, making
Thank
a
you, Doc.
private conversation public is a major violation of boundaries. If anyone was weaponizing therapy is the surfer but trying to damage his reputation. Nothing wrong with using therapy language.
I definitely,
think that's on the
Doc,
therapy.
I 100% agree. I'll get you
Yeah,
in here
yeah.
just a sec. Doc, I 100% agree with you. Let's say Jonah misstepped in a couple of ways. I think what she did, even though the relationship is over, absolutely, whatever Jonah could have possibly done is, I don't know if I'm saying this, is dwarfed by her exposing this publicly, because ultimately I think it's such a non-story. Like, okay, you guys had disagreements, whatever. Break up, move on. It's obviously malicious. Like, this is not, I don't think she was abused. Even, let's say Jonah was being controlling. I don't think, like, he said, hey, if you don't want to, if this is too much, I wish you the best. Maybe we're not right for each other. These are my boundaries. Whether you disagree with his boundaries or not, that's another thing. But he gave her an out. And I don't know, it's unclear the timeline of this, if they continue dating after that text message. But I think to expose an ex like that that's a greater grievance than him supposedly being controlling, I think.
I mean, I can definitely agree with leaking the conversation being a move that I wouldn't do years after a relationship, because again, it just seems vengeful more than anything else. But I'm just strictly talking about the content in the text message.
Okay.
I do agree that action isn't correct either. Again, I agree. I said earlier, 2 wrongs don't make a right. I don't think she was right necessarily for doing that after the fact, but I do think that he should have never pursued her if those were his boundaries, and that is the person that he was going after.
Yeah, and were you saying something, or someone was going on something before the TTS came in?
No, I think
was
we
it?
were good.
Oh, was it? Yeah. Oh, okay. Here, let me read this one really quick. Yo, TX Texas Twin Dad. Yo, thank you, man, for the $69 Streamlabs donation. Appreciate it. Love the show, Brian. Naomi, would you dad a Christian man who can't
Are we talking about single dads? Why are single dads attracted to me? Like in the DMs, like that's all I get is the single dads.
Oh my gosh, really?
I don't think I'm ready for a kid like that though.
But don't play stepmommy.
Yeah, like if the kid came out of me, that's one thing, but I don't know if I'm there yet.
I have a question. What if they were celibate? What if they were everything you're looking for?
And he had a kid?
And he had a kid.
How old?
Does that matter though?
I guess not. I guess it doesn't.
It's a person,
when you
right?
put it that way. Yeah, if he's submitted to self-wondering. But the thing is, I feel like though, like as a woman, if I don't have a child yet, you know what I mean? If I could, but granted, everyone has their, reasons why they're, a single dad or a single mom.
Well, he says he can't have any more kids, so he's snipped, I'm assuming.
Oh, he's snipped?
Do you want kids?
I want kids. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I that's probably a no for you, but for Texas Twin Dad. But hey, thank you, man, for the, What? Maybe we should ask him. Are you okay with like a sperm donor? Are you okay? Are you okay with a sperm donor?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's got to be biblically sound, I guess.
Yeah.
Adoption?
Adoption, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yo, Sage, thank you, man. Oh, okay. It's not reading. Hold on. Let me skip. Let me re-trigger. Sorry, it's gonna come back in here in just a sec, and then we have. Hold on, just one sec, guys. While we wait for that, can you pull up the Twitch really quick? Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a F11. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. Yo, Ice Monkey, thank for the tier 1. Get Off My Lawn, thank for the Prime. Chillin' Pete, thank for the bits. Pay, thank for the follow. Lip, thank for the follow. Carbon, thank for the follow. Appreciate it. Yo, Sage, thank you, man.
Scofield donated $101. Just got to start by saying striped shirt is beyond beautiful. Does your spirit ever feel drained from /OnlyFans? If not, how long do you think you'll be active? You guys should try Bison burgers.
Yo, that's crazy. I actually had a Bison burger yesterday for the first time ever.
From where? From where?
Eureka burger. What?
I was just there the other day too.
Oh,
it
shit.
was so fucking good.
Did you the Eureka or the Bison burger?
Eureka and the Bison burger. I had both.
Okay. All right. Wait, so this was directed at you, I guess? Because you're the striped shirt, so.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't have an OnlyFans though.
He's
allegedly.
your opinion.
Allegedly.
Wait. What was the question
He
again?
said, does your spirit feel drained, though?
From
like,
I think that's maybe directed at the other girls.
From having OnlyFans,
He was complimenting you,
listening to-
and then he was
Oh,
asking
got
a
it.
question. So
that's a good
to the
question.
girls who do OF or who do adult content, does your spirit ever feel drained from doing it? If not, how long do you think you'll be active doing adult content?
Oh, so he's asking all of us.
Yeah.
I don't feel drained by doing it, mostly because I don't really take it too seriously. I just did it because I came on whatever, and all these guys wanted to send me money, so I was kind of like, okay, well, I guess I'll make an OnlyFans.
Whoa, hold on.
What?
That took me too long. You had an OnlyFans your first time on the show.
Yeah, I had it, but I wasn't active. I made the account, but I had never posted anything.
Okay, but you having an OnlyFans predates your first appearance on whatever.
Yeah, but I've never posted anything on there. I just had it. And then I was like, okay, well, maybe I should post it.
Okay, so you're blaming us for
Why am I blaming you? I said, thank God for you.
Oh, okay, all right.
See, I've made some good amount of money. And
do you want to share?
No, why would I want to share that?
Just tell, you want to tell?
No, I'm not. I don't. The people that subscribe to my OnlyFans are definitely whatever viewers. And
Haram. I'm disappointed.
Haram!
see, they're shit talkers, but low key, they go and subscribe to your OnlyFans.
Good times. Good times.
And no, I don't think I will be doing it forever. I'm mostly just doing it because I am going to school. I need to pay for school fees. I ran into a lot of issues recently that have involved needing a lot of money, and I thank God for that I've had OnlyFans to be there for me and to help me out. And I definitely, I don't know, I guess I appreciate coming on here and getting OnlyFans subscribers. So.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
I would say more the negativity is draining, like just in general.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Ron Jackson donated $100. You fucking simps disgust me.
Wow. Okay, Davon Jackson, shooting shots at the simps. Okay.
I love simps.
Do you guys like simps? You guys like simps?
Yeah. Why not?
Would you date a simp?
Yeah. Of course I would.
Wait, you would?
Why wouldn't I? Yes.
Would you date a simp?
Yes.
I feel like you actually want to be the simp for the guy.
Yeah,
you want a guy who you can simp for, right?
Yeah.
Do you want it to be a mutual simp?
Yeah.
You want a mutual simping?
Yeah, I hate nonchalant guys.
Relationship.
Is that possible though?
No,
for
by
a mutual-
definition, it's literally impossible.
What is a simp? Well, by definition, I don't think I know.
Technically, the acronym is sucker idolizing mediocre pussy, but the way it is actually utilized in society just means guys who are pedestalizing women. Any man who is pedestalizing a woman is a simp, essentially.
For some reason, I'm really attracted to guys that like don't want me and want nothing to do with me.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
For some reason.
You're really attracted to guys who want nothing to do with you.
Yeah, like the first guy that I was like really seriously like obsessed with in high school, he didn't even want to hang out with me. Like we would hang out like once a week maybe.
So you'd badger him?
And I would like bug the shit out of him. And I'd be like, let's hang out. And I ended up leaving that situation. Thank God I never thought I would be able to do it. But I really, really liked him. And I mostly think it was because he just didn't want anything to do with me.
Good times. Good times.
I still like him.
You were about to go. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that being on the internet in general is kind of draining.
That's true. That's fair.
Yeah.
Just a question. A lot of you guys are tatted up here. Can we get like a tattoo check on everybody? Okay, what do we got here? What you got for us?
I've got a lot of things. I've got a sleeve. I've got this. I'm removing all the ones on the side.
You're removing them?
Yeah.
What does it say? I'll keep you well?
I'll keep you wild? Yeah,
Wild.
that was a matching tattoo with a family member.
Okay, all right. What you got? What's that one?
The Hanya.
Who's that?
It's a Hanya mask.
Who's that?
It's a female demon.
Who the fuck is that guy?
That's a female?
Yeah, that became.
Damn.
Well, it was a female. It was a woman.
Is that like what kind of what culture is that from?
I believe it's Japanese.
Japanese.
What's the word? Like theater, Japanese theater.
Okay. All right. Okay. What's that lightning bolt on your arm? What's that? What's going on there?
I had a dog that died, and his name was Zeus.
Oh, my uncle has one of those same tattoos, but it's 2 lightning bolts.
And then I think on your photo, it's not visible now, you had good luck.
I have good luck on both sides, and then I also have hidden tattoos. Sorry, hidden tattoos.
I have a shrimp with a trucker hat that says cunt on it.
Oh my God. That is so cunty.
Explain that one.
Okay, so it's a tribute to my best friend, Sarah. She like reminds me of a shrimp, and she has this hat that says I put the cunt in country, so I just got a shrimp. But they couldn't fit the whole thing, so we just put cunt on the hat.
Word.
Okay, very cool, very cool. And then you got the
I'm
neck.
fully covered. My whole body's heaven and hell.
Heaven and hell.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. My whole right leg is just dedicated to hell.
Yeah.
That is
Azalia, you got
Thank
tattoos
you.
or no?
I just have a heart on my ass cheek. And
That's
that's
it. Because you guys are all kind of friends, sort of. Like you guys know each other. So I was curious because you all have like you're all blasted with tats. I was curious, like, did you guys meet at like a death metal concert? Or, like, where do y'all meet? Like, how do y'all get connected with people who are just, at the tattoo shop or what?
Brooke is from Ohio originally, and
You're from Ohio?
I'm from Indiana, so we knew each other from our hometowns. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
like living in the Midwest.
Well, just like there's a large community like in the tattoo industry.
Oh.
Derek Manx won.
Yo, Derek, good to see you in chat, man.
$101.
Thank you.
How in the world do you think the OnlyFans life is okay
God,
with
bro.
a good man? It makes absolutely zero sense.
They're
Your
out for
mentality
blood.
is broken. If you want that life and don't value yours, then fair enough. You can't have both though.
Yes, you can.
Derek, thank you for the TTS. Do you guys have a response to Derek?
Yeah, yes, you can. There is a lot of good men out there that respect OnlyFans girls. And to say that there is no good men out there and to say that none of us are going to find good men is such a mean thing to say, because it's like almost saying that none of us are worthy of love or like worthy of finding a good man, which is so mean.
But do you guys think, those of you that do OnlyFans, do you think that there's certainly men that are gonna date you, but do you think you have to some degree eliminated or minimized, we don't know the exact percentage, your dating pool? Like, because there are men, like there are men out there that it's just they don't want to date someone who does sex work. So because of what you guys do, have any of you encountered any struggles when it comes to dating? Have you met a guy who's just like, hey, this is too much for me, or has it impacted your romantic pursuits?
I would say that it already kind of eliminates people who aren't for me in general, because even if I didn't personally have an OnlyFans, I would be supportive of other people who were doing it. And I just feel like my personality, like I'm very open and fluid, and I'm more aligned with people like that.
I would also agree. I think there are always going to be, no matter what you do, people that are just automatically eliminated from your dating pool. I am kind of like you. I'm super open, and I support sex workers. I support all types of sex workers, and I wouldn't want to be with somebody that didn't align with that as well. So yeah, I guess they eliminate themselves because I wouldn't want to be with them either.
Can I ask you ladies a question? How would you feel about your daughter doing sex work?
I don't have a daughter, so.
But if you did, just try to put yourself in the hypothetical a little bit.
I would be supportive because in my situation, I would like my mom to be supportive with it. So I would be supportive if my daughter chose to do anything with her life, as long we're not hurting anyone. We're not bad people. And it's kind of sad that you guys keep kind of pushing, making us feel like we're bad people. And
I just asked a question.
Kind of almost discourage us and shame us, which we're not hurting anyone. We're not killing anyone. We're not doing anything. There's people that are hurting the planet, hurting children. So I feel like to worry really about OnlyFans girls is just so unfair.
Hold on just a sec.
Of course, Bangs loves simps. Simps are making these talentless, no life experience, and no
I have
life
lots of
skills
talent,
having
lots of-
hoes rich.
No
they
life
count their
experience.
apps and pay sweaty fat dudes to chat with you while they laugh. Stop contributing to the downfall of society. LLLLL.
Wow. Okay, they're out for blood tonight.
I was gonna respond to that.
Thank you, Frankie. Go ahead.
So I'm kind of working hard so that I'm financially stable in the future. I'm taking all my OnlyFans money and trying to save and invest it because everyone's experience is different. I went to OnlyFans because I grew up very, very poor, and OnlyFans, I realized you could make money quickly. I was working 60-hour work weeks before OnlyFans, and this was just a lot more freedom for me and a new experience. But basically, I'm trying to work really, really hard so that my daughter wouldn't have to do OnlyFans unless she wanted to. That was her preference.
Right.
Like I said, I got into it mainly for the money to support myself. But so if my daughter wants to do it, then she can, and I'll support her. But
which brings up a good question: would any of you do it if it weren't for the money?
No.
If you could make the equal amount of money with reasonable amount of effort, because I'm sure you still need to put in some effort, right? I'm so sure you need to exercise real business skills, promotion, networking, all those things. So say you could do that, but to another industry and make equal amount of money, would you do that?
It depends, because I really like the time freedom that I get from it, because sometimes I'll work
equal.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess if I could still make my own schedule, if there was something else I was passionate about, I would be open to it. But I actually really enjoy a lot of aspects of doing OnlyFans. And for the question about if I had a daughter, I would just want her to be honest with me and safe. And I would prefer if she was maybe a little older, not freshly 18 doing it, just so she doesn't regret some of her choices. But I think, if I had a daughter, she would be her own person, and I can't really dictate her decisions. But I do think it's going to be a lot more accepted going forward. I kind of feel like we were the guinea pigs during COVID when everyone started doing it and not knowing the consequences and how it would play out.
I want to add on to her question. Would you guys be okay with your mom doing OnlyFans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my mom would never do that.
My mom wouldn't either, but if she wanted to, I mean, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, can I add something, by the way? You said that OnlyFans doesn't You said the OnlyFans. Okay.
Hold on.
Redneck
We'll get
donated
you.
$99.
Yeah, thank you, Redneck.
Derek Manx one buddy, I totally agree with you, but these girls definitely value their life. It's somewhat around 15 to 30 bucks a month from total pathetic idiots who will never have a shot getting anything else of them. Brian, keep up the podcast. Love the show.
Well, thank you, Redneck, for that. Appreciate it. 15 to 30. What? Everyone just want to blurt out really quick your monthly OF fee? Is
30.
20.
15 with a discount.
10, 20.
I think mine's at 10 right now.
Is there a whatever coupon code?
It is on sale right now.
On sale. Okay, good. Okay. All right. Okay. So, I think you were making.
No, she was making a point.
Go ahead, Nev. Go ahead, Nev.
So you were saying that OnlyFans doesn't hurt anybody, but I would disagree personally. I'd say that I'd say that distributing that kind of content is just hurting like men and other people who decide to buy it. It's just perpetuating, I don't want to say degeneracy, but it's perpetuating behaviors that set people back rather than forward. So, for example, you're contributing to porn addiction, you're contributing to a lot of things. You're normalizing OnlyFans, and it's basically, I wouldn't say you personally are endorsing it and like telling younger girls, oh, do this, it's getting me money. But as a whole, I think that the promotion of OnlyFans is doing that. I think that unfortunately 18-year-old girls are fresh out of high school and they're doing this because other girls are saying, oh, it's getting me money. And it's like, I feel like you haven't really explored your other options. I feel like if you did say you were talented, I don't know what your talents are personally, but I feel like if you were to utilize those talents and use them to the best of your ability, you could do better things than be a part of an industry that's hurting people, like the consumers and the people who are creating.
And that promotional aspect you make is very true. You hear about like girls who are like 17 who literally when they're about to turn 18 are promoting. No, they're promoting it, being like, hey, my 18th birthday, this is about to drop. Like that's crazy and kind of disturbing. Like I'm sure we can all at least admit that that's kind of disturbing. That culture that is being developed.
I see what you're saying, and I definitely do have my limits, and I do have boundaries when it comes to OnlyFans. I think it's really important. I think OnlyFans is actually much more ethical than porn, because these girls, we're basically our own managers or whatever. We choose what's going to go out there. We choose what we're comfortable with. The girls that work with other people, they choose who they want to do scenes with. They choose who they want to work for. And yeah, like you're your own manager. I feel like that's honestly more ethical than going to like watching regular porn, you know?
I can definitely agree with you. When I see women that do have OnlyFans and that are older and that are promoting it to younger women and stating that this is so great, you're making so much money so fast, the majority of women that are on OnlyFans are not making massive amounts of cash.
Like the industry standard, what is this, like $600 a month or something?
It's
for
not
like
a lot unless you already have a platform and have grown your whatever. I don't think that any of us should be promoting or saying, hey, you're freshly 18, you should hop on this. And there are women that do that and try to sign women up just to get a referral from them. And I can definitely agree that that's wrong.
There's a referral? Wait, there's a referral program through it?
To sign.
No, I didn't know that.
Think that that's wrong.
Are you fucking serious?
Yes.
No.
And I'm saying that that's definitely wrong. I would literally never do that. I will always be honest about the negatives of doing it because there are pros and cons to literally everything. But when you're freshly 18, you don't know what the consequences are. You don't know what it's going to do to affect your mental health. And I started mine when I was 27 years old. So, I had started nude modeling when I was younger. I was very confident with myself. I was confident with my body. I took a lot of time to decide, okay, these are the things that I would be okay with doing, on my account, and the things that I would be okay with having leaked, etc. before I came to that decision. And I don't think that freshly 18-year-old women have the mental capacity to really understand what they're doing. So I can definitely agree that that's wrong.
100%. And that's crazy because I never knew there was any kind of incentive for referrals. So that makes sense why it is. I mean, it would have had some type of impact on culture regardless. But the fact that there is a financial incentivization for that is really fucked up, yo.
And they're just
that's like disturbing, honestly.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you.
They're just perpetuating this idea of, oh, you're you're freshly 18, you're gonna make millions of dollars, and that's just not the case. I mean, the reason that I make any sort of money was because I already had a very large following, and I signed up and could immediately start making money. But I would never.
Continue your point if you'd like. I need to re-trigger this one.
I would never perpetuate that to an 18-year-old
Right.
woman, or I would always say, here are the pros, here are the cons. This is what you need to think about before you do it. Because,
Right.
Obviously I understand that there's a stigma with it, and there's things that will follow you for the rest of your life that you have to really set that boundary. And I think these 18-year-old women as well might push themselves too far into doing a type of content that maybe later on they'll regret, and they don't have the capacity
Derek
to say,
Manx one donated $100. I agree,
Thank you,
my
Derek.
redneck friend. If they only knew what a real man that would take care of them would actually do for them, it would be life-changing for them. A real man would provide for and take care of them. Instead they out. Good men get no time.
Yo, Derek, appreciate the TTS. How many of you, just on his thing really quick, and if you guys want to pick back up on your convo thread, guy comes along, he's prepared to, he wants to marry you, have kids, blah, maybe you don't want to have kids, let's just say whatever, be your long-term partner, and he wants to provide for you, but he wants you to stop OnlyFans. Do you do it?
Yes.
oh, no, you're
Here, why don't we start with you and we'll go this way.
I mean, the whole purpose of doing OnlyFans is to provide for myself. So if he's also giving me that same outcome, then yes, I would quit.
Would he need to provide on a level that is commensurate with your level of income on your own? So let's say, because holy shit, hide that.
Bender
hide
the
that.
Offender donated $99.
Thank you, Bender the Offender.
Shaming is a necessary part of society, because without shame we have no way to learn consequences from our life choices.
I agree.
Thank you, Bender the Offender.
Our consequences have nothing to do with you, though.
Yeah, they are
Word.
when like people like trauma dump and stuff.
Who's trauma dumping?
You said you love to trauma dump.
Oh my God. Okay,
No, you said
not
something
with
like that.
you.
Wait,
I'm not
wait.
trauma
No,
dumping
I'm
with you
just
right
saying just in
now.
with your
general, like,
romantic
Yeah.
Yeah, the consequences that you face, like ultimately, like they're reflected in your character, like the way that you approach relationships. I'd say, like, I'm not saying you specifically, but I'd say like when you go into new relationships, all the like consequences in the past that you've faced because of your past behaviors, they really do reflect on you. They really do influence the way that a relationship might go. So say like you had a hoe phase or something, that'll definitely influence someone, like the consequences you paid for having a hoe phase.
Damn. So should I keep it private then?
No,
like,
no,
is
no,
that
I'm
your
not
advice to
saying
me?
Keep it quiet. I'm not saying to keep it
Oh, because
private.
see, you're damned if you do something, you're damned if you don't.
Yo,
So-
can we get
No, there's no
can we
winning,
get
you
Nev
guys.
an energy drink? I feel like Nev's a little lower energy tonight.
Wait, how many energy drinks do we have?
Yes.
I already drank one.
Yeah. Anybody else want a little? Okay. Anyways,
down for one.
so the
I want
question
another
was, because some people who do OF make a lot of money, so maybe expecting a guy to be making $50,000 a month might not. That's a very small percentage of men, but let's say he's making enough to like provide for both of you. Would you take it, or what do you do?
I would only be worried about divorce. What happens in that instance?
That's
if you're
true.
not set up and you're just left alone, like in the dark, no money, nothing.
That's true. A lot of men are like, I recently saw a TikTok where it was like this wife, and she was like, this husband was like yelling at her for whatever reason, and because she supposedly doesn't do anything, but she stays home and takes care of the kids, cleans, cooks, and does everything. And then her husband is just like all of a sudden saying that he wants a divorce because he like met a younger lady who's like younger, and that's all they want, or more beautiful, whatever. And then the woman is left with the kids. Usually the man tends to like start their own life with their new family, and then they leave the kids, and then like let the woman like fend for herself, basically, And I feel like that happens a lot more often than you really think, where women are just left to like suffer. So
It's also worth pointing out and mentioning that women that are doing all of the household chores and labor, that's actually $10 trillion worth of unpaid labor.
absolutely, I used
Wait,
to.
what?
Yeah.
I used to babysit, and
Wait, hold on. What?
I
That is a
still
real.
kinda
That is a
babysit.
real statistic.
Absolutely.
$10
What?
trillion of unpaid labor.
For all women or one woman?
All women. All women. The household labor that they don't get compensated for, that they're doing while their men are off at work, is worth $10 trillion.
But I mean, do you think they should be What do you mean? You think they
Yeah,
should be
but- well,
compensated?
no,
Like
that's
how-
not what I'm saying at
It's
all.
just comparing how hard their labor is compared to like if it were to be.
Because a lot of men that end up calling themselves the breadwinner, and they come home and they say, well, you're not doing anything. Like, I go out and I work all day while she's taking care of the home. Like, that's still labor, whether or not she's being compensated.
Is super difficult. I've worked with children.
I don't know. Have you ever been in a coal mine?
In a coal mine? Okay, most guys aren't really in coal mines.
Yeah, there's still dudes in coal mines, but
okay.
I mean, like, but okay, so in your example,
you're raising children though.
Hold on just a sec. So in your example, you're saying the guy who's the sole breadwinner, he's working 9 to 5, he's working 40, 50 hours a week. And then the woman, she's stay-at-home mom. Is that kind of the framework that you're, because wouldn't it make sense that if he's out working and she's the homemaker, that she would be homemaking? Doesn't that make
no, I'm not saying that shouldn't be some sort of dynamic, but what I'm saying is that when the
Justin
cut off again, sorry.
$99.
Yo, Justin,
the
thank you.
gate is wide and the path to damnation is well traveled. Yup, definitely proving that to be correct. Why would you put something idolizing a place of eternal torment on your body? Naomi, keep carrying your cross. God bless.
He's talking about
Wait, I'm confused.
He's talking about her tat. I thought he was talking about Karen,
The
because she
female
has a
demon
hell
tat.
sleeve on her leg.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
What? I don't know what he said.
They're mad that you.
Why would you
mad.
put something idolizing a place of eternal torment
hell.
on your body?
Hell.
Is that this one?
No, they're talking about
Karen.
her because she has a hell tattoo.
Where?
In heaven.
Hidden?
My whole body is. My whole right leg is hell, based on hell.
It's a depiction, an artistic depiction of.
Different things, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I guess you are condemned to eternal damnation.
All right,
because
sounds
of your,
good. I used to be a Christian. I was raised a Christian, so I get it. So to each their own.
Go back to your point about the division of labor or housework thing.
Right. Well, I'm not saying that a traditional relationship where a man is doing the gender role of going out and being a breadwinner and the woman staying home and homemaking and taking care of children. I'm not saying that shouldn't be a dynamic, but I'm saying that it's wrong when the husband comes home and says, well, you're not doing X, Y, and Z. What your wife is doing when she's homemaking is still labor, whether or not she's being compensated. So to hold money over her head and act like she's not doing anything while she's sitting at home, raising your family, cooking your meals, cleaning your house, organizing everything, keeping your schedule on track, that's still labor.
Absolutely.
And I believe it was the Bureau of Labor Statistics that said that women's unpaid work in a household is worth $10 trillion. Internationally.
Hold on, I gotta internationally?
Internationally. Like all of the women in the world that are homemaking and are doing household chores and keeping schedules together and raising families and cooking and cleaning and doing all of that, that's labor that's unpaid, and they said the unpaid amount of money is $10 trillion. So what I'm saying is that it's not right for a man to come home and be like, you're not doing X, Y, and Z. And that's what we're saying. We're saying give up your OnlyFans, be a homemaker, and you could potentially end up in a divorce situation where he goes, oh, well, you're not doing anything, leaves and takes all the money with you while you've created a home and done what he had done what he wanted you to do, and basically deems the work that you've done worthless.
Yeah, but if your husband is going, I'll get to you in a sec, Allie. If your husband is working a 9-to-5 job and he's providing financially for the both of you, then you are pulling your half of the bargain or pulling your weight by taking care of the home.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Why are you viewing it from a lens of it being unpaid? Of course it's unpaid.
I think you're
really
missing
self-evident.
the point.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're really missing the point, Brian.
Well, explain, what am I
First,
missing?
I wanted to say that, okay, never mind. I don't want to say this right now because I backtracked myself a little bit. But you are missing the point.
What?
It's because you're really focused on saying like, oh, well, if you're gonna stay home, then you need to get paid. I feel like that's what you're kind of trying. Like that's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying at all.
But are you trying to argue that men don't value the work that women do?
Yep.
Yes,
absolutely.
That's exactly my point.
Absolutely.
I mean, what evidence do you have for that?
So much.
Here's why. Because you cited to this. Well, the Department of Labor, they tabulated that it's trillions of dollars that women are doing in unpaid labor, as if all those women, it is unappreciated by their husbands, the work that they do. But I don't think that's the case. Perhaps it's the case that there are some men who are unappreciative or not cognizant of the work that their spouses do at the home, although I don't think that's really I don't. What evidence is there for that?
I think there's expectations that come in matrimony or relationships in general, and whether or not they want to conform to that traditional, the woman does the house cleaning, the man does that, is up to them entirely. I mean, me personally, I love my boyfriend. I'd do anything for him. Like, I clean up his dishes and I do whatever. And I don't, and just the way that he treats me, like, that's enough for me. Like, I don't expect any reparations.
You said that's enough for you?
And the offender donated $99.
I think it's more than
Ladies,
enough for me.
I'm a steel worker. I work around 15-ton steel rolls that are suspended above my head. I provide the roof over your head. I fix any issues with the house. I provide the lifestyle you need.
Yo, Bender, and I'll let you come in just after this really quick. Bender the Offender, thank you very much for your TTS. I mean, that's a good point. And also, I mean, what about all the household labor that men do, which is uncompensated for and unpaid? For example, men are typically expected to take care of some of the more physically laborious tasks like mowing the lawn, fixing appliances around the house, potentially car-related things. So, I mean, there's certainly tasks that men undertake, for example, that might, something that's heavy that might need to be moved around. And so I don't think it's just women that are contributing to the upkeep of the household.
I think what you're kind of missing on is that we were talking about that when men, what you brought up the question, saying that would you give up your OnlyFans if a man was going to provide everything for you? And then that's why we said, well, like if we give up our OnlyFans, like whatever, give up whatever job because the man, your husband, is like, I want you to stay home. I want you to raise my kids. I want you to do this. And then all of a sudden he finds a younger lady, whatever, finds somebody better. And then he's like, see you later. And then like leaves the whole family. And then now you're the man, because of the husband, he said, no, I don't want you to work. I want you to stay here and watch my kids, raise my children, clean my house, do all of this.
Our kids,
and now you're screwed.
I think you're just choosing the wrong people then.
What do you mean you were choosing the wrong people?
This is a hypothetical.
We don't, no. We can find a man, he can be the most amazing person ever. A few years along the line, he can turn into the worst person ever. What do you mean we're choosing the wrong people?
So it's your choice to leave then?
No.
If you're not willing to...
yes, that is your choice to leave, but you can also be so screwed. This man could be the perfect man and be like, oh my goodness, have you not seen what's been going on? Have you not seen what's been going on recently with all the men that have their families because their wife has wanted a divorce? It's not that easy to get a divorce. Women are out here dying.
What is happening?
And their children are dying.
Wait, well, just one thing. Women are more likely to initiate divorces than men are.
And then when they initiate it, the men get scared and they want to inflict the most pain upon that woman. And then they end up... Have you not heard about what's been going on? Have you not heard about Chris Watts? Have you not heard about the man from...
Have you heard about Jodi Arias?
Okay, yes, I've heard about Jodi Arias. That has nothing to do, Trevor.
No,
welcome to the Whatever Crime Channel.
This is about disdain
true
in
crime
relationships, and you are using true crime examples as these moments of disdain.
Well, I think the point she's trying to make, sorry to cut you off, is financial abuse.
Yes.
If you are stuck in a relationship where you pretty much gave up your source of income, where you could comfortably support your own lifestyle independently. And to answer the question if I would do that or not, if I trusted someone, if I was in love with them and they could really afford to do that. But people get played with that all the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But this idea that men in droves are leaving their wives for the younger, a younger girl, it does happen.
It does happen.
But I actually don't think it's as common as actually women leaving their husbands. Well, I don't know the reasons why, but women are more likely to initiate divorces.
Okay.
So men should be more concerned about
I think it's your decision
negative
to leave
divorce
as well.
or negative
if you're not satisfied
outcomes.
with your relationship, you're entirely entitled to leave.
But how are you supposed to leave when you're being financially abused and have no source of income?
Exactly. We've been trying to make this point over and over, and you guys
the question.
It's right.
Missing it.
That's what I was thinking. This whole time I'm like, how does it relate to the question though?
Yeah, divorce was not included in that question originally. We went.
Yeah, I don't know where we're going. But hold on. What's you mentioned financial abuse. What do you mean?
Well, financial abuse is basically what we were describing, where you give up your entire career for a man in a relationship, a partnership, and then they hold the money over your head. You get X amount of money to do X, Y, Z, and it's, oh, well, I go out and I make all of the money. You only have access to X, Y, and Z, and that's what I choose that you have access to after you give up your career. And then if you choose to leave that man, you are left with, depending on how long you've been with them, no experience in the job field. You've given up your only source of income. If you had signed a prenup, there's no alimony, there's no child support, there's no nothing. And then how are you supposed to leave that relationship?
Well, it was your choice to agree to those terms.
Oh my goodness.
Wait,
Well, prenups, you can define the terms, right?
Yeah, can you guys stop yelling at me? I was going to say, it was your choice to give up those freedoms in the first place because you were dependent on that man in the first place. You said, okay, you could be the breadwinner of this household. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with homemaking. I'm fine with all of that. But there's always that risk that comes with that. And if you want to avoid that risk, then you're entitled to do your own thing.
We're just saying it happens. We're not saying that we're going to do that. We're just,
I know what happens.
Like, you understand it. Like, you've gone so far left that you've, like, made a 180.
Have I gone so far left that I made a 180?
Yeah, like, or whatever, whichever direction you're going, girl. Whichever direction you're going, like, you literally, like, explained exactly what we were trying to get at.
I mean, you're basically blaming it all on us. It's your decision to give up.
Well, here's the thing. I just learned recently that
leave,
prenups, you can actually set your own conditions. So I think it should come down to the terms of a relationship, right? So if a man says, hey, I want to have a tradcom relationship, I want you to stay at home and raise the children, then it is the onus of responsibility is on you as that wife and as the future mother to be able to say, put these terms in the prenup to where if I leave you, for sure, that's on me. But hey, if you decide to leave me and I have no accolades, no resume, nothing, and I'm forced to go out in the workforce, then I'm protected. You can actually set prenups to be in alignment with whatever conditions the couple decides. So it should be up to the individual couple at the end of the day. And people should go into these things with their eyes wide open and educate themselves. If they don't, that is on them.
Okay, but the thing is with that most women are getting told, like, okay, like, we'll be the provider, you stay home, you do this, you do X, Y, and Z, and then they're getting screwed over. Like, most women won't leave the relationship because they know they are being financially provided for. So in that case, most women won't leave. They won't leave because they know that they are screwed.
You're the one who agreed to the tradcon lifestyle in the first place.
And again, define those terms.
When did I just say that?
If you're going into a marriage and the husband wants a prenup, which would then dispose you to that position in the first place, then be a contributor to set the terms. Where if he is saying, I want you to stay at home and only serve me,
all right,
then
so
there
I'll
should
do
be
that
some
when I get
allowance.
married. I'll do that when I get
Well,
married.
then there should be some allowance where he says, okay, then legally there will be a contract to where if I leave you for whatever reason, then you will be taken care of.
Well, what if it's
I'll
not
do
a
that when I
marriage?
get married.
What if it's just a relationship and there's no prenup involved?
Well, if you're just, I mean,
like there's no
so,
legal document.
well, there's common law, right? There is common law actually that I don't know how it is actually in America, so maybe someone could clarify for me if you guys know. It
depends on
but
the
in
state.
Australia, when you've been living with someone for 2 years, you're in a de facto relationship, and most of the same things pertain as what is in actual legal marriage.
Word. Here, I do have to do a couple chats. There are some common law marriage states, but most states are not common law marriage. Okay, so we have that guy Pyros. Hey, thank you, man. Why do you women think sex work is a job? Gee, man, you guys are going hard. Okay, worth praising. Men don't respect. You will never get the perfect man you want because you don't deserve him. Nothing is more attractive to a man than the hardworking woman like an ER nurse. Actually, I recently read a study that nurses, especially like those who work in emergency setting or overnight setting, are like the most likely to cheat.
Right.
Apparently.
Yeah.
They're the most stressed.
Yeah. Right.
But do you guys have a response to that?
I never said that like I should be praised for having an OnlyFans. I don't think any of us said that,
one is
actually.
saying that.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like, I hate to use the word privilege, but not everybody has the privilege to afford an education to go into things like healthcare. Like, I'm just now, because of OnlyFans, able to afford to go back to school to get a degree. So I hate using the word privilege, but so the scenario is different with each and every individual.
Okay.
It also doesn't have to be one or the other. I have a full-time job and I also do content creation. So you can have a regular job, be an ER nurse, and also do content creation and OnlyFans. It doesn't have to be either or.
Okay. By the way, you're a flight attendant. Have you ever created something up in the air?
No, I have not.
Mile High Club, baby.
It does happen though.
All right, we have Doc Venabilis. Hey, thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. Blue Top Girl, there's hope for you yet. Save your dough, get good therapy for 1 year, then you will find a good man. The seat next to you is a lost cause.
I'm already in therapy. I've been in therapy for 2 years, so.
Oh.
Seat next
Let's
to
go.
you.
Do you have a response to Doc?
Nah.
He says you're a lost cause.
I am not a lost cause. Just because you don't agree with everything that I say or do, I'm not a lost cause.
What's the opposite of a lost cause? A found cause?
A just cause.
A just cause. Okay.
A worthy crusade.
A worthy crusade. Just,
like that.
just the tip. Donated 86. Hold on, where is it? Hold on, I'm trying to find something here. Wait. Oh, dear.
Just a tip. Just for a second. Just to see how it feels.
A man who is willing to let his woman sell herself isn't your man. He is your PIMP or just a simp. Word.
Allow. What? I know. Girl, I'm doing that on my own. He ain't allowing me to do anything.
Also, pimp, he would have to be taking a cut of my money
For
for that to
real?
be the dynamic in the relationship, and it's simply not.
That's what he's saying. Either a pimp would accept that because he is making money, or a simp would accept it because a simp's going to idolize you no matter what. That's the point he's making.
I mean,
It would be a pimp in my category because I do love to spoil my man that I'm seeing, so he will
Yeah,
definitely get a
me
cut.
too. Me too. I am a giver.
Stop the cap.
Actually, though,
It's true.
are you
Ask
just
any of
saying
my
that?
friends.
Are you just pandering?
No, my friends tell me I need to stop spending money on the men that I see so quickly.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you did include something in your
Yes.
We'll get to that in a sec here, but okay. So you simp for your. Actually,
I
a question
do.
for you guys. So, let's say and maybe you've had this experience with a past guy. For those of you who do adult content, a new guy comes in and he's down to help you film or something. Does he get a cut, or in the past, have you ever given a cut to a guy that you were seeing? Let's start with you. Go ahead.
So the only time I ever did like BG content that I actually like put on my OnlyFans was with my ex, who also had an account. So how we did it was he also sold things. A lot of my fans coming from my YouTube channel would subscribe to his page as well and basically pay to see content of me. So it never became a situation where I was like selling sex tapes and giving him a cut or anything like that. And that's actually a huge reason, one of like the many reasons why I don't cross that boundary, because I feel like it can get messy when like your romantic partners, you're like paying them out, and then, you know, you're the face of the content. It's out there forever. You're paying taxes on it. I just feel like it is kind of hard to find an ideal arrangement with that. And some people do. And I think that's great for them, but it can get messy.
I have never given a man a cut of my money. They've never helped me film. I've never done BG content or anything like that. So I've never really had it. It was never a necessity for somebody to help me in that regard. I do what SC does, and I just spoil my boyfriend with my earnings. So
You spoil your boyfriend.
yeah, I took him to Japan in April.
Ooh,
Brooke and
let's
I
go,
went.
girl.
That's crazy. Me and my boyfriend were just in Japan.
Oh yeah, where'd you go?
Wow,
We stayed in-
commonality.
We stayed in Tokyo for a bit in Shimokitazawa. I was there for a month living through study abroad, but then he came and joined me, and it was honestly great. Like, I don't know. I just feel like.
Did you pay for it?
No, I didn't.
From
pay
your-
for, no. I paid for like some of like gifts and stuff. Like I bought him a ton of things. Like we sort of like to buy each other stuff. Like I went to Hawaii for a bit, and like I spent the last of my money on him. But I don't know. It was just great. Like I think traveling was a significant other really just. I don't know.
That was lovely. Well, let's be honest though, you were compensating for the fact that you were like trying to make it up to him because you were simping on Chase last show.
No, that was
Just admit it, Nev.
No.
Okay.
We're past that. Like
You're past it.
done. I personally wasn't simping, but I love this man to death. Like I would literally, I don't even know.
I have a question.
I would
Okay.
burn down
yeah.
an orphanage
Huh?
just to keep him warm.
Whoa.
Like I don't know.
What?
Sorry, I'm crazy, but like I don't know. It was just
Okay.
great. Like because we both liked One Piece, and then we went to like the One Piece like thing, and it was just awesome. Like it was great. And then we went to the forest, the Logan Paul forest, and it was just
The Logan
it
Paul
was magical. It was magical.
Your fucking
Okay, what about you?
I mean, I pretty much do the same thing.
We went to Japan together with our boyfriends.
Yeah.
Oh, you both brought your boyfriends.
business class.
What about you?
I've paid my friends to suck their dick for my OnlyFans. I really
What?
don't have any partners. I didn't really like my boyfriends being on. The last 2 exes that I had on my OnlyFans, I paid for everything, pretty much.
Wait, you paid someone to suck their dick?
Yeah.
What?
So I could own it. So I could own it. It's about content. It's about owning the content.
Okay,
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah.
That's just ironic.
Yeah, no, I know. People would do it for free. I get
sorry.
it. It's okay. I know. It's okay.
Wow. Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. What about you? Did you spoil your man?
Oh yeah, I love spoiling whoever I like. I fall in love very fast. I fall in love hard.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
So _privileged_toxic donated $99.
Thank you, man.
Only in America are women's lives so privileged that they feel zero shame in claiming that a man who is sacrificing everything to commit to plus support a wife financially is abusing her. Cannot stop laughing. We've really ruined women. How genuinely pathetic.
You did use the term abusing, which I thought was interesting.
Financial abuse is a thing.
What's that?
Financial abuse is a thing.
But
and
like
I would be willing to say that those women in other countries are also being financially abused as well.
I mean, but the way you described it, it wasn't clear. You said if a guy is the primary breadwinner and he has a allowance for his wife that doesn't meet her needs.
That's not what I said.
Well, you said
allowance.
here's how much you can spend or something like that.
Well, I'm saying that if he's holding money over his partner's head or not giving her anything or even just holding it over her head in general, oh, well, I'm the breadwinner, you get what I give you. That's financial abuse. I've seen stories of women that have been told, oh, well, you get $500 for the week, and she has 4 kids, and she's running out of grocery money, and her husband's refusing to give her more grocery money.
Are they split up?
No. This is in an actual marriage, and this happens all the time.
His kid?
It's like a power thing.
That happens all the time?
Yeah, absolutely. What? I'm not saying that it's like 100% of marriages, but there are plenty of partnerships that end up that way.
My twin sister, she is a stay-at-home wife, and they waited to marriage to have sex. It was like 3 months. They fast forwarded that really quick, that process. But she's happy, and she.
Good for her.
Yeah,
right, but that doesn't happen all the time.
I know, but I'm just saying, like I've seen the good sides.
Yeah.
Well, no,
yeah, of course.
It's good to shed light on the good sides.
Yeah, of course. That's exactly true.
He owns his own business. He stays at home, and they see each other all the time, and she does whatever she needs to do to keep the house. Whatever.
And that's amazing. That sounds like a very healthy traditional relationship, and those definitely exist. But we were talking about earlier, just if we had to be in that situation, like what would be the negatives of why we might not give up our OnlyFans or our jobs in order to be with them. Traditional marriages are totally fine if that's what both people want and it's healthy and it's happy. I fully support that. I think that people should do what's best for them. But if a woman is in a situation where a man is holding money over her head, she can't keep the household afloat based on what he's giving her, and he's consistently saying, well, I'm the breadwinner, I'm doing XYZ, you don't deserve my money, then I think that that's a problem.
Not only it's like financially abusive, it's also emotionally abusive and manipulative. So it falls under the same
How common
category.
is that though? It feels
Pretty
like you're
common.
just
Pretty common.
like,
Pretty common.
I actually had a girlfriend recently where she met a guy and he told her, quit your job, move in with me, like within 24, 48 hours. And she didn't have an OnlyFans. She worked in nightlife, but she was like a hostess. Perfectly respectable, like normal job in my opinion. She's my age. And she did it, and then some stuff happened to him personally, and he wasn't in as great of a situation anymore within like a month, and now she's pretty much screwed, and it's been like a huge stress in her life. So I'm just saying you can't like assume everything's gonna be like peaches and daisies going into that, you know?
Wait, hold on. She moved in with him.
Yeah.
So he was paying all the rent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
what?
like it's wise to
And then
like,
how is she screwed?
It's a long story. He went to jail, got kidnapped. It's like a really insane story. Like
what?
Yeah. Basically, he lost all his money, kind of thing.
Did she bail him out of jail? Or?
She flew to a foreign country to
Oh
help
my
bail him out of
God.
jail. Yes, she was riding for him.
Gosh.
But so he screwed up her life? I'm confused.
Yeah, because she basically took a leap of faith and was like, okay, I'll quit my job. I'll move in with you. You're rich. You can take care of me.
How long did this relationship last?
They're still, in a really big pickle because of her decisions to be with him.
Yeah, but he was paying the entire rent on their apartment. And she stopped.
He ended up moving in with her. He lost his place. She ended up kind of taking care of him.
Okay, so
it got messy very quickly.
Wait, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Here,
well, I think it's wise to like weigh out the risks that come with making such a commitment to like completely discard your financial like.
Alvin Sam donated $100. What's abusive is these 304s abusing the word abuse. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
That's my line.
Okay, anyways, I think it's wise to like weigh
Thank you,
out the
Alvin.
risks that what?
I was thanking Alvin. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Alvin.
Yeah, please thank Alvin every time.
Thank you, Alvin.
Thank you,
Everybody,
Alvin.
please thank Alvin
Thank
for
you,
the.
Alvin.
Please,
Thank you, Alvin.
give it a little thing. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I think it's wise to weigh out the risks when it comes to committing to something that sort of gets rid of your financial freedoms and, survivability outside of the relationship. I think that to avoid situations like that, you should really, not keep working. It's your choice whether or not to keep working. I personally would keep working, but and I don't know. I just think that considering the risks when like entering any sort of situation that's life altering is probably the best thing you can do for yourself, so you can avoid like getting into these crazy situations where like,
But not 30 minutes ago you said that you would give up your job for your boyfriend.
I would. Personally, I would.
So you're just
Personally-
contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not contradicting myself. I'm saying personally, I wouldn't give away my job, but I would dedicate most of my time.
You underscore our
supporting
underscore abusing underscore our underscore ears donated $99. The rabid sense of entitlement foaming from Redhead's mouth as she decries these imaginary husbands holding money over their wives' heads, called budgeting by adult human beings, to avoid debt, poverty, etc., is soul-numbing. These stories are all fake.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't you make the argument like the husband is looking out for the finances and budgeting, like, okay, don't go buy this thing because we don't have the money for it. Is that abuse? I don't think it is.
Yes, that's not abuse, but that's different.
That's completely
like to play
different.
devil's advocate. Like I've been debating against them the whole night, but it's very financial abuse versus that. That's what occurs most of the time, but financial abuse also does exist.
You have a conversation about
you can't
that.
conflate the two, in my personal opinion.
Fair enough.
If you're budgeting, I think both parties know and are aware of that, and the other side isn't just like, oh, abuse, Like, I think they're very much aware that's budgeting.
Word. Okay, well, let's move on to our next thing. We were talking a bit about the Jonah Hill situation. There's also something recently that's kind of related to that. This singer called, I don't know, Bebe Rexha. Is that how you, Bebe?
Oh, yeah.
Bebe
Rexha.
Nick, can you pull up the screenshot? So she also leaked text messages from
Her boyfriend.
her boyfriend. I guess they broke up. So let's read that. Okay, can you control zoom in? Yeah, and you know what? I'm actually going to have Essie. No. Scroll to the top so we can actually read it out.
Oh, I
all the way to the
remember
top.
this.
All the way to the top. Essie, can you read the text message?
It says, "Hey, I never said you weren't beautiful."
Oh, hold on. Let me just clarify. This is her boyfriend, so Bebe Rexha or whatever. Her singer, I guess, famous. Never heard of her. This is a text message, not that she sent, but that her boyfriend sent. Go ahead, Nick, and if you can scroll it out just a bit so we can actually read the.
Hey.
Sorry. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I never said you weren't beautiful, and I never said I didn't love you. In fact, I said how beautiful you are and how much I loved you. But I always said I would be honest with you and your face was changing, so I told you it was. That was the conversation we were having, and you asked, because I care. Would you rather I lied to you? You gained 35 pounds. Obviously, you gained weight and your face changes. Should I just pretend it didn't happen and that it's okay? Come on, I gained 3 pounds and you call me chubs and fat. Doesn't mean you don't love me. If you're trying to find reasons to break up, this makes sense. ... But it's not the real reason. If you're unhappy with me / yourself / with life and don't see a future with us, then that's okay and that's the reason. Don't use something like that to weaponize your anger or anxiety or any insecurity you may have. You know I always found you to be beautiful and loved you no matter something. I think it's important for you to
zoom out.
I think it's important for you to think about things and write things down, speak to a therapist, and do this retreat thing to get to the root of the problem. Let me know if you'd like to speak or if you need more clarity. Love you.
Okay, so text message from her, I suppose now ex-boyfriend. She posted this to her Instagram, so somewhat related to the Jonah Hill situation because she's releasing what is otherwise private communications. So has anybody seen this story?
Yes.
Yeah, I was on Valuetainment recently.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand a little bit because she only released that text message. From what he's saying, it sounds like she asked him at some previous point, some prior point, to give her feedback on her appearance. We don't know if she literally just texted him like, hey, does this outfit make me look, I don't know what the scenario is, but does anyone know like kind of the details of this?
We never really heard what prefaced that. She just kind of released that and went with that. Yeah.
So, but given what we've seen, he's saying, hey, you've gained some weight. 35 pounds, I guess, is what it was. Is he a dick for this? Is he a jerk?
No.
Or was that a pretty reasonable text message?
To me, it seems like she asked. I think if it was an unwarranted opinion, then maybe it wouldn't exactly have been an appropriate thing to say. But to me personally, reading that text message, it seemed like he was coming from a place of kindness after her kind of prefacing the conversation and asking him. I don't think it's right to be upset with him if you were asking for honesty. And because to me, he didn't seem like he was attacking her. He wasn't trying to break up with her. He wasn't saying that she wasn't beautiful anymore or anything like that. He just seemed like he was responding to something that she had asked him.
Agreed.
He also gave a lot of reassurance.
Yeah, and he didn't he say that like you made fun of me when I gained like a couple of pounds or something?
Yeah.
This instance is like, didn't he say 30 pounds or something? Or that's what they were implying. Like that's a very large amount compared to a couple of pounds. And again, going back to the difference between men and female, we poke fun at guys all the time. We make fun of them for being shorter or maybe not being as masculine or this, that, or the other. But when it comes back to females, the direction, the reaction is totally different sometimes. And the way we expect them to react is totally different sometimes.
I mean, I don't think it's appropriate for her to call him chubs or fat if he's gained a couple pounds either. I mean, it just doesn't sound like a healthy relationship to me.
Yeah.
If that's the way
I agree.
that
I'm
she's
just saying that
behaving.
happens.
No, I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I do agree with you. I think that it seems like he was coming from a place of love and he wasn't aggressive or
Completely, yeah. I completely agree.
coming at her with malice or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this is as controversial of a post as maybe would have liked it to be.
Which is crazy. Why'd she post it?
Yeah,
Like,
I
what
know,
did
why
she
did she
expect
post
people? Like,
it?
what reaction did she expect?
It was
It's
kind
so
of
funny.
embarrassing for
That's an indication of how women just expect sympathy automatically for nothing. Like, there's a bunch of other examples of this in recent media, actually. Yeah, it's really silly.
Yeah, I mean, I think women tend to be criticized harder personally, but I just don't think that he was criticizing her. In my opinion, I think he really just seemed like a good partner to me in what he was saying.
Yeah.
Very much so.
I'm also wondering if maybe the weight gain was contributed to like the relationship not being the best. Maybe she wasn't happy. Like there's probably some deeper things to unpack there, I would say.
It could be anything. We have absolutely no idea.
But yeah, I think this is less controversial. I know people online were kind of making a lot of controversy about it, but when I read it, and I mean, I tend to be pretty, attack mode with stuff like that. But no, I think he seemed like a good partner and somebody that was just addressing the situation that she had asked for.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty shocking, though, that she took a screenshot of that and thought, oh, this is going to be such a W. Like, well, I mean, there's definitely people that sided with her. But I mean, like, just if you take yourself out of the situation, you look at the actual text message, he's being very diplomatic and polite. And he does say, hey, you gained some weight. But it sounds like there was some, we don't know what it was, but either she asked him to be upfront or honest with her about any changes in physical appearance. So who knows? But
I think even if she didn't ask before, I think it's reasonable to bring something like that up because that might like affect certain things in the relationship. Like for example, as shallow as it seems, like attraction plays a huge part within relationships, and if he feels no longer attracted to her, then that could be a thing. And also like gaining a lot of weight might indicate problems with mental health, so that could have come from a place of that too, being concerned about that, which is why he mentioned like the retreatment or whatever, like in therapy or whatever. So I think it's perfectly fine. Like if I gained a few pounds, I'd definitely want my boyfriend to help me, and if my boyfriend gained a few pounds, I'd definitely say something because like you're supposed to move forward as a couple, not move back.
I would say anything to do with looks, though, is kind of a touchy subject.
Yeah.
So
It's
you would have to
definitely touchy,
definitely approach it with like as much kindness and empathy
Yeah,
as
and I
possible.
think that he approached it perfectly fine if that were to be the case.
Absolutely.
Well, and I kind of agree with Essie. I think it's just something that's really sensitive, and it could be like a health issue. It could be a mental health issue. There's so many different reasons for that, but I think that as long as you're coming from like a place of kindness, because I see so often in marriages and relationships where a woman has like a baby, for example, and then the male is like, well, I'm not attracted to my wife anymore. Like her body isn't the same. And I think that kind of comes back to it. Like if you're not going to be attracted to the person that you're with, no matter what weight they're at or whatever, then you like shouldn't be with them.
Wait, hold on. Can you just repeat that last part? Well, go ahead.
I think that if you think that you're going to lose attraction if somebody gains a couple pounds, then you shouldn't be with that person, because women, our bodies go through changes throughout our entire life, especially when we're having kids that, you know, men also want. I mean, I see instances all the time where these men are going online or on Reddit and they're like, I'm not attracted to my wife anymore. Her body isn't the same. I don't love her anymore because her body isn't pre-baby body.
Yeah.
And I mean, like you're never going to have pre-baby body again. That's not what it is.
When a man chooses to have a baby with a woman, I feel like women always feel really bad after, and they're like, oh, like they have like this expectation that like, oh, like their husband isn't going to view them the same, you know, because your body changes so much when you have a child. Like when a man has like a kid, it's like, you know, like they're ordering a baby on Amazon Prime. Like a woman, like she's carrying the baby for 9 months. Like your body is going through so many changes. So I think that's really important. Like I feel like a lot of men do go on Reddit or even go online or anywhere, and they're just like, I don't like my wife anymore. She's not attractive, even though she just like gave birth to their child. Like it's so sad.
Well, but I mean, okay, so there's obviously a couple components. There's weight gain, and then which you do have control over. Perhaps it might take you a bit of time, but there's also like stretch marks from pregnancy. Right. Okay, so stretch marks, that's pretty much out of your control. If you get that from, you know, carrying a kid, I don't think that men should, you know, be hounding on their wives for stretch marks. But when it comes to weight gain, you know, she gained 35 pounds apparently. What's that?
I said some weight gain. In some cases, it's good weight gain, you know? But when a man is like, oh, no, I like it better when you were thinner. Like in my case, like I was very, very thin about 2 years ago. And I gained 30 pounds, and some guy was like, you're getting fat. And like, that's really hurtful, you know? Like
Nick.
You don't just say that, you know? And like some weight is good weight.
And it can be attributed to health issues. I mean, for example, like I've always been a thicker person, but I mean, I have a personal trainer. I work out 5 days a week. I lift weights. I go to spin classes. I eat healthy. I don't eat meat. I have a dietitian. I go to doctors, and I am insulin resistant. I'm not a diabetic or anything like that, but it's very, very, very difficult for me to lose weight no matter what I do. So am I supposed to be in a relationship with somebody that's going to judge me for that when it's something that's completely out of my control?
Wait, what's out of your control?
Being insulin resistant and working out and eating healthy and not losing weight.
Wait, insulin resistant?
Yes.
What is that?
It's very difficult for my body to lose weight. I'm not diabetic or anything like that, but like insulin is extremely necessary in order to lose weight, and my body doesn't accept.
Is that a medical diagnosis?
Yes.
To be insulin resistant, and
yes.
So that makes it difficult for you to lose weight.
Yes.
So even if you eat at a caloric deficit, you still can't lose weight?
I permanently eat at a caloric deficit.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Some people do have that. Yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying is like, is that fair for me to, you know, at any point in time have my man be like, oh, well, you've gained weight, like you're unhealthy, I'm not attracted to you anymore, when it's literally something that's out of my control. I mean, I literally have a trainer, I do everything I can.
I think
if
in
you're
that
taking
case,
medication
it's,
too.
Appropriate to disclose that to your partner, because if you disclose that to your partner right away, they might be less.
That's not something to really talk about. Like, oh, by the way, I can't lose weight. Like,
well, no,
that's not.
But what if what if your girlfriend or wife was one way, and then gained 40 pounds? And you're not attracted to her at her new weight? I think that, let's say it's okay with the Bebe, whatever the fuck her name is. They don't have kids. They don't have kids, so there was no pregnancy involved. If we stick to the story, she wasn't pregnant. She didn't go through a pregnancy. As far as I know, she doesn't have kids. She just gained 40 pounds, 35 pounds, whatever it was. And it wasn't even clear. He said he loved her, so he wasn't like trying to end the relationship, but she was just butthurt about this text message, I guess. I don't know.
He even still said she's beautiful. He said, I love you at any weight. So that's why I'm saying, like, I don't even think that it was malice or that he wasn't attracted to her. To me, it seemed like a conversation they were having, and she just, for some reason, felt vengeful and decided to screenshot that and post it online.
Do you guys think it would be it would be wrong for a guy to break up with his girlfriend. Again, no child in the picture. Break up with his girlfriend if she gained like 40 pounds.
I think that's perfectly reasonable, honestly. Like I said, attraction plays a huge role in relationships, and if you no longer feel attracted to that person, that's going to set your relationship back quite far. Like, that's like if a guy were to go bald, say, like male pattern baldness, and if you no longer feel, well, if someone, like, I feel like, okay, if a guy were to go bald,
Sure.
like, let's just compare the two. Like, a guy goes bald if a woman doesn't feel
Get the scroll and energy drink.
If a
Where's
guy
the
were to go
energy drink? Let's get
bald
her
and a
in.
woman were to complain about it, it wouldn't really be as big of a thing because, like, oh, he went bald. Like, I don't like him anymore. But if a woman gains weight, for some reason, that's a sensitive, touchy topic.
Go ahead.
As opposed to...
Well, relationships are for like the better and for the worse. Like, if my partner's struggling with like things that affect their, like if he had a receding hairline or something, like I still care about him on the inside. Like my attractiveness to him may differ, but like these are all things that can be fixed over time. Like if he's bald, he can get a hair transplant, or
what if he doesn't want to?
If he doesn't want to get a hair transplant, that's on him.
that
But
sort
like,
of
I'm not going to
intervention.
break up with him because he's
Yeah.
balding.
Yeah,
like
it's
I'm not
shallow.
dating
Yeah.
him
So
for his
shallow.
hair.
Yeah.
Like if a guy is going to break up with me for gaining 40 pounds for like whatever reason, like at least be willing to have a conversation with your partner about your like communication. Like talk to them about it, work through it if you can. Don't just give up. I feel like a lot of people just give up way too easily in relationships nowadays.
40 pounds would also usually denote some type of physical or mental health thing that's like really occurring. So typically the conversation would happen before you got to that tipping point.
I feel like I
right?
wouldn't be like, oh my God, like my boyfriend gained like 40 pounds. I don't like him anymore. I don't know. I feel like that's like really shallow.
You're not a
Along the
chubby
way,
chaser?
there
What's going on?
Yes, I just said I love it when my men are thicker.
You like thick dudes?
Yeah.
Well, I think I don't know if it's a
Like I really like this one guy when he can I say this real quick? I'm sorry, I like interrupted you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I really like this one guy. Sorry, I like tend to play with the cup, but I really like this one guy, and he was a little bit like chubbier, and then all of a sudden he started losing all this weight, and like started going to the gym, and like started getting like a really nice body. I kind of lost attraction. I'm not gonna lie. Like I was like, oh, like I miss my chubby man. Like there is so much more to hug. And like,
So he got fit.
Yeah.
And you started losing attraction for him.
Yeah.
I don't know. You should see a doctor about that. But I don't know if it's
squishy,
I don't.
they're fun to hug, fun to cuddle with. They're not all hard and like.
Yeah, I think it's
stiff.
perfectly within your right to like lose attraction to someone. If you were attracted to him for being chubbier in the first place and he lost weight, that's perfectly reasonable. But at the same time, like if someone started out as thin and got fat, which like and they could control it, like say male pattern baldness, you can't control that. Shaving your head, you can control that. But if they were to get fat, I think it's perfectly within the man's right to be like a step back from the relationship. I mean, sure, he should bring it up first or stop it before it's too late, stop it, whatever. But I think it's perfectly within anyone's right to like express that they don't feel attracted to their partner.
Yeah. Also, I mean, I don't know if a guy losing his hair is an apt comparison to
it's
gaining
not a
40
comparison,
pounds.
but I just meant
no,
like
not
medically.
you. I mean,
oh yeah,
I
I just meant like medically gaining weight. Like if there's like a medical reason going on, I'd say that it's like sort of on the same kind of spectrum as the hair loss thing, like male pattern baldness. But when it's something that you do have control over, like liberty over, like if you choose not to lose the weight that you've gained, and if you went to the gym and you just easily lose it like that, I'd say that it's like perfectly like reasonable to be like, hey, I don't really feel attracted to you. I don't think this is going to work out, because that also reflects the person's lifestyle. And if this person has a lifestyle that might set the other partner back, you know, you don't really want to be a part of that. And like I feel like not wanting to go to the gym, not wanting to improve, that reflects on the person as like, oh, they're lazy, they just don't want to change, they just want to like sit stagnant in this situation.
No, yeah, I see where you're getting at, but I think you can, you know, if like your partner is gaining some weight, you don't really find them attractive, I think there's a nice way to say it, like, oh, like gym date, you know? Like, you have to be like, you're getting fat. Like,
or how Bebe's boyfriend did it. Honestly, he did it great. Honestly,
Yeah,
if any guy was going to do it that way, then honey, that's fine. You can go ahead. That's
Bebe
fine.
was a little
very respectful.
There wasn't no reason to post that, Bebe.
No reason.
I don't know. Also, if she really loved him, I feel like she wouldn't really out him like that. You
Facts.
know? I
Very
feel like
true.
if I love
true.
somebody, I'm gonna protect them no matter what. Like,
Exactly.
I don't want anyone.
I'd say she was already.
Wait, hold on.
Even if I was mad.
Didn't you just say earlier on in the show something about getting revenge on an ex?
I said, yeah, like, you know, like sometimes you do want to get revenge, but like to put it out there in public and be like, I wouldn't come out here and be like, fuck my ex, like he was, you know, like say all these like terrible things about them, because like, you know, I feel like when I love somebody, I feel like I will always love them a little bit, you know, that love will never like die for them. And I also have massive respect for these people that have once been a part of my life. Like, they came into my life for a reason, you know? And I wouldn't go out of my way to like post something, especially if I have like such a huge fan base and anyone and everyone can go and like attack them for no reason, just because, you know, you needed that little hit of like feeling like validated, you know, validation. And I don't know, I feel like, I'm so sorry, Bebe, but I feel like it was a little immature, especially because she's such a huge celebrity, and like all her fans are probably gonna go attack that poor dude, like, and he wasn't even, you know, he didn't do that. He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, by the way,
checked out of the relationship.
Her boyfriend is not like super well known. Like, I think I looked him up. He's got like 10,000 followers on
that's even worse.
Instagram. So he doesn't have like the same level of.
Oh,
like,
yeah, that's way worse than.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She didn't really love him.
She
I'm
just
so sorry.
sent the dogs after him, basically. And like, so.
She wanted to get her lick.
All right, let's get a couple super chats, and we already did that one. Leon, if you ladies met a potential partner that was of the wealth and status of Jonah Hill, but with the looks of what you find a personally a 10, and they said, "Hey, babe, you can quit your job? I'll take care of us." Would you? I feel like we
already
kind
answered
of,
that.
Kind of the same
we kind of
question.
answered
Went
it,
on
but
a whole thing about that.
would you quit your job? So, but this is directed at everybody here, not just the girls who do OnlyFans. So, that was of the wealth and status of Jonah Hill. Well, okay, so Jonah Hill is he an A-list celebrity? I think he is.
Yeah.
He's not like a leading man, but he's in
No, I'd say
major
he
motion.
pioneered most of comedy as it is. Like, he pioneered it. Like,
I feel like Jonah Hill's
And
like
he's
a
been
really
producer.
huge
He
name.
like in other
Okay, so
aspects
he's
too.
millionaire. He's a millionaire. And just really quick, going back to the surfer chick situation, I think because he's a celebrity and because he's of his status, he's probably a little bit more concerned with what his partner is like putting out there on the internet, because he has a very public-facing reputation to be considerate of. But for this super chat, Leon here, looks of what you find a 10 out of 10. Okay, so the question is, would you quit your job for a guy who's an A-list celebrity or has that level status, is a millionaire many times over, and is a 10 out of 10 looks? I think this is an obvious, like,
Well, I
you
think
quit
you
your
kind of
job?
need to consider, like, what if you hate their personality?
Yeah, if
like,
we're emotionally compatible as well, then yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just because they're rich and famous and hot that's not everything.
Here, show of hands, would you quit
Most
your
likely,
job?
but like there's still a chance it wouldn't be the right.
If it's emotionally compatible, then absolutely.
All right, we have Bad ZXC here. Hey, thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. Victor, ladies in 304. Oh, God, okay. If you're upset with men setting boundaries, that is mad childish, yo. A boundary is a set of based on a level of comfortability with certain things. You can't accept boundaries, then don't be mad when men don't treat you like a lady and more of a piece of meat.
We don't give those type of men our time of day, so.
Oh.
Men that set boundaries?
No, men that
Gotcha.
Treat you like a piece of meat.
that treat us like a piece of meat.
Oh, fuck. What?
I just don't agree with you saying that if you can't accept somebody's boundaries, because boundaries go both ways.
Yeah.
So if I'm Sarah, his surfer girlfriend, and I am having the conversation and I go, well, I'm going to keep my career and continue posting what I want, so I guess we're just not going to be in a relationship. That doesn't mean that she is devoid of humanity.
Well, I'd say
Wait,
that
what?
certain behaviors might lead to men mistreating you. Like, there's certain, like, the way that you portray yourself, for example, not to, like, blame anyone, but, like, if you have, like, a history of promiscuity, it might lead men to be more...
But do you think that that's okay?
I don't think it's okay, but I think that it's, like, within
why
their...
justify it?
I'm not justifying it. I think it's within their reason to maybe react that way to you. Like, if you present yourself as a certain kind of person... If
We avoid those men.
I mean, that is a broad generalization with men and women. Like, women can make assumptions of men and how they put themselves out there as well. So, I mean, obviously,
like,
people
if
are
I
going to judge
see,
you
like,
based off of what you post and how you put yourself out there.
Yeah, but that, like, again, like, your actions and what you do, what you wear, like, sadly, it does play a big part on how people might treat you. Like, if I showed up here just in a bra or something, people would be like, oh, she's a whore. And that's perfectly within their right to assume that or think that.
But why? You said you're not justifying it, but that is justifying it, saying that it's within their right.
It's not necessarily, like, justifying it, but it's sort of like, I could see where where they're coming from. Like if I saw this like fuckboy, like some guy getting drunk at a party, like a frat guy, I might be like, oh no, I don't really want to have relations with him, you know, and I'm perfectly justified within my right. You know, people make judgments based on your character, based on what you're wearing, based on everything. I think that judgments, while they may not be like substantiated, while they may not like be true of you, I think that everyone has judgments, and
it's really hard.
Yeah.
I do make a lot of judgments, and I try really hard not to, because I personally don't want people making judgments about me. So I think that goes both ways.
Yeah.
Word. Okay. Mr. Fire and Ice. Love the show, Brian. Currently living in Japan and love my current girlfriend over here, and makes it easy to see the red flags majority of women in the U.S. What's y'all thoughts on passport bros?
Red flag.
Red flag.
Big red flag.
Why is that?
You just
why
can't
is it
get
a
a
red
you
flag?
just can't get a woman over here. That's it. So
I mean,
you're like,
could
bye,
it-
I'm
could
gonna
it
go
be
find
that-
somebody else that doesn't know anything about me, and I'm just gonna flaunt that I am from a Western state and say that, oh, I'm gonna provide for this girl who probably doesn't have an education or is looking for a way out. So, red flag. Red flag, sir.
I think that maybe, this is me making an assumption, but that passport bros just have a fetish for exotic foreign women that have traditional values. But that's okay. Everybody's allowed to have their
Is it
fetishes.
a fetish to want a woman with traditional values?
I mean, if they're outsourcing it specifically from anywhere else to have a foreign woman, I would say so.
But if it's devoid in the States, then wouldn't they go elsewhere?
It's not
I'm
devoid
sure
in the States.
we have one
It's
right
pretty
here.
It's a lot more
difficult.
difficult to
It's pretty
find.
bad.
We have one right
In
here.
Western countries.
You're saying
One
so like
of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So she's 1 in 10. So apply that to the general population. It's really not that easy for the average guy.
I'm sure that if he wanted to, he could find
Yeah,
one.
why go all the way? Like, why make this huge, treacherous journey to, like, go find a girl?
Treacherous. I mean, it's
They're doing
pretty
spells
safe.
and shit. Like,
No, because he's literally, like, pioneering. Like, when you think of it, he's like...
Is he on the open seas in like the fucking Mayflower? Like, hello?
that's what they
I'm
act
sure
like.
it's not easy talking to
weeks.
foreign women.
They all got scurvy.
No, I'm sure it's not that easy, like, going out and, like, talking to, like, foreign women, you know?
I mean, I just think it's really bizarre to say that it's not available in the United States. There's 150,000
You'll find a
women
bunch
that
of women
exist
there.
in the United States, and if you go to especially more conservative areas of the country, I am 1,000% sure that it wouldn't be a 1 in 10 situation if 10 women sat down. It would probably be way more trad wife in Texas and in Louisiana, Mississippi, etc. than
Yeah.
it is here. We live in Los Angeles.
Right.
I mean,
Also, it's probably 1 in 10 because I'm sure many traditional women are outsourcing to go on a controversial podcast to like put themselves out there in the public eye. So of course it's going to be 1 in 10. I feel like that's a weird
oh,
statistic.
we got Exhibit A over here.
Right.
She's waiting until marriage. She's been celibate for 3 years and 4 months. How many days has it been? Into Mike.
I don't do math. How many days?
Yeah, how many, like what?
What do you mean days?
Like I need it to the hour.
Oh, God, Ryan.
This hour.
3 years, 4 months, 22 days, and 12 hours.
Yeah, 9:25
Okay,
p.m.
that's exactly what it is. Rock and roll. So yeah, he's currently in Japan, Mr. Fire and Ice.
Can I ask
and-
you a question?
What's up? What you got?
What is, like, maybe I've even asked you this before. What is, like, your dream girl?
My dream girl.
Yeah, like, perfect. Maybe not even your dream girl, but, like, what is the criteria to date you? Like, what are you looking for?
Well, that's two
what are
separate
the rules?
questions.
Right.
That's two separate questions.
Okay.
So, my dream girl, I'm going to give kind of an obnoxious answer because I feel like, dream. It's like, okay, she's a trillionaire, virgin, like 10 out of 10 looks, is a simp.
I'm not gonna find that.
Yeah, that's the dream, right? But that's like the that's
like-
my obnoxious
I
answer
feel like
to that
women
question.
are much more realistic with their dream.
No, well,
men.
I'm being a little facetious there.
Literally,
but
like, some girls will just be like, oh, like, he's
My-
tall. That's it. And then we're like, oh my God, he has to be tall. You hate short men. Literally.
So, okay, wait, what's your
Gotta be careful.
So your question is, oh, hold on, we'll let this come in. Then
Bender
I'll
the
answer.
Offender donated
Thank you, Bender the Offender.
$99. Ladies, could it be that women in the Western world are more masculine, more argumentative, and more independent than men would really want?
You know what I mean?
No, that's
you know what I mean?
absolutely true.
It's,
True.
kind of, you know, you can find it, You just gotta look a little harder. You
No,
know?
but can I continue what I was saying?
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
I was gonna say that we'll be like, oh, like we want a tall guy, and that's literally it. That's it. Like, oh, I just want a tall guy.
Stop the cap.
Hold on. Women have much more requirements than do men.
Girl, you haven't met me. Literally.
So your only requirement is what?
Tall, attractive.
Okay.
That's it.
But define attractive. What does he need to be?
Oh my gosh, dude! Literally, like I can like the ugliest guys. Like what I find attractive will not be attractive to like any of these girls.
Okay, fine. I'm not gonna call cap on that because I remember last time you said there was a certain rapper who you.
Yes, and guess what?
He's not a handsome guy.
He actually
No offense to
FaceTimed
him.
me. He actually
What?
He FaceTimed me and
Did you
invited
smash?
me to. Dude, low key, I got humbled.
Wait. Okay. Well. Okay. Tell us this. What's his name again?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it because I don't know if I can
You already
say
said it.
I don't want to say it again.
Who's it? DJ Whistleworth?
No, because I still want a chance with him. I don't
still
want him to
simping?
see. Yeah.
Yo, anybody in the chat remember? Does anybody remember who?
He's not
the
attractive.
rapper-
You're gonna put me on the spot.
Okay, but
because
so
I love him.
so wait, he saw the video and DM'd you?
No, what happened
You DM'd
is
him.
I've been DMing this man. What happened was that I was going to one of his concerts. I've been to like so many of his concerts, but I was going to one of his concerts, and he said that he said this city he was going to be in, and was like posted a picture, and all I commented was "See you tonight, baby," and then he DM'd me, he FaceTimed me, and then he invited me to hang out with him after the show.
Can you give us hints as to who it is?
How did you get humbled too? What do you mean?
Because when he FaceTimed me, he's like, "You look really young," and then I didn't hear a single word from him after that until after the show. But by the time the show had ended, it was like far away from where I live, and I was like already heading back home, and I was like drenched in sweat, like my mascara was running, I did not look cute. So I didn't do anything with him. But his lyrics scare me. His lyrics scare me. So I was like, I'm gonna
So you got.
What are his
humbled?
lyrics?
Yeah, because he told me I looked young. He's like,
What?
you look too young. And then I that was it. I thought I was
Aren't
like
you
gonna get to go
22?
back. I'm 21.
21.
But he
young.
said I look
Yeah,
young.
what are
He's
his
like,
lyrics?
you look young.
You 21. That's
Yeah.
young. Do you meant you look like a child? Like what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. He was just like, you look really young. He's
Oh,
like,
he
you
didn't
look
wanna
too
catch a
young.
case.
Yeah.
He thought you were like under 18 or something.
Yeah, maybe.
I think
Yeah.
it's the pigtails.
I didn't have pigtails on that day.
Okay.
I mean, when I was like a kid, I used to be obsessed. Like I could understand the obsession. I used to be obsessed with Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw. I don't know if you know the guy with the iPad.
Texas Congressman. That's such
Dan-
Why?
that
Why
was-
him?
I don't know. That was just my childhood celebrity crush. So I totally get the like stalkers thing, but I don't know.
And to say the song lyrics,
Oh, good.
this ain't a Millie Rock, this a money dance, and my dick ain't hard. That's a 30 in my pants.
I've never.
I know exactly what you're talking about now. I was listening to that in the car.
Really? I listen to metal. I don't know.
Same. I'm like, I don't know what that is.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Okay. How did we get onto that?
I don't know.
You're asking me what my type is. I
Oh,
think,
yeah, and
or
then I
my-
said that I like men that are usually seen as unattractive.
If I heard that as a guy and someone asked me, well, like, wait, did you tell him that? Like that's what your type was? Or?
No, why would I tell him
I'm
that?
sorry, I misheard. I thought you.
I'm
straight
just
up-
saying that usually
Sorry.
my type tends to be guys that
Oh.
people don't really find attractive. And honestly, good
Yeah,
for
but
me
he's a
because then
rapper.
nobody wants him. Yeah.
Okay. But okay, you got into that because I was saying, well, I think women demand a lot more from men than do men demand from women.
Yeah, and I'm
But you
saying-
disagree.
Yeah.
Who should pay on the first date, men or women?
Oh my gosh.
And I know we do have to talk about that one, but
Whoever invites you. And I'm not inviting anyone out to dinner. I am the chooser. I am the decider. I choose who do I want to go out on a date with. And if he's asking me and inviting me out on a date, then he's got to pay. What? You don't like my answer?
well, I mean, like whoever. It's just like, okay, whoever asks should pay, but I never ask. Well, okay.
Then how do you
Just
go
say
on
men.
dates?
Just say men should pay, huh?
Okay, then men should pay.
Word. Okay, so to answer your question, you wanted to know what I'm
Yeah,
looking
I
for?
want to know what your.
I got a list. I pulled up a list here. I got it. I got it
Oh,
on
wow.
a notepad.
Do you like when you find a girl that you like do you like check all this stuff off and you're like, okay, meets this, meets that?
Well, okay, some of these are a bit more like flippant, but let's see. So is it dream girl or is it just what I'm looking for?
Just
Okay,
what you're looking for.
large labia, very important.
Large labia.
Got to have large labia, otherwise, you know.
Do you eat it?
Short women, huh? I have. Wait, do I like? You're talking oral sex?
Yeah.
I haven't gone down on a girl since the Bush administration.
Oh my goodness.
No.
There is something going on that men do not like to go down on girls anymore.
Based.
That's okay. I will.
Based.
No, really, one time I was like gonna hook up with this guy, and I was like, okay, like, you know, and then he's like, oh no, I don't do that.
Based.
And then he's
Fucking
like, I'm
legend.
He's like,
What a
I'm only
fucking
gonna do
legend.
that for my wife when I love her.
I'm a fucking legend. That's right, you see that clutchness? I am fucking clutch!
That's what's up.
Would you? But if you had well, I know you don't want to get married, but if you
Nah,
like really loved somebody.
Really loved
So
somebody.
that's sad. You've never pleasured a woman, Brian.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Do you really think
I pleasure
women?
women.
Do you think women are?
I pleasure women.
Do you think most women don't finish off of penetration?
That's why
it's
you
very
gotta
rare.
bring some toys into the picture. You know what I'm saying?
Hitachi.
Just
The
throw some
toys are the one that's doing the pleasuring, not you.
No, hey, hands get the job done. Hands get the
No,
job done.
they don't. They don't. And whoever's saying that's doing it for them is lying. They're
Bro,
just saying that to make you feel better, Brian.
What, are you in the bedroom? What's going on? Are you fucking just?
No, I'm just.
Are you
I'm telling
like
the
in the
truth.
corner crying? Like what? How do you know about my escapades?
Because
and
most women lie
rendezvous?
about that stuff.
That's not true.
Women, have you lied?
Trashy
have you lied
women
about a
lie
man
about
making
that.
you finish? Raise
I
your
have
hand.
faked an orgasm.
Yeah.
Really? Yes. You've never lied.
I'm very adamant about communicating if I have or haven't finished with my partner because I like to, you know, reciprocate pleasure. So
Yeah.
I'm very honest. If I don't come, I'll tell him. And usually he's like sad. He's like, oh, I want to be able to do that for you.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad thing to like fake an orgasm. You're shooting yourself in the foot if you're doing that as a chick. Like
Well, that was when I was younger. Now I would try to teach them, coach them, you know, but I think it would definitely involve oral.
Yeah.
Also, like, there's
Exactly.
there's this huge shame about like if a guy can't get a girl off. Like, let's be fair. It's much harder. Hold on.
There's no
Some
shame.
some women are like can come like some women just come like 10 seconds. It's insane, and then multiple orgasms, whatever. But then there's other women who they can't even get themselves off alone. There's some women like that too. So the orgasm response is much more varied in women, and it's also, for example, I would say that most guys, obviously, you know, there's different anatomical features, but like, if a girl was just honestly, like, put her in doggy position, doggy style, or she could just be a what's the term, like a dead horse?
Pillow princess?
Pillow princess.
Oh,
thank
pillow
you.
princess.
Dead horse. What the fuck? That's some weird shit. I don't know.
Starfish?
Okay, she's just. Let's say a girl's a pillow princess. You put 99% of men in that scenario, they can make themselves come. But if a guy's just laying there, do you think most women could make themselves come if he's not doing anything?
No.
I would say no. So the orgasm response is very different between men and women. So I think, like, you know, it's harder. It's a little harder.
I have another question.
Okay.
It's a little off topic,
All right,
but
what you
not
got?
really off topic.
What you
But
got?
do you get post-nut clarity? Like, do you believe in that? Like, do you think the girl is ugly after? Or you're like, oh, what am I doing?
I don't. I have had that experience, but it's more so like, I just like I have no more interest in sex like after climax. It's just like, all right, go over there. You know?
No
I'm
aftercare?
kidding. I'm kidding. Huh?
No snuggling, no cuddling after?
You know.
Beware.
Obligatory 2 minutes. Of
Beware. Literally. Beware.
But what's okay? So
I get the worst post-nut clarity.
What
Like,
the
I'm
fuck?
in a constant state of like, if I was in a constant
So
state
you're like
of
a dude?
clarity, maybe. Like, I
so
don't know.
you nut, and you're like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah, that's actually with my ex-boyfriend. Like, that would happen multiple times where I'd be like, I am so sorry, I can't continue.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah,
I
like
don't
it
know, I
was
would
like a
just
really
off
weird
myself.
thing. Maybe I just wasn't like,
the fuck?
maybe I wasn't like as emotionally connected with him as I thought I was. But that's actually happened a few amount of times where I've just
I
been
think
like,
if it's happened a few amount of times, like you should just step back and maybe evaluate why it's happening. Like maybe you're just like entering unfulfilling relationships, or if they're just hookups, maybe that's why you feel that way.
yeah, that could be
I think
true.
it's
But
just
even when I
more-
was in a happy relationship, I was like, that would still happen. And then I was like, maybe I don't really like him as much as I do.
Yeah, that could be true, but I think you're destroying your like perception of like intimacy in relationships. If you do hookups, I don't know your personal story.
I don't really do hookups.
Well, if you
I
do,
only really hook up with like if I really, really like
I think
the guy.
in general, hookups, not that I've done it with anyone, but I think in general, like hookups.
Stop the cap.
No, I sincerely haven't, but like I think that it does like destroy intimacy, and I think just like having a culture full of that just like.
That's like a whole another conversation.
I know, it's a
whole another conversation.
But, like,
okay,
on
so
the
let me
topic of
touch
feeling-
on the couple things here, then we'll get back to the super chats. So okay, and I will open this up to the rest of the panel. So we were talking about oral sex, and you were kind of like, "What the fuck, Brian? You don't go down on the ladies."
Yeah.
You know, look,
You're not pleasuring
I'm not allowed. Listen, it's a preference. It's a boundary of mine. I don't.
What boundary?
It's a boundary.
Are you scared?
It's a
Are you
boundary.
scared?
babe.
Are you scared?
I'm not scared.
What if the girl was like, okay, I'm not going down on you if you're not going down on me?
I mean, I suppose that's if you want to make it an equality argument. I suppose it's reasonable. Although, I think that would be more. That's more like if her standard before I revealed this was she doesn't like giving head. That's one thing. But then to me, it seems almost vindictive. You won't do this. It's like tit for tat. You won't do this, therefore I won't do that.
Yeah, some girls are petty like that.
I wouldn't say it's tit for tat. I would just say it's like reciprocating pleasure. If a man isn't willing to do that certain thing for me, then I'm maybe not as willing to give a blowjob to him. You know what I mean?
And I understand the argument about reciprocity, but I don't necessarily think just because your partner isn't comfortable with doing something doesn't mean that you necessarily have to be like, well, you won't do it, so I won't do it.
But maybe girls are only used to doing it when it is reciprocated. So, for example, if they're not getting that pleasure in return, they may not actually enjoy it, but if they're getting equal amount of pleasure back from the man going down, then they're going to be like, okay, it's justifiable to do that. So that new information may change the situation.
Yeah, I mean, but not everyone likes every sex act. I mean, I'm trying to think of
Did you have a bad experience?
Yeah.
Did you?
No, not really.
What was wrong with that pussy, Brian?
Yeah,
Tell us. What was
wrong?
wrong with that pussy?
This is a safe space.
Tell us the truth.
It's more so, okay, I mean.
Your face is getting red.
Is there?
It is.
I know.
Okay, you need to tell us, please.
Yes.
You're blushing. You're blushing.
I'm not blushing.
Yeah, you are.
I got naturally red cheeks.
No, you're literally blushing. Chat, is he blushing?
I got naturally red cheeks.
Do a close-up.
Look, okay, so there's a couple things, right? So first off, certainly you shouldn't do it in like a one-night stand or like a friends with benefits where there's no there's no exclusivity that's been established. I would find that, and I don't do it even within the confines of a relationship. However, the idea of like going down on a girl and she just like fucked a dude yesterday, to me, I would be very uncomfortable with that.
But if you just
In the same way, like,
Because you'd feel low-key gay, huh? like low-key
it's
that's
not.
kinda
It's
gay,
just
huh?
no.
What?
It's not about. It's not like that. It's more just like. It's just
But you said that could be applied to a relationship
Yeah.
too. So if she's in a relationship, she's not getting dick down the day prior.
Right.
Well, some people move in interesting ways.
Well, we
in
pray and hope
relationships.
that she would not be, right?
But let's
And
assume,
her
fine. Let's be
standards.
charitable. Let's assume that she's definitely faithful and
Yes.
loyal. Well, okay. I mean, then it's just like, okay, here's another. I guess we can call it. I call it a boundary. Some people consider it a hang up. I don't like to kiss after a girl's giving me head. How about that?
Oh my gosh, Brian, get out of here. Get out.
That's reasonable.
No, you're canceled now.
No, it's like
yeah, 'cause that's low-key
maybe
kinda-
like
that's
That is the most.
That's low-key kind of
Okay, never
gay,
mind.
huh? Like, 'cause
what the fuck? No, it's not. It's not that. It's just like
no, because you said.
it's not gay.
Well, no.
All right then. What if the girl was like, "I'm not gonna suck your dick after you like went inside, penetrated me because that's gross."
Yeah.
What if? Brian, like you're just not secure.
No, I'm secure. I'm secure.
No, you're not.
No, it's just boundaries.
How can you really appreciate large labia without getting your face buried?
Exactly.
Why is that your preference?
Right.
Yeah.
Why? Huh? What? You actually want me to articulate
Yes.
why I like large?
Yes.
Okay.
He just likes to go
I
like
will
this
tell
with it.
you. I will tell you. I'll tell you, but show of hands, who here has a large labia?
How do
What
you
the
know?
fuck, Brian?
What? This is a reasonable question to ask
Not
somebody.
like we look every day.
I don't even
What
know
do
what
you
you would
mean?
consider large.
I know. I don't even know.
Like, what are we comparing it to?
The inner, the outer. What are you talking about?
I would pull up a photo, but it might be.
You want a fat pussy? Is that what you want?
Doesn't it change
Is that
size
what
if
you
you're like
want?
turned on?
A labia,
Yes,
like
yeah.
inner or outer labia. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, it's
There's
like
inner or outer.
lips.
I feel like it gets big if you're like.
No, that's
horny
only your
or,
clit.
you know,
Your,
like,
no, your
intimate.
No,
your
that's
clit
not
gets
right.
engorged.
I mean,
Okay,
there's
okay.
blood,
Yeah, that's what I
there's
mean.
blood flow, but it's more like an anatomy thing that's there all the time, and then I'm a fan.
Do you like camel toes then?
No, no. So,
Sure,
so
camel
Tell
toes.
us why.
nice.
Tell us
Big
why.
No,
fat
Straight
camel
away.
toe.
no, no. So there's a labia minora, which is the structure that's outside of it, and then there's a labia majora,
Right.
which is like the lips of the vagina,
Right.
and then the vagina itself, and then there's like, yeah.
Yes.
I think what
Anatomy
he's referring to
with
is
Science
Now-
class. Yeah.
Biology class.
yeah. I really love biology.
Look,
Anatomy class.
look. Okay, here's the thing, right? So first off, and I know we were talking about, within the confines of a relationship. Look, definitely you can't be doing that shit if it's like a one-night stand or you just met the chick. Like, you don't know. She could have fucked a dude last night. So of course, under those circumstances, absolutely not. The other thing, like if you're, I don't know.
He
I
just
got neck
doesn't
problems,
like it.
okay?
He just doesn't like it.
I don't like it. Why can't I
He
just
just doesn't like it.
see?
I-
Why?
that's-
Why is
he
that?
just doesn't like it.
What I don't get is there's such a pushback for guys if they won't go down on a girl.
Because women are always expected to go down on the guy.
He just doesn't
That's
like
not
it.
true. Like, why can't?
That is true.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not true.
There's always like the guy pushing your head down.
I would first off. I would.
just
What if
doesn't
I
like
start
it.
grabbing the
He
guy
just
and I'm
doesn't like
pushing
it.
his head down? I'm gonna start doing that.
No, he just doesn't
I'm
like
gonna start
it.
doing that.
He just doesn't like it.
Okay,
He just doesn't
based
like
off
it,
of my
period.
own personal experience, that is true because I had been seeing this guy, and after a few dates, he asked me the question of, I was wondering why you didn't go down on me the first time we had sex. Like, I was really expecting that.
You were
So that's
expecting.
my
wait, what?
personal example. The man was expecting me to go down on him the first time we had sex, and I didn't. And he
That's-
was curious as to why I never did that because he said that's expected to him every time you have sex with a woman.
I have a question for
I mean, I don't think anything
the
is
ladies.
expected, but
The first time you ever did like something with a guy, did you get eaten out first or did you suck dick first?
Suck dick first.
Suck in.
Actually, I 69.
Okay.
She's even. Yeah, it's fair for her.
oh my
But there have been guys where they wanted to go down on me and I wasn't comfortable, but I just did it to them.
Yeah.
Because sometimes like it's a comfort thing. I feel like
Sorry.
I mean, that's
Like-
I wouldn't have a guy go down on me the first time either.
Yeah,
like,
sometimes
it's
I
like
don't
a
feel
comfort
comfortable.
thing.
Yeah.
for sure. But I do think that most men expect it.
Yeah.
I also like getting other people
Disavow.
off. Like that gets me
Disavow.
off. Like pleasuring other people. So I don't necessarily always need it in return.
I don't think you hear, like, if a girl doesn't want to go down on a guy, I don't think there's like the same degree of shaming as when a guy doesn't want to go down on a girl. Like, oh, you're not a munch? Like, what's wrong with
Really?
you?
No, I
Bro,
feel like
every
no.
single girl at this table, when I was like, yeah, I don't really like to do it. You're like, oh, who hurt you, Brian? What's wrong with the pussy? Da-da-da, like all this shit. I'm like,
He
yo.
just doesn't like it. He just
Why
doesn't
can't,
like
thank you,
it.
Nev. Why
It's
can't
like-
I just, it's a boundary.
It's like I won't eat
I don't know.
McDonald's. I
It
just
is.
don't. I fucking hate McDonald's. It's gross. Like it makes me feel nasty. Like if someone waved McDonald's in front of me, I don't really want McDonald's. I'll go get Taco Bell, but I just don't want McDonald's.
But you would put your private parts in the
I would
McDonald's?
not
But I bet most of you would find it like pretty tacky or trashy if guys were like, she doesn't suck dick. She's not a dick sucker. What's wrong with her?
Most guys would never even.
in some way, like.
And I think there are a
Don't
lot of
really
women
hear
that
that because-
don't prefer to give blowjobs that
Yeah.
still do because the man expects it, and if they don't, they're afraid of like what they might say or what the repercussions would be.
Yeah. If you don't suck that guy's dick, you're not getting called for a second date.
And they talk about it to their friends too.
Yes, they
Wait,
do.
they-
She doesn't suck dick.
Exactly.
What?
Yeah, they're gonna tell their friends, be like, don't get with her, she doesn't suck dick. But
Guys,
anyway.
yeah,
wanna
yeah,
go with his friends
you
anyway.
guys, hold on. I wish I had another dude here for a little backup, but okay, guys are not sharing the details of their sex lives.
Yes,
they
they
are.
are.
Hold on, let me finish.
Brian,
the
you're just shy.
No, hold on.
You're a shy little man.
I'm not. No.
Sorry, I love calling people little man.
Okay. Men are not sharing the details of their sex lives to the same degree that women are sharing their sex lives with their female friends.
I do not talk about my sex life with my female
Well,
friends.
good for you. I'm not saying all women do it. However, it's kind of a known thing that like a girl is going to share, like literally hours or the next day after she hooks up with a new guy, she gets with her girlfriend or gets with her group, and that entire group or her singular girlfriend is going to know the size of the guy's dick, how long he lasted, all these fucking details. Guys aren't talking about this shit with their guy friends.
Men will show their girlfriends nudes to their guy friends. I've
That's
seen that happening multiple times.
Or there's sex tapes.
I have heard of that, but I would never, like, I'm a very discreet person when it comes to my relationships.
you, Brian.
I would never disclose.
Are you seeing anybody right now?
Huh?
Are you seeing anybody right now?
What?
Are you seeing anybody right now?
Who knows? You never know.
Ooh, he's a private man.
You never know. It could be, I think it's something.
Can I ask you another question?
Hold on, let me finish my thing. Let me finish my thing here. Very discreet individual. I would never share a girl's nudes with anybody. I would never share them. I would never. Bro, if a guy, for example, let's say I had like crazy monkey sex with a girl the first time, and I'm hanging out with like a male friend of mine, the next day, he might be like, yo, Brian, so how was it with fucking Becky? And I'd be like, it was good. That's it. I'm not disclosing, and like, I'm not saying, that's it. I'm just, oh, it was good. We had a good time.
Men
Do you
learn.
think that's the industry standard for males?
I think
you're an outlier.
Maybe I'm an outlier, but like,
I think that's a little bit of an outlier.
I'm very discreet about that shit, like, because just out of respect for the potential partner, whatever it may be.
Ask chat. Do you guys do that? Yeah. Can you?
They're not
I
going to
feel like
tell
that
the
also
truth.
has something to do with age.
Someone said yes.
Like, Brian, you're an older guy. You're an older guy, right?
I mean, even when I was younger, I never was like,
Okay.
oh, I fucked some chick yesterday. Like, I was never, I don't know. I just thought that's kind of disrespectful.
Good for you, Brian.
Disrespectful.
Good.
So, yeah, we could ask the chat. I don't know if the chat's doing that. But, yeah, as far as me not wanting to go down, look, I got some neck issues. It hurts my neck.
Oh, my gosh.
You've seen the ice packs. I'm icing my neck.
My
and shit,
throat has been sore for days
What the
after
fuck?
giving head.
Literally.
You don't hear me complaining.
Oh.
Or like jaw pain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Literally.
By the way, this is haram, so let's move on off of this topic. But
It's fun, though.
oh, and I guess just some other things. Oh shit, hold on. You asked me what my type was.
Yeah, I was going to say, what age? Like, what age are you looking for?
Age?
Yeah. Are you looking for a younger woman, an older woman? I'm just curious.
Do you like him or something?
No.
What the
I'm just
fuck?
really curious. He's always asking us questions. Why can't we ask him
You
questions?
know what we should do?
Anai.
Okay.
Say
You know what we
it,
should
say
do?
it.
We should like
Wait, say it.
record like for content, like go on a date and like record the date.
Did
What
I
do you
not
think?
did I not ask you on a date? I literally asked you on a date.
So
You
I
mean
mean,
like
she's
in our
paying.
messages?
Yes,
Oh.
that's what I said. I asked you. I literally DM'd you. I was like, Brian, let's go on a date. I'll pay because I know you'll appreciate that.
What?
Literally.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you wanted to talk about the show. You're like Brian. I want to make sure that you're not going to embarrass me. So I was like, I thought
Yeah,
that's
and
what you're
so
doing.
far you're doing a good job.
Well, thank you very much. But
No, we can talk about more things.
what? Huh?
Yeah, we can talk. Like, we can have decent conversation. What did you do today? What are you gonna do tomorrow?
Yo, did you see that Luffy? They're gonna animate his Gear 5, like Joy Boy, like One Piece, like they're animating. I don't know. You just brought up conversation, but like, you know Luffy,
The fuck are you talking about? Okay.
Monkey
what?
D. Luffy. They're gonna animate Gear 5, like in August. I'm like so excited.
Wow. I will not know how to proceed in life without that
Yeah,
valuable
no.
information.
It's like
Thank you for sharing
the
that.
event of the summer.
Um,
I don't know. Sorry.
but we should record we should live stream a date.
Yeah.
We'll
I'm down
put
for that.
like a cloth on the table. We'll dim the lights, and
I'm down for that.
Do you think that'd be?
What will we talk about though?
That's a good question. Madison will be our server. She'll like bring food, and wine, right, Madison? Back there. Yep. Okay. My type. I like short women. Okay, it's not like a deal breaker though. Like if a girl, like I'll date a chick who's 6'5". I don't care, but I have a slight preference for like short women. I'd say. Like
But what
4
about their age?
Yeah.
Oh,
You just said
age?
height.
I'll date. I mean, actually, I feel like.
What's
old are
too
you?
young? What's too young
I'm
for
34,
you?
so I've been like, I actually recently, like a lot of the women, I've been like dating older recently, like I feel like a little bit. I don't know.
Okay. How
What's
old?
young? What's
like
young?
for example, like a year ago, I dated like a girl who's like 44. You know, that was like a year ago, something I think.
Oh.
All right.
What's
like
young
it.
though?
What's young?
What would you?
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, I would date. I wouldn't date a single mother. So like, but I'll date 18 to 40.
18?
What's wrong?
40.
But what do you still consider young?
What do you mean?
Like under 30? Like what do you still consider to be young?
18 to 25,
25,
26,
okay,
I
got
think.
you.
I
That's
mean,
your
Mr. Leonardo DiCaprio over here.
But they don't age out with him because, you
okay.
know, he
Yeah.
dated a 44-year-old, so.
True.
yeah. To her credit, I mean,
It's on
no
a spectrum.
kids, you know?
I've dated mostly younger guys, so.
Really?
she was
I
Asian.
could never date
You know,
a
she's
younger
she's
I'm
guy.
really
Asian,
into
so-
older men because I don't know if it has like I have a really good relationship with my father, and like I know like I guess like apparently like an older man has something to do with that. Well, apparently I'm not saying it does, but like I had a pretty good relationship. I don't know. Most of my boyfriends like have been like younger than me. Like growing up like high school, they were younger than me, and then I'm like I don't know.
I've dated older and younger, and I have a great relationship with my dad.
Me too.
If that matters.
I don't know.
That's just what I heard.
Relationship with
That's
my
just what I
father.
heard. That's just what I heard. That's
Let's
just-
see, what else? Okay, here's another thing I like. Her parents made her do at least 3 years of violin or cello.
Really
Why?
niche.
Very specific.
I will also
Very
accept
specific.
piano, but preferably violin or cello
So it has to be a musical instrument.
because the hand dexterity. you
That's
know?
exactly what
That's
I was going
very-
to say.
Hand
She can go like
dexterity.
this for a long
Very
time.
important. That's typically going to preclude, you know, that pretty much limits me to mostly Asian women.
So are you a passport bro?
No, although maybe I should move. Maybe I'm moving to, who knows. Peace is good. Peace, you know. Don't like quarrelsome women, you know.
Don't you?
I like more I typically prefer more introverted women because I feel like I'm more introverted. I like kind of nerdy, shy-ish women who may be a little shy, a little nerdy is good, I guess.
Where are you
You like
meeting these
nerdy women,
women?
but you
Yeah.
don't know
How
what
do you
One
meet
Piece
these
is.
girls?
Well,
Have you ever been on a date with a girl like that you've invited onto the panel? What's that smell? It smells so weird.
what the fuck?
I don't know. It smells so.
No comment on that, but let's see. And no offense to any of the ladies here, I don't like women with plastic surgery.
Why?
It's not. What do you mean?
I don't think anyone here has. Who are you saying that to?
I mean, no offense. Like, it's just not my. You know, no hate. Just I prefer women who are sans plastic surgery. If you
What
know
if she
what
got
that
like a
means.
little nose job or something?
That's still plastic surgery.
There's
but it's
degree.
like-
Okay, there's degrees to it, right? Like.
What about Botox? That's
Filler.
just little.
Like
Just a
lip
little bit.
fillers? Okay, let's say like not me personally, like I'm not attracted to like lipo belly or like BBL or fake tits, you know, it's not here's my thing, right? With plastic surgery.
Damn.
She's like, I'm
Because
out.
I was in line, right? Here's my thing, like I would prefer, let's say a girl was totally flat, right? She was totally flat, but then she got fake tits. I would even now she's got big fucking fake double D's, right? Big fake tits, whatever. I would prefer a girl who's got small breasts that are natural over fake. Me personally.
Then that's okay. And
That's fine.
okay.
very fair.
Yeah, that's fine.
Same with the lips. I'd prefer if she just, however she was naturally, if she had a small upper lip, whatever the fuck. I'd prefer that over the fake lips.
So is like Botox and filler a deal breaker for you, or would you be okay with that, especially because it does go away over time?
It's not a total deal breaker. Again, it's scales, right? Like a lip filler, it's like, my only concern is it's a little bit of a red flag.
Why would you consider that a red flag?
It's you've acted upon,
Your vanity.
like it's acted upon, I don't know if this is the right term, body dysphoria, I don't know if that's the right term.
Body dysmorphia is when you like look in the mirror and don't register what you actually look like.
Then maybe it's dysphoria. I
No,
don't know if it's-
dysphoria is trans.
No,
Oh,
dysphoria can
dysmorphia.
apply to things outside of transgenderism.
Well, it can, but I mean,
Dysphoric
it's
feelings.
I hope I
Dysphoria
didn't
in
strike
itself
a
is a
chord.
feeling. It's describing.
no.
No, I think that's dysmorphia, no?
Dysmorphia is yes.
Dysmorphia
Dysphoria,
is like
gender
what
dysphoria,
anorexic people
yeah.
would feel, for
Body-
example, on
yes.
some level. And
Yes, exactly. Dysmorphia.
Yeah.
But so I mean, like, well, I guess like you said, there's levels to it. But I don't think that everybody that gets lip filler or plastic surgery has and definitely has body dysmorphia. I think that that's like an extreme end of the spectrum.
But like, aren't you so, and look, I could be wrong, but aren't you so dissatisfied with how your body is presenting itself that you've opted to undergo a dangerous and otherwise unnecessary and not medically indicated surgery to enhance yourself cosmetically?
Yeah, and it could reflect the mental state of the person. Like Brian was saying with the dysmorphia, dysphoria, it could show like, oh, they might be insecure, they might have a bit of problems or something.
Right, but I'm saying that's an extreme end. That doesn't mean everybody that gets plastic surgery qualifies and is under that category. I mean, I guess like...
You don't, okay, so if you get plastic surgery, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have body dysmorphia, but...
Because I mean, like Botox, for example, is just like a maintenance of your face. Like all it does is paralyze certain muscles in your face so that you don't get wrinkles. So I mean, that's kind of just like a
I'm talking.
Botox is different to fillers, though. So fillers, like girls get fillers in their cheeks, where their cheeks are literally like. And
and
you know, and then like it's crazy that some of these girls, when they get the lip fillers, it's like, do you not see how you look in the mirror, girl? Like literally, they're like big Daffy Duck lips and shit.
Yeah,
like,
there's definitely extremes to it. I actually used to work at a med spa. I was a GM at one.
Really?
Okay. I don't have anything done really, but I worked at one, and so I would see both ends of the spectrum of people that are coming in and just doing like maintenance Botox and maybe a little lip filler, and then I would see the other end.
Bender the Offender donated $99. No man wants to kiss hot dog lips.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and there's people that definitely like are super insecure with themselves and come in and get the big cheeks and get the big lips, and I would say they're more on like a dysmorphic end of things where it's not registering properly in the mirror what they're seeing, and that is sad.
It is really sad.
But again, I don't think that that's across the board with people that get cosmetic work done.
I don't know. I just saw a chat. They said something about paralyzed muscles. I don't mean to be a nerd emoji here, but she's actually kind of right, because it's really interesting. There's this disease, or there's something you can track called botulism. It's found in like canned foods, expired canned foods, and in dirt, like the virus itself. And they found a way to utilize that virus for medical reasons. And yeah, Botox does create like it does create paralysis. And botulism itself, it's really interesting because once it's in your body, you do get paralyzed within 7 hours, and it kills you. I don't know. I just wanted to mention that because it's like my favorite disease. I'm really into medical.
But you're saying that's in the Botox.
That's what Botox
they utilize.
Yeah, Botox. Botox is a neurotoxin.
Yes,
and there's lots of cases where they paralyze so much that everything starts drooping. And
it depends on how you inject it.
Really?
Yeah. The muscles literally stop working.
Yeah,
and there are actual medical things that Botox actually helps, and there's like.
Headaches.
Yeah, it helps migraines. It can help lockjaw.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of, and it can actually help with sweating.
I don't know.
So it depends on what you're doing it for sure. And I mean,
botulism is like my favorite disease.
I just think that like plastic surgery is kind of predatory in that women are like there's this culture in the media that is like, here is this beauty standard, and you had it with Kim Kardashian where it's like this really ridiculous. I mean, she's had probably, I don't know how many plastic surgeries. She had BBL, lipo, fake tits, all this shit, right? And I mean, I think there's a financial component to it of you're spending all this money. So it's like, okay, well, so there's a financial component, there's a vanity component. And I mean, I just, maybe this is it's weird. There's like two feminist positions on this. It's either, one feminist position is women should not feel compelled to undergo these dangerous and unnecessary surgeries to adhere to this beauty standard. And then the other one is, well, if it makes them happy, then you go, girl. Like, you shouldn't be shamed for wearing makeup or getting plastic surgery. Like, feel empowered, like whatever. So there's actually two divergent feminist positions on it. But I do think it's unfortunate that we put these burdensome beauty standards on women that they feel compelled to go under the knife, and anytime you undergo anesthesia, there's certain risks involved. Look, most people get plastic surgery without any sort of consequence, but there's risk of infection. I mean, I think you have to get them redone every 10 years
for implants.
The breast implants. I think you need to get them.
The implants, because now they're making
there's different ones, but you have to redo them, and then I think they're pretty safe now. But I've heard in the past that there was leaking.
And
they could leak.
And the mold.
And they're so
They made people sick and stuff.
Yeah.
So
The implants are literally prepped with like arsenic and like lead. And I don't think like honestly, what you were saying about the culture, there is a lot of pressure for like women to look a certain way. And I definitely have like an A cup or a B cup, like for sure. And so you definitely feel like, okay, well, I'm not the beauty standard. Sometimes you feel that way, then you realize, that's false. But over time I did a lot of research too, and I didn't realize like how crazy what they do to like just prep the boobs and everything. It's wild.
A friend of mine literally had to get hers taken out because they consistently gave her like a sharp stabbing pain like in the middle of her chest, and then other health issues that came up. And apparently that's not an uncommon thing. When she started doing her research, there were many people that confirmed the exact same thing. And so women need to go into that being aware of the ramifications.
It's called BII,
and oftentimes
breast implant
they're
illness.
not, because it's so normalized that like if you're uncomfortable with this, well, hey, go ahead and fix it. So it's a symptom of this microwave mentality that we have as a generation right now. I think.
And then, I mean, also as a fan of large labia, there are 10,000 unnecessary labia plasties a year performed in the United States.
He's
and
outraged.
I think it's a tragedy that women are getting they're mutilating their,
I mean, they kind of are.
And it's
mutilating their inner labia, not the part that you like.
No, it's they're getting they're chopping off the lips, son. The lips are getting chopped off, and it's a tragedy.
Like if it's like
ladies, any ladies watching who are considering a labiaplasty, my DMs are open. I will talk you out of it. I will convince you not to do it. But I mean, also, I just look. Do generally speaking, do men like large breasts? Yes, but I think like if you think about it, the guy who's really gonna care about you and you're gonna really care about him, do you think it's gonna be like the deal breaker that, like, if you had your breasts however they were before you got fake tits, is that gonna be the like? I don't know. I don't think so. You have something?
I was just gonna say I recently got my boobs done.
Okay.
And my boyfriend likes them both ways, so he loves me.
Well, yeah, but you were with him before.
Yeah.
Were you like, what was the size of before?
I mean, I'd say I had like a B probably.
Okay. And he was dating you before, But I mean, it's not clear to me. I'm not sure if women are necessarily getting plastic surgery for men. Maybe there's a component of that, but maybe
I think that both men and women play a part in perpetuating the plastic surgery industry. They very much keep it alive. Like women, for example, like Kim Kardashian, a ton of people, like just having those people as like role models. Well, I wouldn't say Kim K specifically as role model, but let's look at Kylie. She's like a billionaire. A lot of little girls might look up to her because she has like a blossoming, blooming makeup industry, and she also like has like this huge show. I think that having people like that, like as like, oh, Forbes top 100 young, whatever, having people like that just really does terrible shit to the industry as a whole. Like, you'll see new shit pop up every day. Like, you'll see buccal fat removal. Like, that was a huge thing. Like, a ton of like female celebrities started getting that, and like it just like that, like you'll find that they're putting out things that you didn't even know you should have been insecure about, like buccal fat removal. I mean, I myself have big jaw, big cheeks. That's like removing it, getting rid of the youthful.
Oh, I've heard that them give them that look, like the chiseled cheeks.
It's literally removing a muscle.
Yeah.
So your face
shrinks. Which happens naturally over time anyway, right? Like as you get older, that starts to fill out. So imagine what they're gonna look like. And
that's what the doctors are saying, that when they're
gonna
getting
get
older,
filler.
they're gonna look like an actual skeleton.
Right.
Yeah, so anyways, I think that women do play a part in contributing to the harmful industry by
I think it's both. I mean, there's
I
an
think
unrealistic,
it's both.
it's an unrealistic beauty standard from men and from women, And I mean, there's also the reverse of it too, like women that want to reduce their breasts or whatever, and you see men up in arms all the time. You're taking away God's gift. You're doing X, Y, and Z, and it's like, again,
but if that's for health
thing.
reasons, they're understandable.
Yeah, but you get the people that are saying the same thing. Like, that's a deal breaker.
Surely they're just trolling, though. They're not actually being serious.
No,
that has to be a troll.
I had a friend who had hers reduced. She was, I believe, like a G, like myself. And she went and had them reduced, and she's a Twitch streamer. And her, for like months, you ruined yourself, you ruined your body, like emails, messages, Twitch chat, everything. And it's like, but I mean, I think it's an unrealistic realistic beauty standard, whether it's a reduction or you're getting implants or whatever, you know.
Right. And that's different, your stream channel versus like a partner. Like your partner, like if you get reduced to a D, your partner's still like, I got a big titty bitch. And you don't have back pain anymore? Great, even better. Like I don't think you would have a problem, you know.
Word. Okay, but
like, I think this is similar because like in One Piece, you know, the women, they had such small breasts, but then as time waned on, they gradually got bigger and bigger.
Well, they also engorged during
pregnancy.
Yeah,
sex too. Yeah, pregnancy.
Well, just to put a little wrap up on this topic. Yeah, I mean, so okay, I'd say the two that are deal breakers for me would be BBL and lipo.
Yeah. Not the labiaplasty? Are you sure, Brian? That seems like that would be your number one deal breaker.
Sure, add it to the list.
No, because it's like
fake breasts. It's like, it's kind of a little. I'd prefer you without, but and then like.
What if they looked real? You just didn't know.
I mean,
I've got a good eye for fake tits.
Can benefit.
I've got a great eye.
How many people do you think have fake boobs at this table?
How many? Are you really inviting me to just stare at your tits right now? Okay, let me take a look.
You're the expert.
Okay, fake. You're wearing a shirt. You admitted to it.
You admitted to it.
Real. Wait.
What? I'm not even.
Real. Is that?
Yeah, I think you nailed it.
Yep.
Yeah, mine are fake. I'm okay with that.
But I don't know. It's the same with like, okay, take the lipo thing, right? I would prefer, because I've seen the lipo belly, right? I would prefer a girl with like a little teeny belly, like a little pudge, versus the flat lipo belly. You know? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You're allowed to have your own preferences. That's okay.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Also, I feel like girls with fake tits don't really go for me. I don't feel like I'm the type of guy.
Don't say that.
Chicks with fake titties go for.
Maybe you're just like omitting that aura. You don't want fake tits around you.
No, I don't know. I feel like I'm just not the type of guy that those types of girls go for. Women with small breasts
love you.
Love me.
And huge labias.
I'm irresistible to small-breasted women. But okay, all right, moving on. All right, okay, all right. Let's move on. Okay, I think I don't know how we even got there. Okay, women. Wait, with this one. Do we even address this one?
Yeah.
We're talking about passport
that was
bros.
the Japan one,
Here,
yeah.
let's try to bang through a bunch of these. Okay, the Castman 777. Thank you, man. Women who are homemakers aren't. By the way, sorry that we're just getting to these guys. I know these came in like a while ago.
Can I read it?
Go ahead.
Okay. Women who are homemakers are not performing unpaid labor. That is complete nonsense. They are paid through the husband's job. The men and women are partners in the house, and the woman is paid for her work through the husband provides.
Wow, you should be a voiceover
So
actor.
I needed to promote myself.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yo, Castman, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Yo, John Ryan, thank you for the.
Woo.
Whatever that is.
Thank you.
Bunch of simps.
Oh, Filipino peso? Merci beaucoup. I think what do they speak? They'd speak Tagalog, right? Tagalog?
Tagalog, yeah.
Tagalog. Is that what you speak, man? Tagalog. Okay, yo, Azul69. Hey, Azul, dude, good to see you back in the chat, man. It's been a minute. High ticket sale, lovely. Big fan of your country and its contributions to the world, like the EPL and Brexit. Wait, what?
No.
I'm pretty sure you're Australian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brexit is, I think that's like a.
It's English.
Yeah, it's a British thing because we're the monarchy. We fall under. We're actually colonized by the English. So I've heard of that one, but EPL, I have no clue what that is.
Word.
Yeah.
Okay. And then. Brian, who would you say is the biggest cuckoo bird? Steph Curry, Adam 22, or Bill de
What did
Blasio?
Steph Curry do recently?
Yeah, and isn't Bill de Blasio the mayor of New York?
Bro, I heard about that Adam
Or-
22 shit. That shit's wild, bro. Like that shit's
He's just
like,
making us back. Good for
Cuckoo
them.
bird?
Yeah,
Oh.
good for them.
it.
They're making hella money.
No,
Wait,
no, I
Steph
don't
Curry
like
got
that.
cucked?
I don't fucking know.
They're
I
just
don't-
getting more and more views
More?
on that video.
Yeah. But it's just like the way that
I know.
Dude, the way that he went about it, like I've jacked off to my wife getting fucked by a, like.
It's obviously a publicity stunt, but like, there's no fucking way I'm down with
Like,
my wife
bro, it's
fucking
like
another dude.
I feel like it started as a joke. I feel like they were high one night and were like, babe, what do you think would happen if you did this? And then the more they talked about it, they're like, wait, could we actually do it? Like, I bet that's exactly how it went down.
No, I think they knew what they were getting into. I think they're both pretty smart people. I think they've been in the in the industry for a really long time, and I think they know they like Adam22. He has his podcast. He interviews like a bunch of like guys, and I think he knew what the reaction was gonna be, and I think he also knows that it's such a big topic right now, and I think he knows that it's gonna get even more and more and more views, and they're just gonna get even more money. So in the long run, they're winning. They're winning. Their relationship seems pretty strong.
It's very calculated. It was very calculated,
time,
and then
you guys can have your own
Bangs
opinion
is just
about
talking
it.
right now.
Sorry.
No, but it's very calculated. I mean, you can tell because he's obviously. It's not just like they did it and then he's like embarrassed. Like he's obviously kind of.
Doubling down.
The memes
and shit. It's calculated.
He's like coping.
All right, we have
I think
John Ryan here. You looking classy and sharp, Amy. You're a fan from the Philippines. Okay.
You just did, bro. You just revealed yourself.
All right. Ninja Smokehouse. Let's see. Let's have. Who can we have read this? Let's have you read. Can you see it?
Yeah. The problem is women who assume the worst in men. Thinking is reality, not understanding that if married, you win. Did I read that right? Not understanding that if married, you win. And if he leaves you, get what was his. But instead, women choose trash men who may leave to have kids with. Stop choosing trash men.
Word.
Use Grammarly, sir.
I just hate how everyone keeps saying, oh, well, that's your fault for making a bad decision and choosing the wrong guy. But when these women are meeting these men, they're not the bad guy. Like, they're falling in love with a completely different person, It's over time that they choose, that person chooses to change, So it's not the woman's fault.
And a lot of time they put on a facade in order to get the woman that they want. And then once the woman is deep enough into the relationship and he feels like she won't leave, they start unveiling these things little by little. And then it makes it very complicated to leave.
Kind of like makeup?
What? Why do you makeup?
What?
Oh my god.
What do you
Why
mean?
do you act like makeup changes your whole facial structure?
It can.
I mean,
no, it doesn't.
A little
unless
bit.
it's like effects makeup, like talented artist that's like transforming their face into something else. A regular girl isn't doing that on the day-to-day. We're enhancing our beauty.
What's that trans girl, Nikki something though? Have you heard of her? Nikki Tutorials?
Oh, yeah.
That is a whole man previously. And I mean, still looks, years into the transition, still looks pretty like feminine, like passes. But when that makeup is on, whole different human. Like,
I think she looks the same.
Yeah, I think her facial structure doesn't change. She's just really good at makeup.
I think they do kind of look different.
I think she looks completely different. Like, no makeup to makeup, I would not think that's the same person. Like, if I met her with makeup and then randomly ran into that person at Starbucks, I would not immediately think that is the same person.
Yeah, and some people might.
That's how you know your cake is good.
Yeah. I also think makeup is an entirely different thing from a personality.
I'd say it's a skill.
I'd say like,
and that's her job.
I'd say that some people might feel deceived by it, similar to like how you might feel if a man shaves his beard and it's like he doesn't really have a chin, maybe he has a recessive chin. I'd say that it could have something like it's very similar. I think that it's like it's kind of hypocritical. Like if you say like white women's
here, I think of a more fair comparison as a guy who's wearing a hat and
fishing.
he's bald under the hat.
Yeah, sure.
Or
That too.
I think that's
But I'd
perhaps
say that like overall it's just like in a way it is deception. Like,
I think your example is good because honestly, there is girls who can contour so good that they could like contour out like a double chin, or they could like contour like
that only looks good.
Chiseled cheeks where there aren't any, and that kind of thing.
That only looks good on camera. When you really see it in person,
real life, it doesn't
look that good. It's mostly just for like the view.
Catfish.
Right.
But can we talk about all the girls here that have their hair dyed? She's wearing contacts. We're all wearing makeup. We can't just attack it. It is what it is.
That's what makes us girls.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing wearing makeup.
We bought into the culture.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not attacking. It's just simply stating that you can recognize that, yes, you can completely change your facial structure. Is that demonizing makeup? No, it's just admitting that of its capabilities. I'm very aware of makeup. Jordan Peterson literally stated that makeup should be banned in the workplace because did you know that when you put on makeup, it actually mimics the way you look when you're aroused. When you're aroused, your pupils dilate, the blood capillaries in your lips and cheeks go off, which causes your cheeks to blush and your lips to blush. And your pupils dilate when you're aroused. When you wear makeup, you put rouge on your cheeks, darken your lips, and put darker makeup. We're wearing eyeliner right now, at least mascara around your eyes, which replicates the way you look when your pupils are dilated. It's the exact same thing.
I mean, I'm not going to listen to anything Jordan Peterson says is fact. Jordan Peterson says is fact, but also there are many different types of makeup looks that I would not say what I look like when I'm
I'd say that's,
aroused.
like,
I think that's a very bizarre
No,
comparison.
as someone who's studied like medical shit, I think she is right.
Pretty
and
good
Jordan
book. I'm
Peterson
just
is
saying.
It's pretty accurate. I mean, you
that
can
is a-
dismiss it, but it's pretty accurate
book.
actually.
I'll keep living my
could
life without
mimic,
it.
Arousal, because like I did study medicine, like a bit of it, and yeah, that is right. And a lot of looks were made after that with that intention, like blush, that sort of thing. Like they were manufactured with that intent.
I mean, obviously, like ancient Egyptian makeup and shit. We're not
Yeah.
talking about that.
But that's where it all
obviously.
stems from.
Yeah,
so.
but we're talking about modern times and the correlation. And when you come to modern times, you know, this is.
But you're stating that makeup is basically in order to mimic your arousal
I'm
face.
saying it
which-
coincidentally does, not necessarily that it was made with the intention to do so, but a comparison can be drawn in a very clear comparison at that.
Back
Well,
in
let's
the
not-
30s,
let's
people
not-
look at my
It's not
face.
that
No, no,
deep.
but
It's
back
not
yeah,
that
it's really not that.
Yeah, back in the 30s, they took advantage of, like, I think it was uranium. I forgot if you've heard of the uranium girls. They took advantage of it. Like, they used it to paint, like, clocks and stuff. But they also used it because it would dilate eyes, and it would also, like, make things pop. Like, they went as far as they used uranium, and it ended up getting the girls really sick.
Based. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I think makeup is a beautiful thing. I love
Fucking
putting on my
radioactive
music
makeup.
and looking at myself in the mirror and like playing with makeup. Like it's so much fun, and that's what makes us girls. And I think there's a lot of like, do you like having a high maintenance girl? Like, would you like to have a high maintenance girl?
No.
Why not? Like
What?
a woman that takes care of herself. That's what I mean.
Do I?
Really? Because I would consider myself high maintenance because I I try to take really good care of myself. I go get my nails done. I go get my eyelashes done.
I think you could have one without the other, so I wouldn't classify like somebody who takes care of themselves as also being high maintenance. You're probably just both of those things. Because you can
I
take care
prefer
of
the
yourself
no
without
makeup,
like getting nails
the
and
no
hair and stuff.
makeup, minimal, thing,
But I think a lot of men think that they like that. I'm not saying you in particular. I believe what you're saying, but I think a lot of men say that they like that, but then they'll look at a picture of Kim Kardashian and be like, "Look at her,
She's not
natural
wearing
beauty.
makeup."
She's not wearing any
Yeah,
makeup."
that's how
and I'm like,
I feel
eyebrows,
like-
eyeliner, mascara,
Some men
foundation.
really don't
like-
have a lot of
I
comprehension
think it has
skills
to
when
do
it comes
with
to that. Because I've had some guys be like, "Are those your real eyelashes?" I'm like,
I think it has to do with
no.
moderation.
Well, yeah, but you could say like you could look at a girl and you could be like, well, she does look better with makeup on. Despite this, I still prefer her without makeup because that's how she actually looks.
I think it has to do with moderation. Like I personally, I used to be like goth, so I would wear heavy makeup, and I loved it. And I've seen a lot of like alternative looks that I absolutely adore. But I think when it comes to certain people, like what they're into, it just boils down to moderation. Like for example, like your eyelashes are fairly big. If a man like wants a girl who wears eyelashes, like oh, I'm fine with her wearing lashes, he might mean like something that hardly looks like you're wearing eyelashes.
Also, we're not like wearing full face every single day. Like at work, zero makeup. I work healthcare. You
But-
cannot wear makeup. Your face will break out.
Yeah, I think that
Word.
like it's just it boils down to moderation. Like a guy like if he wants a girl with dyed hair, he might not want like some crazy color. He might just want like
Let's move on. We have
I feel like men.
Barry here. Hold on, we gotta move on just to get caught up. Yo, F&F would destroy all these OF girls wrong, but just notice how they talk over and yell to force their point. Exceptions don't make it a fact. It's disappointing that the Mexican queen has a boyfriend. Keep your head up. I believe that's for you. Facts over feelings, www, Brian. Thank you, Barry, for your donation, man. Appreciate it. We have, did we do, did we do? Yeah, no. Brian, you have said that the genie of feminism is not going back in the bottle, but history proves otherwise. Look at Iran, 1970 versus today. The West is in for a backslide of epic proportions, back to truly oppressive patriarchy. Very scary for women from testing tolerance. Well, I mean, there's a lot of immigration in Europe, which, I mean, that's another, so you could... Iran is a little different, though, than a lot of Western countries in the U.S., but I mean, that's getting into some politics stuff, so.
The slide back in Iran was due to a political coup in Iran, and that's why they had that, and it was an American and British coup in Iran. So we kind of are the people that enforced that. But I think he's more so talking about like the rollback of Roe versus Wade and things like that in America.
I don't think that's what he's talking about.
Really? You don't?
No, I don't think that's what he's getting at.
I mean, he's saying that because Iran in 1970 was very progressive and it was like very feminist.
It was.
And then he's saying the West, which would be America and like Europe, is in for a backslide of epic proportions to truly oppressive patriarchy, which would kind of fall under like Roe being rolled back and things like that.
Well, it's not clear to me. It's not clear to me if Roe v. Wade getting rolled back is due to patriarchy, because I think there's actually more women who are pro-life than there are men who are pro-life.
Roe versus
Not
Wade wasn't
necessarily
overturned
that.
with the intention of absolving abortion rights. It was
Let's not talk. I don't really
Yeah,
feel
it's
like
a
talking
lot.
about
Like,
it.
it's a very heavy.
All right, we
I know it's heavy topic,
we
but
have
I just
Austin. Zip it good. Okay, Austin Smith, thank you very much for your blank $100 super chat, man. Thank you. We have Eyes Wide Shut 1989. Merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50. I don't know if you're from the Canadian speaking part. We have the smartest people are the ones who are quietly listening and absorbing everything that is being said around them. The chatterboxes are too busy listening to themselves to really understand what they're even talking about. Take note, Bangs. Do you have anything to say to our Canadian brother?
I feel like I've been actually listening a lot. So.
Oh. Okay. All right. We have Austin Smith here. This is the message I meant to send. For the girl to hate on the man for having a foreign wife. My wife is Thai. She's college educated, has her own business, and beautiful. I was in the military. I've never had an issue with getting a woman. Yeah, we did kind of briefly touch on the passport bro things, but it kind of derailed a little bit. So who here, does anyone here object to or think it's kind of like funny that dudes are going overseas? One thing that is interesting to me, and I know I just asked a question without letting you guys respond. One thing that is interesting to me is, you have a lot of guys going overseas to find women, but you don't really hear about guys coming to the U.S. to find women. You know what I'm saying?
In Mexico, yes.
What?
In Mexico, yes. Like, all you got to be like,
You
I
think-
got papers, and they want you.
Yeah, but that, like, for actual, genuine, romantic, I mean,
Well, I don't necessarily think that passport bros are finding genuine romantic connections
they just
either.
wanna-
The women want papers or
I think-
some sort of escape from their life, and then
The
the
man is
men are
gonna
just
provide it.
the man just wants to provide and have a trad wife that he can bring to the United States. So they're both. It's kind of a transactional deal.
Yeah.
Either way that you're slicing it. And his situation's different. I mean, you were in the military and you met a woman, I'm assuming, while you were on base in another country. That's like completely different than being a passport bro.
Right. So good for him.
Yeah.
Good for you. Austin. But look, I think what's happening is a lot of men are not finding success with dating in the West, in the United States, and so they're going to where they are appreciated, which is overseas. If you can't find women who appreciate you, then they're going elsewhere.
Yeah, but I think in a lot of cases that they're expecting something that they're never going to get. I mean, there was a clip that went viral, like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, of a guy that was a passport bro, went to Morocco to find a traditional wife, and he was being set up by a matchmaker. And the woman was like, okay, yeah, I'll be the traditional wife, but you have to pay for everything. And he was like, wait, you're not 50-50? And she's like...
Was this like a setup TikTok? Like
No, this was on 90 Day Fiancé. So
Yeah,
it was a
I was about to
legitimate...
say that.
It
I was
was,
about to bring that
yeah,
up
it
now.
was
Have you guys
90
not
Day
watched
Fiancé.
90 Day Fiancé.
mean-
Never heard of it.
It's a good show.
It is
I
actually
would recommend
fantastic.
watching Anfisa. She's the best.
Oh, Anfisa was the best. She was a
Yes,
queen.
she was.
Is Morocco the premier
Anfisa,
destination for
one that
passport
abused
bros?
that guy.
Well, it's one of them because it's
Morocco?
where traditional women are. I mean, Moroccan women are heavily traditional.
Have
they
fun
want to be
dating
the
a headshot
homemaker, the
top.
bread. They want him to be a breadwinner.
Is Morocco an
More
Islamic,
Muslim. Yeah.
Islamic country?
That was good.
Yeah.
But typically when you hear of passport bros, you either hear Latin America or you hear
Asia.
Yeah, Asia. So, I mean, I suppose if you're Muslim, then
It's the same traditional standards and values. But so a lot of these men go over there thinking they're going to find the American set of values of a woman that'll pay 50-50 with a man and also have a traditional wife, when that's not going to happen. And like that clip went viral, and that is not the only case of that happening. They think they're going to find a 50-50 woman who's also going to do all of the household chores and take care of the family and do everything else and wait on him hand and foot while he doesn't want to pay for everything and provide.
I mean, I can't speak for all the men that are passport bros, but it's maybe a bit of a straw man to say that these guys who are passport bros are expecting like they want to do 50-50 with traditional women.
Well, I'm saying this off of something that actually like was already perpetuated online. I mean, obviously,
a reality TV show where producers are intentionally stoking controversial stories.
They're like real situations. It's not really interference. I mean, like they're real relationships and marriages.
I mean, reality shows are like notorious for being scripted. And
no one's getting
married. Yeah, no one is moving to another country for a reality show that they're not getting paid for. Like.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen the show, so I can't speak to the specifics of this.
You should watch it. I feel like you'll have a lot of.
You would have a lot of content from that for sure.
I'm sure.
But
okay.
and I'm not saying that it's every single passport bro that's looking for that and thinks that that's gonna happen. But I mean, they're definitely out there.
I'd say that some moments in that show, because I've seen that show, my parents forced me to watch it. I'd say that some moments are scripted and other moments aren't. Like the situations that they get in, like might not be. I mean, are kind of set up to go a certain way. But some parts aren't scripted, but I wouldn't really like base an entire argument on that show specifically because of its history. Like, especially like there's been so many channels exposing it as fake. Like, I'm sure you've seen it, so you remember that Stephanie plotline.
Is there any statistics?
Oh, that's my friend.
On passport bros, because I feel like
That's
we
my
kind of
friend.
have to go off what we see in the media to like make assumptions or not make us. Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Who cares about the reality show? Okay. Here. We have a chat from Patty LeBeauman from Australia. Thank you for the 50. Did you taste another man's spoof in the girl you're seeing? Is this your trauma?
What is spoof?
Hopefully not, but okay. I don't think so, but like that's just one of the reasons why. I don't know. I don't do. Okay.
Placebo effect.
Yo, Puffy Vegas, good to see you in the chat, man. Hope things are good in Vegas for you. Brian is 100% correct. Men do not talk about sex in great detail in the same way girls do.
There we go.
And Puffy Vegas is a scholar and a gentleman.
Profile photos.
Him with women.
I definitely trust that.
I know.
Just a reminder, guys, if you're speaking, please speak into the microphones.
Oops.
He is a scholar, so this is probably factually very correct. Okay, we have Trey here with the 50. Hey, thank you, man. I'm down bad. Karen is bad as fuck. I need the F of fan treatment. What do I do?
I have nothing to say. Thank you.
What?
No, thank you.
Do you do that?
Nope.
Okay.
With the Kobe PFP, bro, that is mad disrespect.
Yo, Nozmada, thank you for the Kobe. Okay, Nozmada. Early on, it's different guys being on the outside, and girls being on the inside. If he's not getting, she is not down. It's the selection problem. If she's not into head, it'll probably be bad anyway. Wanting to please should be clear. Reciprocally? Is that a word? Reciprocally.
Yeah.
Recipe broccoli. Thank you very much. Not a big. Okay. It's different guys being on the outside and girls being on the inside.
I don't know what that
Yeah,
is.
there's difference. There's differences. Like, because.
Oh,
Wait,
like
would
the
it?
anatomy.
The anatomy's a
the
little
other way
different, you know.
around.
The anatomy's a little
Brian,
different.
I have a question.
What's
What
up?
if she was a virgin? Would you then?
She's a virgin?
And biggest labia you've ever seen.
Well, the labia doesn't really. It's not a factor.
Do you just pull it
in that.
aside and then go in? I'm just. Jesus.
The labia is not related to the head thing. You know?
Well, I'm just asking if they've never been with a man.
Yeah, I got neck problems still.
Oh my god. He just doesn't want to
your
do
neck
it. He just
problems.
doesn't want it.
There's other
He just
ways
doesn't
you can please a woman. You
There
use
are other
hands,
ways, I
you use
agree.
toys. That's good.
But that's not.
He just doesn't want it. He just doesn't want it. He just doesn't want it.
Pleasing her.
He
What's
doesn't
that?
want to.
Like I was gonna say, like, do you really think hands are doing the trick?
Yes, bro. Trust me, they're
She's
doing
lying.
the trick.
She's lying.
I just
They're
want to
doing
say,
the trick.
I'm not going to shame you for using toys because the confidence to do that, and I'm sure many women wish their men felt
I'm down.
confident enough
Toys
to bring
are-
that in the bedroom. So
Yeah,
I think that we need to give a round of applause for
question.
that, for
I've,
sure.
I've heard that from women that some guys don't want to use some toys. They
Wait,
think
I have
it's-
a
I think it's
question
their
for you.
op instead of their.
It makes it easier.
Their
Why
little
not?
helper.
Yeah, I have a question.
What's up?
Do you have these toys already, or do you
Right,
have
saved by the
Bender the Offender
TTS.
donated $99.
Thank you, Bender.
Passport bros don't just move overseas for a more traditional relationship, they also move because of the cost of living.
Yeah, it's cheaper in some of these.
Yeah, actually,
You can't run away from my question.
I'm not like disagreeing. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with that. But I was in Japan for a month. Everything is like significantly cheaper, like like I don't know how to explain it.
Is
like,
it?
Yes.
I heard the
yes,
cost of living
dude,
in Tokyo is like really
Japan
high.
is very expensive.
No. Maybe
Nah.
like the cost of
Nah,
living,
bro.
but like not.
Where were you?
But,
Were in
like,
Osaka? Where were you at?
No, I was in Tokyo. But like, you know how sandwiches from 7-Eleven are $7? You can get that for like 200, 300 yen, which is basically.
What is that in?
That's like
US?
$2. That's like $2. Like I lived off of 7-Eleven foods, and I ate good in Japan.
The food in Japan
Hold on.
is cheaper.
It's significantly
Those
cheaper.
two-
Like okay, listen. No.
Eating
'Cause,
good and eating 7-Eleven food.
No,
does not.
it was good food. It's good food because the regulations there are so tight.
Okay, I've
which
heard
is why
that.
a lot
Yes,
of people
I've
there
heard it
live
is.
long and are healthy.
Okay.
I can't.
The 7-Eleven food there is really fire.
And in Hawaii too.
Okay,
so I've heard it's never gone.
No, Hawaii was nasty. I saw a pad like
Oh,
dead
no.
ass floating in the water. Like I don't think I'm gonna go back.
I was talking about the 7-Eleven food.
Oh
in
no.
Hawaii.
I
They
tried
have a lot more
7-Eleven.
legalities for the GMOs and stuff versus the rest of the United States.
No, but
Yeah.
anyways, like
I don't
everything
know.
in Japan is just so cheaper. Like it's like there's no crime, no homeless people.
Have you what? You killed a homeless person?
No, so no.
Have you ever beat the shit out of a homeless person?
No. I mean, I used to like give them money and pay them to fight each other, but like
But
that's
fights?
that's
Oh my
neither here
God,
nor.
bro.
No, I'm kidding. That was actually a joke, dude.
That's
Like
foul.
you're acting like I have money to give out, bro. Look at me. Look at what I'm wearing, bro.
That's
This is like
actually
my
a really
little
funny
brother's
joke.
shirt. But yeah, but anyways, yeah, things are just so much cheaper. It's crazy. It's like crazy. Like you can get like a $17 like bowl of ramen at like somewhere here, but for that would be like $7 in Japan, like an actual dinner meal. Like
Word.
So I don't know. It's just I don't know. I can't shut the fuck up about it because
Clearly.
I don't know.
But Japan's
I know-
cost of living is actually extremely high outside of the food.
Cost of living, outside of food, outside of utilities, outside of like all that shit. Yeah, it's expensive. I
Wait,
mean, to be fair.
what was your question? I'll engage.
I was gonna ask you that when you are using these toys on girls, do you have a collection
What
of
the
toys?
Are they communal?
Yeah,
Communal
that's
toys?
what I was about to ask.
'Cause that's
Like,
gross.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That
that
is
you're giving a
super
girl
gross.
an
Wait,
infection.
what's
wash
bro?
them?
Bro, you can wash toys. Hello.
If I found out a man was using the same exact toy that he used on another girl, I would be livid. It's
gross.
What?
I would get you don't know that? Even, okay, when
I mean,
a guy...
I've heard that
when
from
a guy...
women. They like want to use a toy that's never been used before. I've heard that.
Yeah, but when a guy has sex with another girl and then he like takes a shower or whatever, he cleans himself off, he can still mess up the other girl's like pH balance, even if it is washed. So just
Even
to
if
let
the
you know,
peen?
huh?
Even if the peen is washed?
Yes. Yes.
The peen.
pH
peen.
balances are no joke.
On the
like,
peen. If the
yeah.
pH balance is fucked up on the peen.
No, if just depending
What do you
on
mean,
like
just some
your
soap?
Women are very
You s-
sensitive.
If you you're saying if you soap your peen, the dude soaps his peen,
Yeah.
rinses with water, so there's no more soap on said peen.
Mm-hmm.
The dude's peen is gonna fuck up the chick's
Yeah.
It still
pH.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Maybe
It's
if
actually
he's blasting
extremely-
inside, maybe I don't know.
No.
It can occur
Yeah.
without.
Because
Yeah,
now
just
their
put the-
pH balance.
Put the blame on the guy, of course.
Well, it is a woman's
Yeah,
pH.
that's
I mean,
why
it
when-
can like anything can mess it up. But like
If a
you're
guy
having
showers,
sex
so you're
with
saying a
somebody,
guy
it's
should
still-
not shower.
No, absolutely not.
We're,
So
we're
what-
letting you know,
what
even
do you-
if you do shower, even if you are using those toys.
Which toys? Why are you pointing up
Isn't
there?
your bed up there?
What the fuck, bro?
If you're using those toys on multiple girls, like you're gonna give some girl an infection.
If you clean the toy, you sterilize the toy.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I just said. That's exactly what I just said. Even if you clean your pee-pee after you have sex with, this is why girls know when they're getting
Bro, this is
cheated
some
on.
fake
because they're-
news.
No,
it's
this
fake
is why
news.
girls.
Fake
this is,
news.
Stop. Let me talk. Sorry, but this is why girls know that their bodies literally tell us. Our bodies will literally tell us when a man is cheating on us because our pH balance will get messed up. It is such a sensitive
Hold on.
thing.
You're saying if your pH balance gets fucked up and you're dating a guy, that's evidence of him cheating on you?
It can be.
Yeah, if you're
Don't
hygienic.
girls spontaneously have their pH change even when they're not in a relationship and having sex with men? So how can you say that would be evidence of a guy cheating on you?
Well, if she's having sex with men, it could be one of the men that she's sleeping with that
One
threw
of
off
the
her
men she's
pH.
sleeping-
Well, you
Or if
just
you're in
said
a,
if
I
she's
just
having
said
sex
if
with
you're in a
men.
Who's
relationship.
cheating on who?
No, I just said if you're in a relationship and you're having consistent sex with this guy and nothing has ever happened before, all of a sudden, yeast infection or something smells a little
Yes.
weird down there.
But
you're
that
getting a
could
UTI.
spontaneously. Women have spontaneous.
No, not really.
Okay, outside
Women
of
who
the
are
con-
virgins will have pH imbalances.
Outside of the conversation, pH levels are actually really sensitive.
Can we not talk about pH balances?
No, I'm not even talking about.
You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question.
No, listen. Outside of the conversation, like it's like a fish tank. Like if you were to like add a certain amount of ammonia, the entire fish tank might be screwed up. It might be fucked
Your
up.
pussy's like a fish
No,
tank?
no,
What the
I wouldn't
fuck?
say that. No, I'm saying in terms
What?
of I'm saying in terms of like pH balances, like pH as an entity.
Bro, can we not talk about the pH of pussies right now?
No, I'm not talking about
Can
that.
you answer my question?
I'm putting on the nerd. I'm the nerd emoji right now. I'm saying.
I'm dying to know.
If you were to like.
Look, you can clean a sex toy.
Oh my God, you guys heard it out.
This is outside.
Beware any girls that hook up with Brian.
You have to take
And
accountability.
then first off, that shit just goes on the clit. You're not like, you should sex toy insertion. No. Just on the clit, it's fine. What?
I think it kind of just goes back to your whole like, oh, if she fucked a guy last night and then I'm not going to go down on her. It's the same with the sex toys.
But the sex, it's different though.
You're going to get a lot of angry
it's
messages
very
from
different.
girls.
Hold
You're
on.
going to get a lot of angry messages.
Very different. Okay,
it's
first
going
off,
on the woman's body, so it's the same type of thing.
But
like if another girl's
anatomy is very different. The anatomy
Clearly,
is very
more about our bodies.
No, bro. Okay, let's say here's the difference, right? A guy, if he has sex and he showers his penis, cleans his penis, assuming there's no STDs involved, that's a clean penis.
No.
However, let's say a guy and you weren't using a condom, you fucked a guy and he wasn't using a condom, and let's add another level to it. He blasted inside, came inside. That shit lingers for a little bit, son.
Yeah.
That shit lingers a little bit. That shit can drip down a little bit
speaking,
later
you
on.
could
in
add
the
something
day.
with acidity to.
What? Huh?
Hypothetically speaking, like in chemistry.
You're a virgin, so what?
Okay, I know. No, I'm
You don't
speaking.
know
I'm speaking
about
about chemistry. It was this chemistry. Hypothetically speaking, you could like balance back the pH with a level of acidity. Like if you add acidity, it
Are
could.
you saying douching? Women should not douche.
No.
Like what?
Acidity, like
The
vinegar.
fuck are you talking about?
Boric acid.
Vinegar.
Yeah,
Vinegar and pussy? What the fuck?
Okay, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying.
Huh?
I'm just saying in terms of chemistry.
Bro,
like
girls,
as
do
a,
not
I'm a
do not
virgin,
listen to
but I'm
her.
speaking
Do
in
not listen to
terms of
her.
chemistry.
Pour vinegar
Do
in
not
your
don't
pussy.
put
No, I'm just
vinegar
saying. Well, no,
in
I'm
your
talking about
pussy.
chemistry. I'm not talking about vagina.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yo,
I'm just kidding.
Like,
I want to hear it. No, sorry. Please
No,
finish.
I'm done.
to your point though, if a toy is on another woman's body and then even if you're cleaning it, because like you're saying like you wash your dick, whatever, if you're cleaning it, like it still was on somebody else's or in somebody like another female's body, like you don't think that that's similar? Like that's gross.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
The toys. If you're reusing the same
okay.
toy from woman to woman,
Would you use the same fleshlight as another guy?
But so your argument?
That's what we're trying to say. Would you use the same fleshlight that another guy used?
Fuck no.
Exactly. Get new toys. Get new toys.
But you could extend that logic to, for example, you could say, well, as a guy, if you've been with more than one woman, then
You just don't want to admit you're wrong.
no, it's not about admitting I'm wrong, but like you can better sterilize and clean a sex toy than you could a penis. So are you arguing that if you would never use a sex toy that was used on another woman, that you would never fuck a dude who's fucked another chick?
That's not
what
we're
we're
saying.
saying.
We're just
Oh.
saying
No,
that
I
you should
get
get
it.
new sex toys.
I get it, but the point I'm saying is like you could clean a sex toy.
Brian, we're trying to help you out, okay? We're like,
You're not.
Yes, we are. We're trying to
not.
help you out. We're not trying to embarrass you. We're not trying to shame you.
If your boundary is you, I don't have an issue with it. If your boundary is, I only want to use sex toys that are brand new, even if they're perfectly capable of being washed, they're non-porous sex toys that you can clean, and there's no, that's fine. If that's your preference when it comes to the use of sex toys. Some women don't care. Some women, whatever.
I don't know if some women don't care. I think they might
think
just
a
not
lot.
know.
Yeah. Do you tell the girls that you're like gonna use these sex toys on you? Like, by the way, I use this on another girl.
I can't really
say
speak on this conversation.
Or
because I've never
or
done
do you
it.
just lie and be like, see, you need to be more
sounds-
honest, Brian.
What do you? Whoa! First off, I would always disclose. I would disclose. If I was
Have
using
you?
the
This toy has a body
Well,
count of 4 people. I just want to let you know ahead of time.
Am I supposed to just throw away a perfectly good fucking vibrator?
No, but you could
What
put
the
a
fuck?
condom on it. There's different things that you could do.
A Hitachi wand?
Yeah, you put one on there. That's what they do in porn. They do.
Yeah, I would listen
Okay,
to
let's-
her.
Yeah.
This is just haram.
Haram!
I can't. All right, okay. We have Eyes Wide Shut here, 1989. Thank you for the Canadian 50. Can I have you read this one? Because I don't know why.
Me?
Yeah, sure.
Speaking as a 33-year-old, 6'4" athletic man, you 304s really ain't all that. You should probably get over yourselves and quick. Because I currently see many cats in your future. Disgusting. Shout out to Base Cute Latina.
Jesus Christ.
I guess that's you.
Man, they've been...
Shout out to you, baby girl.
Chat's been brutal tonight.
I love cats.
I've
I had 2
when
cats and I want more.
MLD, it was way worse.
Okay, we have Keen Speaks here.
Well,
Merci
what's wrong
beaucoup.
with cats, though?
Yeah,
I
literally.
know.
Yeah,
Why are you attacking cats?
That's like my dream.
Yeah.
Alone with cats?
Yeah, we got some
Sign me up.
Canadian people in the chat tonight. Can I have you read this one again?
So you are against the use of a sterilized toy from another woman, even though it has been cleaned fully, but you are advocating for the ability to be promiscuous and promote OnlyFans. Sure.
Where is the correlation?
Totally,
I know, what is the correlation?
totally reasonable if you're insane.
I don't see any. X does not equal Y.
For real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He tips
Also,
just
sex
to
doesn't
say
even
that.
equal OnlyFans or vice versa. You know?
Wait, question. Would you object to your boyfriend using a toy on you that was used with another woman, but it was cleaned?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Like you were saying earlier, it's a boundary thing. I would not like it. But I do have a question for you back. What about the women that have the toys and we use it with different men? It's not like we get a new Hitachi every single time.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I always think about.
But you're not like doing it.
No,
You're not like penetrating the
No,
dudes.
no. But you and I are we're talking about something on top of it, right?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
But what about like if I were to
Oh.
hook up with someone and I bring my toy with me? It's kind of like
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
tit for tat, almost in a sense.
But I think there's like a perception of germ component to it, where it's like, oh, it touched somebody else. Whereas, although to be fair, it's plausible that the sex toy you're using, if it was coinciding with intercourse, it could have crossed swords.
Exactly.
Swords could have, like fake sword with real sword
Yeah.
could have crossed.
What about a cock ring? Like a vibrating cock ring?
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, I guess
Like,
that would be the
No,
real
that
world.
stays
That
with
would
the
be
guy.
weird.
See,
There
there
you
you
go.
go.
There you go.
Now you're agreeing with us.
You. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, but it's different.
But just to answer
the
girls, Brian, just to,
I don't want to talk about this fucking.
but just real quick, I think for me as a boundary, I would not like it.
Okay.
But maybe for a hookup, it might be different if you're in the moment. But for a boundary, like this is someone I generally like, I wouldn't like it.
So then, but here's the thing, right? As the procurer and provider of sex toys, should the woman just be buying sex toys every new? Because
Yes.
like most of my experience with women, they're not bringing the sex toy to the situation.
I just feel
So
like
I
if-
got them on lock. You know, I got it.
So I feel like
I'm
if
coming
it's,
with my bag.
if it's an issue, then you should provide. If you have an issue with him having his own toys, then bring the toys along.
Bring what you plus.
Bring
you got
what you
got
have.
your favorite.
Yeah, bring what you like. There's
your
nothing
favorite.
wrong with that either.
Some women like bad dragons.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, of
I'm
course
not
you
gonna
would
lie.
know.
If I was like gonna hook up with a guy and then he's like just pulls out like a collection of like sex toys and is like, which one?
He's been ran through.
Yeah. I'm gonna be concerned. I'm gonna be concerned.
You're not going to be
where
like,
did
he's
you get these?
open-minded and like, let's say he's got a whole drawer full of sex toys.
I'm gonna be asking who I'm
creepy.
using this on. I'm so sorry.
He's
I'm not gonna want to touch
open-minded.
those.
He's progressive. He's a progressive.
Buy her a
man.
new one.
Yeah, but I think it just
Label it.
It depends on your guys' relationship and on the vibe. If you guys talk about it ahead of time and he's like, oh, she's gonna love it, then why are you gonna go into it and then complain? But if he knows that, if you really haven't talked about it and then he's like, yo, here's my 60 sex toys, you're like, whoa, okay, why?
What are you doing?
Haram!
Okay, we have 2 more super chats related to the sex toy thing, and then we got to move on. Guys, no more sex toy related super chats after this, please. Eyes Wide Shut, 1989. Merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50. Can I have you read it, please?
Bangs has absolutely no substance to anything she says until she finally speaks facts about vag pH, except she still missed the target overall. You literally know nothing, Bangs, but you know about vag pH. Huge 304 red flag.
Oh, I'm so sorry that I know about my body.
Apolo-
God forbid.
Apology
God forbid.
accepted. Okay, we have Dark Shinobi here with the thank you for the super chats,
Can I
guys.
read it?
All right.
Let me read it. Okay.
Go ahead.
There is a difference between pH change and pH being messed up. pH balance change is normal after sex, but unless a guy is dirty or she is, it won't ruin anything or smell bad, lol. This was dumber than the financial abuse argument.
Tell me you've never touched a woman
Exactly.
without telling me you never touched a woman.
These men know nothing about a woman's body.
Nothing, Jon Snow.
But it's also a little concerning when a man knows too much about a woman's body because
No,
one
but
time
I
would
like
rather
he's
that.
actually kind of right because pH balance is different after like
Whoa, what
just
the
about any.
Brian.
What? Sorry.
No, just say, wait, go back to the message. Let me.
Don't-
Read it. I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna read it. I swear. I don't care.
What's up?
No, I was just gonna say. I can't really speak on the sex thing, but pH balance could be easily disturbed by just about anything. Like, not to be too overly nerdy emoji, but like anything really. Like if you go horseback riding, that might change the pH balance in something.
Wait, why are you looking at me that way?
I don't know.
Oh, bro, you're fucking shooting daggers at me. Okay. You know,
Just waiting for your response to this.
to this, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like if the guys, I mean, if you're having sex and the girl's on birth control and he's blasting.
But it also has to do with
gonna-
promiscuity because promiscuity can lead to a disturbance in pH balance for some people, which is what I'm assuming. Which like I don't know. I feel like
Word.
both parties are accountable in some cases, but in some cases, like I don't think it would affect it at all. This
Let's
is
pull up the
purely
Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us. Sweet. Yo, thank you everybody for the support over on Twitch. Bass Boy, thank you for the Prime. Alares, thank you for the bits. Again, thank you for the 500 bits. Let's see. Thank you guys for all the follows. Really appreciate it. Okay, guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Okay, we're fully caught up. I want to get into, you guys, a lot of you sent me some pre-show notes. I'd like to try to get through them. We had a huge influx. First off, thank you everyone who's super chatted and sent in TTS. Very much appreciate all your patronage tonight. You guys have been very, very generous. So thank you guys so much for your support. Okay, let me try to get through everyone's notes here. We do have a couple things to react to. What was we had 2 videos to react to. But let me get through everyone's notes here. So we were on Azalia. Did I say your name right?
No, but it's okay.
Based. Okay. You enjoy your name being mispronounced, I guess. I also think men like younger women simply because they'll put up with more BS than older women, and that's why they make up things like The Wall. I think men fail to consider that women are the gatekeepers of sex because
that's a
men
separate point.
made the gatekeeping thing?
Yeah.
Okay, you think men like younger women simply because they'll put up with more BS than older women?
Yes. It's an inexperienced thing. Yeah.
So it's an inexperienced thing?
Yeah, like I'm talking about men that specifically are like, oh, I want a 18 to 20-year-old when they're like 35 to 40 years old. What do you have in common with an 18-year-old? And then yeah.
You don't think it's based in like biology or evolutionary psychology,
I don't at all.
even just a little bit?
Why?
Wait,
No.
hold on. You don't
How?
think that there's any attraction triggers in both sexes that have an evolutionary or biological basis?
No.
None?
I mean, sure,
Do you
a little,
think
but I don't think that
generally-
a 35-year-old man has anything in common with an 18-year-old, and I think it's sick.
Why would that be? Well, you're using the most extreme that you could use without going into like.
Well, I'm not. Point, I'm not talking about 25-year-old men dating
What about a
20-year-old women.
31-year-old? What about 31-year-old with a 21-year-old?
I mean, I don't necessarily see, I think if he's specifically saying I will only date women under 23 years old, then yeah, sure, we can talk about that example. But I mean, if it's just like a relationship that happened naturally, but I'm talking about the men that are specifically like, I'll only date younger women because they will let me do whatever I want. And that's not what they say.
I mean, that's a straw man of the reasons why men prefer younger women. But
No, but I'm talking about a specific example.
I think
that we hear all the time. Yeah.
I'm reading this book. It's called The Naked Ape, and it basically just speaks on like Darwin's theory of evolution. And if we're speaking about, going back to our roots, men do gravitate towards younger women because they have more so of an ability to birth children for them. So if we're talking about like evolutionary things,
Right, exactly.
But their eggs aren't even swimming. Like, if it's like a really old guy, like Leonardo DiCaprio, for example, like his eggs aren't really good.
But so most men go through their prime,
sperm,
right?
sorry.
Most men peak, their sexual market value peaks in their 30s, and for women it peaks ages like 18 to 25, right? So that's the disparity that we're talking about here. It's got nothing to do with being predatory, but exactly what you said and what you said. It comes back to evolutionary psychology and biology. For sure, there's some outliers that are weirdos and creeps, but the exception doesn't make the rule.
But I don't necessarily think that those are exceptions. I mean, we hear it all the time. Like, oh, the women in their 30s are hitting their wall. You should go after the young, hot girls because once they hit their 30s, they're not going to be hot anymore and they have no value to society.
So you think it's because what other guys are saying or because it's what they're naturally attracted to? If a guy is naturally attracted to that and he's high caliber enough to be able to get it, why are we shaming him for that?
What do you think
That's
a 4-year-old
normal.
has in common with an 18-year-old that isn't predatory and weird?
He just wants that control. He knows it's a younger girl. I don't know if you've watched.
I understand your point. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Keep going.
No, I'm just saying like that usually the younger guy, like Zerka, he said it in one video. He's like, oh, I love like 18, 19-year-olds. I love teenagers because they don't talk back.
Zerka is a troll.
He's a comedian.
He's like, okay, we're not bringing.
Some
that
men
up.
are actually agreeing with him,
Zerka said
though.
his goal is to be
insane.
one of the funniest comedians in the world. You can't reach that level without saying shit that offends people. He's literally said that on multiple occasions.
Okay, but
let's remove his claims from.
Gotcha.
I'm
the
saying a lot of
argument.
men do think that way, though. I'm just using him as an example.
lot of-
And anyone perpetuating
That's
that, when they have people that are watching them and they have a platform, men are also going to start thinking like that when they're watching
Yes.
that, whether or not it's a joke.
Yep.
I mean, you hear there are other,
So you're
Men
saying
are
men are
very
going to be
ill- men are very
the
easily
proclivity
influenced
to like
and-
younger women. will-
Wait. I just have to point something out. Everybody, look how rude Nev is being by texting on her phone. Let me just like put you on blast there. That's super rude. I do want to weigh in on this, but
My mom
I need to
asked me
step
if I
up for a
put the
sec.
chicken in the sink.
Yeah, of
bruh.
course, that's totally it.
She
Go
did.
ahead, go
She
ahead.
did. She did. She asked me if I put the chicken in the
Okay,
sink.
nobody cares. Just continue with the.
But yeah, I think when you have a platform and you're perpetuating that, then younger men are going to look at that and emulate that. And he's not the only person that's perpetuated those ideas and been serious about it.
I feel like
because
people
there
who
are
have a
plenty.
proclivity for something are going to follow that. So if guys have never once thought before, oh, I'm more interested in like younger women, then they're not going to magically think that because Zerka makes a joke about it on Valuetainment or something.
Okay,
like
but
that.
he's not the only one. And there are these like red pill podcasters that perpetuate the idea, oh, a woman's going to hit the wall in her 30s. I mean, look how many men were calling Margot Robbie mid on Twitter last week. Like, because she's hit the wall, XYZ. Like, you think that's like.
Well, the reason they said that is because
problem,
Barbie
or
is
you
meant
don't
to
think
be
it's
the
weird?
ultimate like epitome of beauty standards. She's meant to be the quintessential perfect woman, and that's why they're making those remarks. If
No,
she'd
it's
be
not.
cast
They did
into-
the same thing to Zendaya like
I
literally a
think
month
the
ago.
Barbie movie
to
was
every
pretty
woman.
shit. I didn't like the Barbie movie. If I can.
Oh, you
just
saw
talk-
it?
Yeah, I saw the Barbie movie. I think like. Okay, no.
Don't talk about it because some
Yeah,
people haven't watched it yet.
I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm gonna say that I don't mean to use the word woke. Okay, but I'm gonna go ahead and use it. I think that it was too woke. I think that basically the patriarchal society that they complained about, that they bitched about, it was very, very similar to the matriarchal society that was Barbie Land. You know, like what?
Can you explain to me what the word woke means?
Woke? It's just fucking liberal shit. Like,
But what does it mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Besides liberal shit, what does it mean?
oh my god, why am I getting how I'm talking about Barbie. Can I talk about
Those
Barbie
goddamn
first?
liberal.
Yeah, but you're
sissies.
trying to. You're trying to describe something without actually describing it.
Listen. I said I don't really want to use the word woke because that's not the right word. That's what I prefaced the statement with. I'm just saying that Barbie was just like I feel like the issues that Barbie was bitching about.
How the fuck did we get onto Barbie?
I don't know.
No idea.
I'm just talking about Kenland. Okay, I think Kenland.
Nah, who gives a shit about that?
No,
Okay.
no. Listen.
No,
listen.
no,
Oh
no,
my
no.
fucking god, dude.
Okay, I had to step away from a bit, but we were talking about
Older
the age,
men and younger
age gap.
women, yes.
How the fuck did you guys get to Barbie from that?
She just said she didn't like it.
Because we were mentioning Margot Robbie.
too
and I'm just
woke.
saying
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's too woke.
The society has really like messed up standards because now apparently Margot Robbie is considered mid. That's how this whole thing came up. And then
Okay,
she
well,
had-
let's stick to the age thing. So, what's the what's the largest age gap for you that you've ever had?
6 years?
6 years? Let's go around the table on this. Let's do it. Go ahead.
So what would it be? I don't date men under the age of 31, so that would be like a
And you're
7.
24, correct?
Yeah, 6
Okay.
year difference, 7 year.
But you said
Yeah.
your last relationship was 6 years ago.
Yeah, he was older. I think he was 24
Okay, 18,
Yeah.
24. Okay. What's the largest gap?
I think the largest gap was, I went on a few dates with the guy who was 35.
When you were what?
This was like last year.
Okay, 23, 35. Okay. Do you object to that age gap?
23 and 35. I mean, I wouldn't call it ideal, but I mean, like 23 years old isn't exactly like a fresh adult. So I think that's fine.
Okay. What about you?
Not too old, to be honest. I don't know exactly how old they were. Just not too old.
What's the largest gap that you've
Oh, the largest
dated?
gap?
Yeah.
Oh, like 3 years. That's it. I tend to go for
You literally
guys.
asked me out on a date, but I'm 34.
I'm not trying to romantically pursue you.
Why do you want to take me on a date then? You trying
To be friends. I take out my friends on dates
Oh,
all
okay.
the time.
All right, yeah, we can be friends.
Okay.
Just friend zoned. Okay.
That's cute. I take out my friends on dates all the time.
What
5
about you?
years.
5 years. What about you?
20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
I'm hoping in that direction. In that direction, I'm hoping. So you were 30, he was 50, you're 31, excuse me. You're 24, so he was 40, in his 40s?
20 and 40, yeah. 20, 40.
20, 40?
I'm 20. It was 40.
Do you object to that age?
I mean, I
gap?
can't object to anything, but I can say that it was definitely predatory. Yeah, absolutely.
Was it predatory?
I have to add, it was a sugar daddy.
Then I guess it's transactional. I
Well,
think that's a
isn't-
completely different.
But couldn't you make if we're using this term predatory, couldn't you argue that women who are seeking sugar daddies
predatory?
is predatory?
Well, yeah, but I think that's a completely different facet of like an actual relationship. Like I just said, that's a transactional thing. That's not like a man being like, I'm only going to date younger women, like blah, 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 trying to just.
Versus
like,
women saying, I'm only going to date rich men. And I'm going to
I
do
just
this
said
if they
that's
pay me.
transactional.
Yeah, but what's the
He
difference?
wants a young woman,
Reverse it. What's
and
the
she's
difference?
getting
What's the
paid.
metric? What's the standard that makes one
That a woman-
disgusting and the other one acceptable?
Cook.
Because she's
Just asking. It's a genuine
because she's
thing.
seeking out
Yeah.
the relationship. It's a transactional relationship. It's not a
and
man
he's-
going after a woman based on inexperience.
And he's seeking out a relationship too, and maybe he wants a woman who's younger, who's had number one less bodies. Because let's keep it real, the older a woman gets, the more bodies she's had.
And what problem?
Purity
What
is
problem
valued,
is that?
Purity is valued.
So
in
do you
literally
think that
every
man
single
has to be
culture,
pure as
every
well?
single religion?
Would
No,
you-
because men and women are different, and men have to work really hard to get sex. Women
oh my god.
They
Men do not have to
For
work
men
really
to
hard
have
to
a
get
high
sex,
body
girl.
count, they need to work on themselves. They need to work really hard on themselves in order to attract a high number of women.
That is-
For a woman, an average-looking woman, an ugly woman, in fact, could walk out of here and go get fucked.
No, that is
Whenever
not
the fuck she
true.
wanted.
That
Yes,
is
she
not
could.
true.
Say
Well,
that.
then
I've
you're
never heard in my
delusional.
life.
That's not true. You're wrong.
Simmer down because I can barely even hear my
would
thoughts.
You are simply wrong.
Would you say
How
that
are we wrong? Because
Let's fucking
Why,
go.
okay, you said that men.
Let's
You
fucking
said that
go.
men.
We need to-
can-
yeah.
Men. It's harder for men to get sex. That's
Yes,
what you said.
correct.
That
It
is
is.
absolutely
Would you say
not
that-
It's
correct.
100%
At all.
100% true.
Because I've seen
100%
this.
true.
I've seen this,
Yeah.
and I've seen this with my friends. I've seen this in real life.
Oh, yeah?
I've seen this in real life. Like I have a friend who hasn't had sex in the longest time since her and her boyfriend broke up. Her ex had been fucking girls left to right and left to right and left to right, and she is a beautiful, stunning
reason
girl.
women have high standards. Men will fuck anything.
Oh,
Most
no,
women
trust
have
me.
very high prerequisites when it comes
I
to
love
men they're gonna
ugly
fuck.
dudes. I
Most
love-
men will fuck anybody.
Girl,
Yo, air
Shut.
that. Thank you.
So
Keep
is
going,
it
keep going, keep going.
No,
I want to
can
hear what you
say
have to say. Go,
something?
go,
Please,
go.
thank you. Okay, I would say that I agree with some of the things that you're saying. There's like a saying, what is it? Like women have control over the sex, men have control over something else. I don't know what the other half of that is, but it's because we hold the power because we're
the
ones-
gatekeepers.
Yeah, that's like the
But
the
I
age-old
disagree-
saying.
Would you
I
say
disagree
that
with
younger
that.
women seeking older men with money is financial abuse?
He's on a sugar daddy dating site. If that's the case, how is that abuse if he's voluntarily?
Some men are into that. Some men are into.
No,
Oi!
outside
Oi,
outside
oi.
of the pay
Wait,
period.
guys,
Younger
hide that.
women
Hide the
choose
that
older
foot.
men. Younger women are desired for her fertility, purity, and pleasantness. Predators are cougar milfs chasing younger men.
Oh my god.
Okay, the hypocrisy is unreal. Shaming older men for dating younger women. When younger women choose older men, younger women are desired for her fertility, purity, pleasantness, and that, we heard the rest.
At that age, when an old man is trying to pursue an 18-year-old, his sperm is no longer swimming.
No,
Like,
no, no, no. I'm
it
talking
is
How old do you
so
think your
slow.
OnlyFans subscribers are, honey?
I don't
What
know.
does that have to anything to do with a
Probably
personal
no,
relationship?
But sexualizing, if you're okay with old men, 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds jacking off to your fucking pictures, then what problem do you have?
Are
you
they? Am I
telling me? Are
living
you
with them?
serious?
Am
You don't
I?
see
Am
that
I?
being a
Am I?
double
Are
standard
they?
in any way,
Oh,
shape, or
girl, I
form?
can't even fucking talk because you're literally screaming and fucking being
Go
so
on
rude
then.
right
Go
now.
on then.
No, I'm like getting pissed off because you can't. Like anytime I try talking, you just interrupt. You
That
just
was the
interrupt.
only time. That was the only
No,
time
it
this whole
wasn't.
story.
Every
But if
time,
you want, you
every
can go
time.
ahead now. Be quiet.
You literally, you're just screaming. You're fucking throwing hand signals. You're gonna hit somebody, bitch.
I think
Also, don't need to call you bitch.
we
but-
should be able to have conversations without yelling over each
Yeah,
other.
like stop
Also,
yelling.
you're,
Like
like,
it's making me want to yell, and I've been super calm this entire
Luffy
time.
Gear
Like
5 coming out soon. Luffy Gear 5 coming out
Say.
soon. One Piece
Boxing
August.
match.
Honestly, I mean, when you're sitting there saying like men are women and different, men like need a pure woman, blah blah blah. That's insane to perpetuate that idea. That's insane.
That's
to think that men
literally
and
what
women need to be
nearly every single
You are again talking over me.
I think it's. Oh, you're acting like my mom, bro. Ugh.
Wait,
Okay,
hold on.
I think it's perfectly.
Hold on, let me
within-
just clarify here. Let me just go. Hold on. Wait, just to clarify, you just stated you think it's insane to perpetuate purity. What?
No, I think it's insane to perpetuate the idea that men should expect a pure woman while a woman can't expect a pure man because they're apparently
That's not what you
different.
said.
No, I
That's
think
not what
it's
you-
perfectly
don't
within-
think
and I
that's
actually
what you
want to
said.
answer her
Wait,
question
but do you
because I
hold on.
didn't get to finish it.
One thing. Do you? Let's remove the double standard, right? Let's remove. Do you object to men demanding, not demanding, but wanting purity?
Bangs, you are
I
right,
do if they're not
getting
pure
sex as a
themselves.
man
No,
is
I
easy.
think
we'll get into
I think
that. Fine.
not wanting someone.
$300
I think
per
not
hour.
wanting someone with a high
Hold on,
body
let me
count is
read this.
perfectly within
Bangs, you're
reason.
right. Getting sex as a man is easy so long as I have 300 for the hour.
Oh.
300 for the hour, I feel like is very cheap.
Yeah, that's
I feel
so
like
much
very
here.
cheap. If I was
There's
going
so
to sell
much here.
myself, it would be way more.
Anyways,
Holy
I
fuck.
feel like
Okay.
wanting a woman with a low body count is perfectly within reason. I feel like we
Why
should
if the man doesn't?
I personally would want a man with a low body count as well.
Good for you.
I don't want somebody. I don't think. I think men value like.
What about gigolos?
Having the woman, you know. I think they want the woman to be theirs, and if the woman's been like with a Joe, Sam,
Okay, so then- but
et cetera,
then-
et cetera, I think he's perfectly within his right to
But
set
this
the
comes-
boundary of not wanting to be with her.
This comes
Because
down to, like-
having a high body count might reflect some certain things on the woman, like her attitude, possible mental illness.
So it
that doesn't reflect it on
in
the
the
man?
man?
No,
Either
I
way.
never said that. I never said that. I
different.
think
Damn,
It's not
very
different
different.
at all. It is
100%
not
different.
different at
100%
all.
different.
Very
It's
different.
literally
Very different.
not.
Very
Are
different
you
thing.
able to
Very
speak
different. I'd
without
say it's very
yelling?
different.
Are
Just
you
saying.
able to speak without yelling? Are you able to speak
She
without
c-
yelling?
she
Are you
clearly
able to
can't.
speak without yelling?
I-
Are you
I
able to
I got
speak
heated
without
at one
doing
point
this?
in this whole conversation.
You've been
and
screaming
I
for
realized
yelling.
this is I've been speaking
You've
over you
been
the
yelling.
whole time. That
You've
was
been
one
yelling.
woman.
I think
It was
people
one
are-
Wait, guys, one mic. Hold
That's
on.
crazy.
One microphone at a time, please.
Can
You
I
go
say
ahead. Okay, go ahead.
I would just like to say, if somebody is requesting a certain standard from their partner, they have to at least present that themselves. Like,
Disagree.
be a hypocrite.
Disagree.
Don't
But
be a hypocrite.
let me touch on that and then okay. But basically, you're saying, well, if a guy wants a woman who has a low body count, for example, he too should have a low body count, and it's hypocritical for a guy with, say, a high body count to prefer or be attracted to or want to date a woman with a low body count. Is that fair to? Is that your position?
I wouldn't say attracted to, but want. Yeah, you should
Okay.
hold yourself
Let
to
me
the
ask you
same
a question.
standard.
But do you think that we, in order for us to desire a trait or something in a partner, we too must also possess said trait?
I mean, if you're thinking about
That's not a
physicality,
trait.
absolutely not. That's not a trait.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. For example, a lot of women want men who are tall, yet they are not tall themselves.
Again,
Oh
that's a
my
physical
God.
thing that has
Yeah.
nothing to do
Bend to the
with
offended
some sort of
and
moral
Okay,
compass
we'll
and
talk.
standard.
Yeah, we
If
can.
you
I
think
can.
that
Okay.
women mature faster than men, then by that logic, an 18-year-old female would be an adult as soon as she turned 18.
Thank you, Bender the offender. If you think that women mature faster than men, then
I think it's
an 18-year-old female would be an adult as soon. Wait, aren't you an adult? Wait, I'm confused. You are an adult when you turn
an
18.
18-year-old
Wait,
is like freshly out of high school, just graduated, doesn't really
wait,
have
so
many
hold-
life
oh,
experience.
Wait. So hold on. An 18-year-old can sign up for the military.
Okay,
In
but
some
do
cases,
they-
you can
do
sign
they
up for.
have-
Hold on.
They can't
You
even buy alcohol.
You can buy a firearm. So, okay, you can vote. What else can you do? You can sign binding contracts, but you can't consent to have sex with someone who's perhaps a bit older than you.
I just think it's a little.
So what you guys are saying is, and we will come back to this double standards thing, is that should we raise the voting age of women to 25? Is that what you guys are? You
No
guys
one
are
is
really
saying
misogynistic.
that. No one
You,
is saying
madame, are a misogynist, as are you. How dare you say that women do not have
Speak
agency?
to me nicely, Brian.
How dare you? I am
Speak
offended.
to me nicely and
as a feminist,
don't wave your finger in
I
my
am
face.
offended
Don't wave your finger
that
in
you
my
would
face.
even suggest that we should raise the voting age of
Nobody
women to
said
25.
that.
No one is saying
How
that. You're
dare
putting
you.
words in our mouth and you're pointing your
You
little
guys
finger at me.
are
That's how I
miso-
talk to the kids that I nanny.
Okay, so look, let's bring it back to the double standards thing. Okay, so fine, you're going to argue that, well, height, that's within the realms of physicality, that's different.
Can I say something?
What about women who want men who are funny, but they are not funny
I'm
themselves?
hilarious.
Again, that's not a moral standard or a moral like value that you would look for in somebody else.
Your promiscuity, your degree of promiscuity is behavioral traits in the same way that being funny or humorous is a behavioral or personality
So then you could
trait.
say that the promiscuity from the man side is also the same.
And the promiscuity reflects
women
on the
women
person's
are
values.
totally within their right to not want to partner with a man who is promiscuous or who has a promiscuous past.
Yeah, and I think it does reflect on values, which play a big part in relationships. If you don't share similar values with the person that you're trying to be with, it just doesn't really work out in the end. So if somebody disagrees with promiscuity, then they disagree with promiscuity.
But the reason
That's
why
fine, but
it's
you
different
can't-
for a couple of reasons. Number one, when you look back at biology and evolutionary psychology, the man's whole goal is to spread his seed as far and wide as possible. You look at a woman, she can literally only carry one baby at a time, right? From one man, at least, right? Unless it's twins, triplets, but from one man for a period of 9 months. It's literally completely different from a biological level. Number one, it's very different. And then number two, when you look at the emotional impact, men are very oftentimes able to separate emotions and sex. Can we not all agree that women are a little bit more emotionally invested in their sexual encounters
Absolutely.
than men are? Therefore, a woman who has slept with 100 people is going to affect her mentally, spiritually, emotionally, far more than it ever would a man.
That's also just making assumptions.
I feel like
Well,
that's a
you
whole
can
other
call it a
conversation,
generalization,
too.
but on the balance of probability, meaning at least 51% of the time it's true. And when you need to make good decisions about your life, you look at things like the balance of probabilities, statistics, right? This is an emotionally mature thing to do. So it's not unreasonable for men to be able to do that. And also pair bonding is another very important topic that I saw somebody bring up. That for women, after 10 bodies, there are statistics that show it is actually very difficult for her to devote herself to one man ongoingly for a long period of time.
No, I'd say that it permanently.
I don't think that that's
That is not true.
No. I'd say that it permanently alters the way that you perceive relationships, and going into relationships, it just permanently alters things.
So
like
you don't
this.
think that it affects men in the same
I
way,
do
and it
think
doesn't
that it
alter
might
their
affect
perception
men
of a
in the same way.
relationship?
It does
also?
apparently, but after many
men
more
don't
bodies.
really have
Wait.
emotional
But
attachments to
so
the people
you're
that
literally sitting here and acting, oh, men should spread their seed. Men should spread their seed. Do
I don't think
men
she
not
said
have self-control?
I don't think she
But
said
there's
that.
a
Literally.
We're talking about the
biological.
biological inclination.
Yes.
Oh, biological this, biological that. I don't
like,
care. I
like, so
really
you're
don't
saying
care.
that women can't like biologically also want to have casual sex with men?
Biologically,
No, now
back
honestly,
then,
that is a
women were
biological
having babies at like
I think
15,
Biologically, we're not supposed to be
so
monogamous.
we're way
Eh,
behind that.
I think
we're
she-
way behind that.
I think she's
talked about that
I
one.
think she's communicating her points in like the most primitive sense, primitively.
But we're not
speaking.
primitive beings anymore.
That was
Yeah.
one example. I gave two other examples
We've
as well.
evolved.
One of them was based in biology and evolutionary psychology. I gave two more that are actually very relevant to current times. I was trying to be
I mean, I don't know.
diverse
I've got
in my
more than 10
perspective.
bodies, and I don't have an issue being monogamous or having a
Me
partner at
either.
all. And I don't know any other woman that has that
Exactly.
many
I would
bodies
say
that has
that
an
it-
issue
but
being
it
with a partner
affects-
in a monogamous way.
Well, there are studies about it. You can read about them. If it doesn't apply to you, then that's wonderful. But
Okay, and I don't
there
think it
is
applies to a
empirical
lot of other
data
women.
that
Yeah,
suggests that the opposite is actually true. If that doesn't affect you, then that's wonderful. And I do believe that there is kind of like a biological adaptation that's occurring right now because women have been much more promiscuous. Just like biological adaptations happen over time. So it could be true that that is starting to happen. But I would say
So if there is a biological adaptation, then shouldn't men adjust what they're looking for, and shouldn't purity
It
not be
comes
as
down to
adamant
preference.
because now there is a biological adaptation
comes down
from
to
your
preference.
I'm not
point of
saying
view.
that I didn't say there definitely is. I say that there likely will be if we continue down this road of being very, very promiscuous. Then likely that will happen because that's just what happens with biology. We make adaptations to the world around us, right?
Right,
Is
so
that
they should
necessarily a
adapt.
good or a bad thing? I mean, who's
I
to
mean, I
say?
got it. Men should change what they're saying. I mean,
Wait,
what they
what?
think.
What
Men
about-
should not
what
want
about-
purity
what
culture
about
if women
women
are allowed to
change
be more
what they're
promiscuous because of
doing?
biological adaptation.
Thank you.
Wait,
What about women change what they're doing rather than men what they're saying?
Why
would we have to
women have to
Men-
change what
Hey,
they're
hey,
doing?
Can you
I
let me
will
finish my
say-
sentence? I think women can change what they're doing, and also men could change what they're doing. It's like it goes both ways.
Essie, go ahead. What were you gonna?
I was, since we're speaking off of personal experiences, I was just gonna say that, like, for my entire life, I thought that because I had.
Oh, cut off.
Alvin Sam donated $100.
Yeah, thank you, Alvin.
According to the Institute for Family Studies, promiscuity before marriage reduced marital quality for women but not for men. Men and women are different. Women do not want male virgins because she values his experience.
I was actually going
Double
to say that.
standards.
There's all kinds of double standards.
Yeah.
Some benefit men, some benefit women.
I would like a guy who's experienced in bed, though, personally. So I can kind of see that.
Go ahead with your point.
Oh, I was just going to say, for my entire life, I thought my feeling of the level of emotion that I felt with my sexual partners, I always thought that people had always told me you should be more prone to having casual sex and hookups. Like, you shouldn't be so emotionally in-depth and connected to your sexual partner, until I realized that that's totally a normal thing, and that actually it's the opposite, that you probably, if you're, you know, not really feeling an emotional connection with your partner, then there's probably something wrong at that point, sexually.
Word?
I mean, I don't think that, I mean, like, I think it should be up to women whether or not they choose to have casual sex, right? I mean, you can definitely feel that way. You can have emotional connections to your partners and choose not to have casual sex. That's absolutely fine.
Well, while it's up to women, it is also up to the men to judge them, or anyone else for that fact to judge them. When you make a decision, expect to be judged. And if that decision is sleeping with 16 people,
That's nobody's business, though. That's
but
that's nobody's business. That's between you and your current partner.
And everyone else you sleep with.
There is literally
never
one
know.
law that
What?
determines whether casual sex doesn't affect you, and it's being a male. And there are studies to point this out. You guys don't have to believe me. You can just look up the studies after. It's okay.
I just define casual sex.
Yeah. I also just think if you're expecting something in your partner, that you should also emulate that as well. And I think that it's kind of ignorant to assume otherwise.
But you don't think that there's asymmetry in what men and women find attractive in the opposite sex? Like, for example, you'll hear a lot of women say, I really like funny guys, but, like, they're not funny.
Oh my gosh. You men always think women aren't funny. Like, that is like a problem.
That's not what I said. I'm just saying, like, a woman who herself, let's just give me the benefit of the doubt here. Let's take a woman who's not funny, and would it be wrong of her to want a guy who's funny just because she's not funny?
What about a woman who's looking for a tall man who's short herself?
Well, she rejected that argument because it's about
physical
physicality.
thing. That's like completely different.
It's funny that you bring that up because actually, like, evolutionary, like, again, talking about this stupid fucking book, women are, like, the asymmetry in looking for a partner. We're actually genetically supposed to look for someone opposite to our genetics, for, like, to look for somebody tall, somebody strong, somebody funny, somebody that's opposite of us for, like, the best, like, outcome for offspring. That's why, like, women, was a study of women who are on birth control. We actually find partners that are, like, too similar to us, and when we're off of birth control, we're more attracted to, like, partners that are the opposite.
It's not usually that they're similar, but usually women are more agreeable, and when you're on birth control, you're attracted to people who are more agreeable. If you're a disagreeable female on birth control, then maybe you wouldn't find that likely.
Right.
But then again, on birth control, you'd probably be agreeable.
But I just reject this idea that in order for you to rightfully either be attracted to somebody or want to be with somebody, you two must possess all the characteristics that they possess. So, like, okay, a woman who finds a rich man attractive, is it wrong that she finds a man attractive because of his wealth, even if she herself is not wealthy? Or what about a woman who finds a professional athlete or an actor or a musician attractive because of his status, but she has absolutely no status? She's not a pro athlete, she's not an actor, she's not a musician. So, like, this idea that this idea that there needs to be perfect reciprocity, a word that we used previously in the conversation, or perfect symmetry in our, where we fall in the world, I think it doesn't make sense.
I think people usually tend to date within their dating pool. Like, you're not, like, a pro athlete isn't really gonna, like, go for me, you know?
Actually, I would say, like, pro athletes be dating some normal fucking.
I mean, I would tend to
chicks,
disagree.
like.
I mean, like, I'm autistic. I have, like, literally. Look.
Really?
Yeah.
I never would have guessed.
Yeah. No, but I'm, like, completely weird as fuck. Like, not to be like quirky or anything, but, like, I'm a fucking loser. Like, I like video games. I'm cooped up. Like, I just like to play video games. I'm cooped up in my room all the time, and then I ended up scoring some guy who's an absolute Chad. Like, he's like, I don't know. He's, like, completely fucking normal, and I think I'm kind of, like, retarded. Like, I could say it. You said we could say it if we had the past. I mean, I ended up dating someone who, like, essentially like we have nothing to do with each other, and it's working out pretty fine. I mean, we have a lot in common.
Argument. What is your argument?
No, I'm just saying. I don't know. I just.
So you're saying like because you're like r-slurred that you should only date other r-slurred people?
No. It's not like that. I'm saying
so
like
nice of you.
like people like don't always date within their pool. Like this guy's like awesome. Like he's like completely normal.
Oh
like
go ahead.
I was just gonna say that. I mean, I honestly like it's totally fine if your standards are like not similar to what you provide. For me, I just can't stand people who are like, I want this, and this from a partner, but they bring nothing to the table. I just don't think that it makes any sense. I feel like you want the relationship to be fair and what you can provide for each other. So I think it makes sense to like, if you're gonna require all these things from your partner, you should probably have some other things that you're yourself offering.
Okay, so this look, this whole thing stemmed from we were initially talking about age gap. That stemmed from the age gap thing.
We didn't finish.
I don't know
going
how
around the
we.
table.
What's that?
We didn't finish going around the table.
On
the biggest age gap.
Oh, what was yours?
Okay,
did you go? I think you said
I did, yeah, 6 years.
6 years. What about you?
Mine was 7, but the person I was with before him, it was 6, so it kind of was like my gateway into 7, and that person lied about their age. So I found out from a background check. They told me they were only 2 years older. My friend looked up their hockey stats, found out they were 30 at the time. So I kind of got tricked into that. Before that, I had only dated someone like 1 year older than me, maybe 2. It was 6 years. I was 23. He was like 30.
Okay. Okay.
I think mine was either 2 or 3 years.
What about you?
I was always the older
4.
one.
What about you?
2 up, 2 down.
2 up, 2 down. Okay. All right.
I like that.
But okay, so I mean, it's like okay. You think it's predatory?
Depending on the situation, absolutely.
Depending on the situation.
Well, I think if you can lie about it, yeah.
Let me ask you.
Yeah, if you're lying about it, that's sus.
I mean, I think some women seek out older men, and it's like, why are they, trying to make a?
Not Brian. He seeks out older women.
No, a lot of women.
I mean, I'll date young.
I mean,
a
lot of women seek out older men just purely for financial gain. Like a lot of women, I want a sugar daddy. I want someone this old. But then they turn it around and say like, oh, woe is me. I'm being groomed.
I think a transactional relationship is very different than
but that's like
about.
the
No
financial
girl is getting
abuse,
a sugar daddy and it's like, oh, he groomed me.
No, but what about like DILFs? Like, oh, he's such a DILF. I want to date someone like, oh, I have daddy issues. I'm gonna date someone who's 32. I'm like 19. But then all of a sudden they just go back on it and be like, oh, that was absolutely predatory. But like, you were the one who put yourself in that situation, seeking someone like that.
Boy, I think it really has to do with how the relationship goes and the dynamic of the relationship, the environment of the relationship, because it's like, no girl is just like, oh, like getting with an older guy and then is like straight out of the relationship pissed and is like, oh, like he groomed me. No, obviously no girl is like saying they got groomed just to say that and for sympathy. Like that doesn't just happen.
Also,
I think a lot of people
have you heard that?
I think a lot of women and men too, but mostly women refuse to take accountability when it comes to stuff like that, and they often like to victimize themselves.
I think you've said a lot of times that it's pretty much the fault of the woman in every single situation
we've
talked about. You've put accountability on the woman every single time.
I'm saying we as women should take accountability. That's what I'm saying. We should take accountability.
So you're saying it's a 19-year-old's fault?
No.
If she's
a 40-year-old man,
you're saying it's her fault. If she's supposedly a child, she's supposedly a teenager, it's her fault.
I'm not saying it's her fault, but
Well,
I think
that's the way you're putting
I'm
it,
saying
though.
we should take accountability for certain situations.
So we should take accountability if we're being financially abused. We should take accountability if we give up our.
That's not what I'm
I've
saying.
grown a lot.
I feel like you're grabbing my words by the dick and twisting it hard right here. I'm saying
I've grown a lot since I was 18. I'm definitely not the same person I was when I was 18. If I were to get into a relationship when I was 18, I would definitely come out of it and be like, what the heck was that? Because like she said, what does that man have in common with me?
Can we take accountability though?
You're expecting an 18-year-old to take accountability for a 40-year-old man coming after them?
That man knows better. That man has had more life experiences.
There are certain situations where, hey, it might be the man's fault. It might be the man's fault. But there are also situations that we personally should take accountability for, like seeking out older men purely for monetary gain or because we're attracted to them. I personally am not attracted to them, but some women are attracted to older men because they didn't have a father figure in their life. That could be one reason, or it could just be merely attraction. I think we should take more accountability rather than coming out 5 years later and victimizing ourselves. And obviously there are predatory men, there are a lot of predatory men and there are a lot of predatory women. But I'm just saying, in the situations where we need to take accountability, we need to take accountability.
What
Yes,
about
but
like
in
the
that
power
situation,
imbalance?
the 18-year-old is definitely not at fault.
Yeah, like the power imbalance, because I
Yeah.
feel like
Who has the money? Who is older? Who has the power in the relationship?
and I'm not saying girls don't go for that sometimes, because like that's the case, but their brain isn't fully developed.
I mean, power imbalance, like you often hear about this in like workplace relationships where the man actually has authority over you, but like I don't think dating a rich guy is like and you're younger, that's not the same type of power imbalance as like when a man has authority over you.
What
in,
about
like,
a
the
19-year-old
workplace.
man and a 40-year-old woman? Are you going to say the same thing?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
I absolutely am. It's not like I'm anti-women, anti-this. I'm just saying we should take accountability. Like, there's a lot of situations that we put ourselves in, but then we end up blaming the opposing party. And the opposing party could be a man, it could be a woman, but we have, I mean, a lot of people I know have this inclination to just go back on it and be like, oh, I absolutely did nothing wrong, or maybe I did little wrong, or it's their fault.
Or I'm a victim.
I'm a victim. Like, sort of like
I consensually dated a man who was older than me.
Bebe
I'm a
Rexha, or whatever
victim.
her name was. Like, she just went back on all that and then just put these screenshots out there. I think that, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Thank you.
Let me ask this. Okay, so I think the example I gave previously was, would you object to a 31-year-old dating a 21-year-old?
And I said, I think I would think it's kind of weird, but I don't
Would you think it's predatory?
No. I mean, like 30 and 20 isn't like that massive of an age gap.
Okay.
I mean, like 10 years, but also it's different. Like 18 years old is very different than 21 years old.
Okay, how about 19 and 29? How about that?
I would think that was weird, yeah.
You would object to that?
I mean, I can't object to anybody's relationship, but I can consider something like
You would consider it
predatory.
weird.
I would consider it weird, absolutely.
Would you
because
consider it predatory?
I don't think that there's anything a 29-year-old will have in common with an 18, 19-year-old.
Sex?
if that's the basis of it, then again, that's predatory and weird.
Women are so much more emotionally mature than men, though. Like, don't you all agree with that?
I
That, like, we
definitely
mature
agree.
way faster than men. Like, I feel like I was intellectually superior by at least 5-10 years to most of the men in my grade.
I definitely agree with that. Like, I've heard like some girls say like, oh, like date older men because naturally men are like
it makes you on
10
the same
years-
level naturally.
Yeah, like they said like men are naturally like 10 years more immature than
Right.
they really are.
That's
so then when
true.
You're dating,
It's actually true, no, because that's
Yeah,
why
I
they
know,
say
I
men
know.
reach their peak at 30. It's because it's true.
yeah, but we also shouldn't be like, oh, well, like that's a man at that point. Like he's, like that's a full grown man. Like frontal lobe developed. That 18-year-old frontal lobe isn't developed yet. So I think we really have to take that into consideration, because if I was making this, I've made some crazy decisions when I was 18 and 19 years old, and maybe even now. But like when it comes to like if I was dating like a 40-year-old, like that man, that is a man. What,
I mean, the
his
frontal lobe doesn't fully
Wait, okay, hold on.
develop.
Hold on. Just to bring it back really quick onto this point. So I think I want to make sure I understand your argument properly.
Mm-hmm.
So 29-year-old, or sorry, 31-year-old with 21-year-old, the word you would use is weird or predatory?
I mean, well, not predatory. I think it would be strange. Again,
strange, weird.
Again, my argument is mainly against teenagers. I don't think that
So
40-year-old
19
men
okay.
should be going after 18 and 19-year-olds. I
Yeah.
think that that's predatory.
Well, the brain isn't fully developed
Okay,
until
so-
the age of 25. So are you saying that we should up the age of consent to 25?
No, I'm saying
That's not what anyone
that's
is
not
saying.
what I
You
said at
brought
all.
up
I
the
said
If a
that-
19-year-old wants to talk to an 18-year-old, that's completely viable and completely like normal.
They're
That's a
saying-
But-
normal age
Okay.
gap.
So hold on, just a question. So okay, let's use teenager, right? So 19-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
We'll use a 19-year-old that's still a teenager, although I think it is a bit. It's like you're using language to like, because a teenager could also be someone who's 13. But
Right.
like, it's a bit like you're trying to paint it in a certain way. But fine, let's say a 19-year-old. You would object to 19 and 29.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Would
again,
you-
not object.
Okay, and would you object to a 19-year-old woman starting an OnlyFans?
Yeah.
I already said that, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you would?
Yeah,
I
she
did,
already
yes.
did.
Okay, darn, you've got me. Okay, well,
I already said I think that
what's
there's
the minimum age then to start an OnlyFans?
I would to be honest, I
Or
would
do-
probably wait till like 25. We were having this conversation
Oh,
earlier,
okay.
and I think that there are a lot of pros and cons to doing it. And I think that a lot of 18-year-old women are starting OnlyFans under the guise of these women that have these massive platforms telling them, you're going to make a ton of money, you're going to get all this money, you should sign up when you're 18, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
but I don't
it's
think that they really
dangerous.
realize what they're actually doing with their life and the things that will follow from that, because they're just thinking they're going to make a ton of money when in reality they're not.
Yep.
So
Very true.
I do not think that 18-year-olds
We
should.
had a very in-depth convo
Yeah,
about
I do not
this.
think that 18-year-olds should start OnlyFans. I don't think that 19-year-olds should start OnlyFans. I think that women should take a long, hard look at what that means and what the pros are and what the cons are. And I think that you should wait till you're older, because I started mine when I was 27.
Okay.
I
so.
absolutely
Just
agree with
one
you.
sec, one sec. So just to bring it back to, I think you said, well, what does a 31-year-old have in common with a 21-year-old, right?
18-year-old.
18.
Yeah. 21
Well,
is like
I mean,
okay.
you could still say the same. What does a 31-year-old
Sure, if you want to argue
have
21, we can do
with
that.
okay, fine, 29 to 19. Okay. It's
That's
not
literally
clear
my
to
mom
it's
and my
well, it's
dad's
not
age,
clear
yeah.
to me that having commonality with someone is a primary attraction trigger.
I mean, like you
Or
don't
even-
find attraction to people that you have things in common with and that you talk to and can like understand where they're at in their life and their life experiences and things like that, because a 29-year-old and a 19-year-old have very, very different life experience. And a 29-year-old is going to be able to manipulate a 19-year-old very, very easily.
Not necessarily.
I mean, in most cases.
Well, I mean, we were previously talking about this, how women mature a bit faster, and I would say women actually get a lot more. I think women are much more socially attuned than men are. So, I mean, you can make the argument in a lot of cases that women socially can actually run circles around men.
Yeah. I wouldn't say
Like,
for a
if-
29 or 30-year-old man, I think that's like a massive difference.
Not necessarily. I mean, he could be, say he's maybe not the most attractive guy. Maybe he's got a job. Like a 19-year-old girl who's kind of a fucking hustler could go in there and absolutely run circles around a dude who's in his late 20s or early 30s. If she's a hustler, a 19-year-old chick that's a hustler could absolutely fucking run circles around like some like naive 30-year-old who doesn't have much of a relationship experience. Take, for example, maybe a guy who's not particularly attractive. He's going to get fucking played. He's going to get got. So
That's true.
I'm not saying that's going to be the case for like most women. I'm not saying most women are hustlers like that, but like, you know, they can get got, you know? So, but I mean, this idea that commonality, I mean, have you ever had a ton of things in common with someone and there was no attraction?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure, all the time. But like every relationship I've ever had, I've had things to talk about with them in commonality, whether it's life experience or things we've gone through or hobbies or activities or whatever the case may be. I've also never been attracted to a man that I have nothing in common with.
But also, would you agree that today's generation is growing up much faster as well? Like, I think back to me being an 18-year-old versus the 18-year-olds nowadays. Like, they're talking about shit, doing shit, and aware of shit that I had no clue about at their age. And so it's also just a sign of the times to a degree, honestly.
No, I agree.
Yeah. Thank you.
I get it.
I don't know. If a girl's 5'3" and wants to date a guy who's 6'4", you wouldn't say, but you don't have anything in common with him.
That's a physical thing. That has nothing to do with life experience or like commonality.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay, what is the advantage? Say you're a 31-year-old guy. What advantages are there to dating a 31-year-old woman versus a 21-year-old woman?
I mean, as far as life experience, already having partnerships, knowing what you want, knowing what you don't want, being able to talk about those things, having healthy communication and boundaries because you've put in the work through your 20s in order to have those healthy relationships. A 19-year-old probably hasn't done that.
So what I hear is more sexual partners, more relationship baggage, more relationship trauma.
I don't think that
No.
I don't
That's
consider
what I
any of
hear.
that, because every relationship that I've been in, I wouldn't consider traumatic. I mean, a lot of those were experiences that I had positive experiences with people that I dated where I came
Sure.
out and I said, you want to know what? Like, I really like this about him and I really didn't like this. And this is something that I realized in my life that this is something I don't agree with or want. I mean, go back to Jonah Hill. If I was him and I started dating that surfer girl after all of my other experiences, I go, you know what? This doesn't really align with what I want in my life. So I would just choose not to date that person. I mean, you just know what you want. Whereas a 19-year-old has no freaking clue what they want. Realistically.
I've met a lot of women of varying ages, and I don't think, maturity is not a given, even if you are older.
Well,
There's
of
a lot of
course.
immature people, a lot of people with trauma and baggage and issues that you can find at pretty much any age.
Right. But I mean, a lot of the reasoning that these men say they want an 18, 19-year-old is because they lack baggage and lack trauma. So by your...
And they're also more physically attractive.
I mean, I think that's subjective.
Well, I mean, how dare a man be attracted to a woman at the height of her physical attractiveness
I'm
and
not
fertility?
saying, I didn't say that he can't be attracted to somebody that age, but I think when you get to a certain point, it's more so like, oh, she lacks experience. I'm able to take advantage of that. She doesn't have these hang-ups.
That's kind of projection.
But you're implying that primordial attraction is predatory. I mean, it could be predatory, but that's not always the case.
I mean, when you're coming at it as, oh, she doesn't have any baggage, she doesn't have any relationship experience, this is somebody that I can easily take advantage of.
Some people don't want to deal with that.
It's
a lot of people aren't equipped.
Don't want to deal with
someone
regular life.
Baggage, trauma. Some people don't want to have to deal with trauma. They don't want to have to.
They just want to become somebody else's trauma.
No,
that's not it at all. That
It's
is
just
a very bleak way of looking at relationships.
Women, especially with the incidence of mental health that's gone up, like I'm sure you'll at least know, like most of your friends at least have anxiety or depression or some form of mental illness. You get a girl who's younger, closer to a blank slate than anything, low body count, has not been tainted by the world. Like, why doesn't that make more sense? Gonna be less combative, fight with you less, more respectful in the relationship, and
because
doesn't
they
have
have
any
less
baggage holding you back.
experience.
Yeah.
I mean, life experience for sure helps, but I feel like for trauma, it can go one of two ways with women. It could ruin them, or it could make them stronger. And the percentile that it makes stronger is very minimal by comparison.
And I think trauma affects the way that relationships go. Like, it has a lot to do with relationships. Like, oh, I'm traumatized because this happened to me.
So these
and
older
this is
men
how
have
I'm
no
gonna
trauma?
project it.
Yeah,
No.
these men don't have any trauma.
This is
No,
how
they do.
like,
Again, men and women are different. Trauma affects men differently than women, I believe.
It does. And I don't think it's the partner's responsibility to have someone with that amount of emotional baggage. I think it's absolutely okay to be like, I don't want someone who is still dealing with these problems. Like, maybe if they've healed from it, it's fine. But like, there's certain people who aren't equipped to deal with that sort of thing. And some people don't want a relationship. Some people are seeking casual relationships. You don't want to, and they don't seek out relationships with this amount of depth to them. And so you don't really want someone who might, harm them in some way, not harm physically or harm emotionally, but there are certain behaviors that traumatized people might exhibit due to their trauma that might hurt the relationship. And I myself have trauma, and I'm not going to go ahead and dump it, but I'm saying that has absolutely affected the way I've interacted with people. That's affected the way that I've loved people. That's affected the way that I've received love. And I think it's just not, I don't blame the people for not wanting that.
What's your question? Then we have a couple chats. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, I'm curious if anyone knows, how does trauma affect men and women differently, or like how does that come out differently?
If anything, what I've heard is that men with mental disorders and usually show it way more than women do. Like borderline personality disorder, men tend to be way more aggressive than women do, than women are. So I think you are a little bit wrong with that, because some men simply cannot control themselves.
Well, that's the way it's exhibited. It's going back to the saying that like men and women commit suicide equally, but most men actually die of suicide because when it hits them, it's going to actually affect them.
Most women attempt more because, let me finish. Most women attempt more because men don't care about how they die. They want to do it in the most crazy way possible.
Okay, let's move on from that. Okay, let me do some chats here. We have Alvarez here. I guess bits aren't accepted, but a few of these girls know what they are talking about. I'm an older man that used to date older women in my 20s. pH balance, oh God, is no joke. I've learned a lot over the years, and boiling a sex toy is the only way to sanitize. What the
you boil them?
You
boil sex with, bro, it's like you melt it.
In the same pot that you're making Kraft mac and cheese.
That's right.
Hell no.
Then he's
Souffle, I'm
basically
making a
eating
dildo
pussy
souffle.
at that point.
Wait, boiling a sex toy? The only way to what are those things called that heat things? An autoclave? Wait, autoclave, is that a thing?
That's
that
correct.
Yeah, that's where I put my sex toys. The autoclave. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Testing tolerance here. Thank you, man, for the Streamlabs donation. What does a 40-year-old man have in common with an 18-year-old woman? Dumbest question ever asked by wall-approaching women. How about 15 million years of primate evolution? Amazing levels of ignorance here. Not my words. Don't shoot the messenger. That is from testing
If you
tolerance.
guys want to talk about evolution and then you guys come on here and call girls fat, okay, let's talk about how back then in evolution, if you guys have ever heard of, I think it's like the body of Venus or something like that. I could be completely wrong on the name of the, it was like a super, super old ancient artifact from like literally like the cavemen days. And it was literally this woman who is like a little
caveman days?
Venus from the caveman days?
I don't think they were
no,
doing
okay, no,
maybe
no,
Greek.
okay, it was like
Like
it was
Italian
something-
Renaissance.
Yeah, okay, it was like something. It was like something like they found it in like a cave or something, like back then when people would like still do cave stuff. I'm not exactly sure in what year, but there was this woman who was literally like a bigger woman, and she, you know, had wide hips, big boobs, like they were a little bit saggy, but like it doesn't matter because that's what like beauty was back then, because you, let me finish. Because
the standard is different.
Yeah, the standard
Beauty
is different.
standards
When
aren't
you
biology.
back then, the cavemen would look at that, and biology would be like, okay, literally go for that woman because she's fertile, she looks
Well,
fertile.
that's true. You guys mentioned earlier that men should evolve from certain behaviors. So why can't women evolve to not be fat?
I'm literally just saying how men like to talk about biology all the time, but then like they like to come up on
Yes,
here.
but bringing up a statue has nothing to do with biology.
I'm saying that
What was
back then,
biologically
yeah,
attractive at that
biologically,
time?
this was the most beautiful woman figure ever. It was
I know you're
literally
not natural
named.
beauty, but I think with the right clothes, the right look, you could be very striking.
Whoa, what the fuck?
What was that?
I
What was
don't
that?
know. It was I think that was Nick who said that. How dare you, Nick?
I didn't even hear what they
Well,
said.
being fat might have been desirable back then
I can
because
already
of
tell that
money
I don't like you.
and whatnot.
Okay, let's do
It's
some
not
more
that it
chat.
was. It's not that being fat was desirable. It's that
I think
it
it has
was.
to do with
You
breathability,
looked
too.
like you could withstand childbirth.
That's
Wide
what he said.
hips.
Wide
Hold on.
hips,
Whoa, we have a
all of
chat
these
here
big
from
breasts.
Jai Kai here.
That's
Thank you
a
for
sign
the
of
Thank you for
fertility.
the 50 for Naomi. Hands down, you're the most beautiful girl on this podcast. You have true class
Oh, thanks.
and love God. Those two qualities make you a 10. Oh, actually, you know what? Speaking of that, we have Stifler here. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Starting with you. Go ahead.
I've already thought about this. I saw that earlier, and
Oh,
I was going
gosh.
to say like I'd say like probably a 6 or 7, probably close to a 7
Okay.
to be generous.
A 10.
All right.
A 7.
I don't know.
She's a
Just
10.
throw something out there. Throw something out there.
I don't really. I don't want to.
Okay, what about you?
10, baby.
Okay.
Okay, well, judging that they both said 7, I'm gonna say 7 because I think, yeah.
I'll say a 5.
Fresh out of the shower, 6.5 to 7.
7 on average, 8 on a good day.
Okay, I give myself a 6. Give myself a 6, mate. Okay. So 10.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Yes.
So perfect. You guys are perfect.
In my own eyes, absolutely.
Perfect. But it's just
Why am I
clarification.
gonna come onto the internet and be like, yeah, I'm a 5? Like, I'm just putting myself down. It took me so long to love myself, Brian. I'm gonna stay here and I'm gonna be like, I love myself. I'm a 10. I don't care what you think. I don't care if you don't think I'm a 10, but I'm beautiful. And
Wait,
if you
so
can't-
question. Should everybody be a 10?
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah,
should-
everybody.
Should all women are all women 10s?
I think we should all feel like a 10. I just wasn't gonna go in with that because I
Oh,
think
okay.
they're 10s and they're rating themselves 7s. So I'm like,
Okay, all right.
I think women
But
are beautiful.
So all women should be 10s?
I think all women, I agree. They should all feel like 10s,
Yeah.
absolutely.
They all have
Should
the
all
right.
are all men 10s?
All men should feel like they're 10s, absolutely.
No, but do you view all men as 10s?
I mean, of course not.
Whoa.
But I'm rating myself, am I not? I'm not rating you.
Yeah,
or
but
any
you said,
of like
I think my
Brian gets
boyfriend's
so
But
hurt
couldn't-
anytime somebody rates themselves a 10.
yeah,
Brian,
I'm deeply
relax.
hurt. I'm deeply hurt. I'm
Relax.
so hurt.
I feel like a healthy self-image is based on, number one, your own self-love. That should come first, but it should also come from outside influence as well. Not that shouldn't be the main thing, but it is a healthy
Why am I?
perspective to be.
Yeah. Why would I allow what somebody else thinks? of
Because
me and
otherwise you
views
live in an
me?
echo chamber. Otherwise you live in an echo chamber,
echo
and your
chamber
own
about echo
bias,
chambers
your
are dangerous.
confirmation bias in your own life could lead you to be
She's good.
being very wrong.
She's
Not
good.
necessarily with your looks, but with personal flaws that you may encounter. Like,
I'm not,
talking about
I
looks.
know my personal flaws. I'm just saying I'm not thinking I'm the most perfect person in the world.
Is Lizzo a 10?
Lizzo is beautiful.
Lizzo is a 10.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
she is.
Can I say
She's
something?
beautiful.
Go ahead.
And a great role model.
I think that it's great, and I think it's great if they feel like they're a 10, and they should feel like they're a 10, but being realistic, like, the reason I rated myself on that too is just based off, like I said, character defects, things that probably wouldn't make me a 10 in other people's eyes, things that I could improve on, and that's just being, like, realistic.
Yeah, I just keep that a little bit private because it's not anyone's business to know, like, my character flaws, you know? Like, not something I really want to put out into the internet.
Just
I want
for those of you who rated yourself
get those
a 10,
cheap makeup wipes away from me. Get those cheap makeup wipes away from me. Literally get them away. That's gonna make me break out. That's gonna make me break out.
Revise
literally,
their
I don't even
answer?
want to see that.
Anybody want to revise their answer?
I think I look better without makeup.
Yeah, I
usually.
would say I'd maybe a half.
Neutrogena actually has salicylic acid in it.
If you like brought like micellar water or something, yeah.
Okay,
like,
Neutrogena.
I'm not gonna use those
I have a whole
makeup wipes.
skincare routine.
And like you've had that bag of
acid in
makeup
it. You
wipes.
shouldn't
Has
take
anybody
out of
actually like taken off their makeup?
It's safe to
This
use.
podcast is sponsored by Neutrogena. Okay, we have Steelworker. Thank you for the $69 Streamlabs donation. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Miss Indiana is the GOAT. Come back to Indiana and I'll show you a proper date.
Oh my gosh, I'm coming back in August.
Oh, shit. Steelworker. Thank you. He is a steelworker. Okay, then we have, let's see. Wait, fuck. Where were we? We had, did we do this one? Did we do, oh no, we did Naomi and then Eyes Wide Shut. Thank you, man. Not sure how I mistook the girl to the left of the Latina as part of the 3FO panel. My bad. There's still hope. Plus, she's a beauty. Christ is king.
Christ is king, baby.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Ken speaks. Thank merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50. Gorgeous, rational, based mindset with reasonable analysis. We need more women like the 4 women to your left, Brian. Kiki can be included. Okay, she's somewhere. Kiki's somewhere back there. Thank you, Keen. Much appreciated. We have Eyes Wide Shut again. Merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50. My left, your right. The 3 foes to her right, all the way to the blonde, are walking L's. Oof. He says you're walking L's.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Don't shoot the messenger, guys.
That's
Don't
a
shoot
lot
the
coming from a guy that pays for a podcast to talk on a
HM
podcast.
donated $100.69. Starting from the right side of the table. 8.5, 4, 7, 6, 6, 5, 6.5, 7, 6, and Brian, of course, is 6.9.
Okay, all right, 6.9. There you go. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dwight. Dwight Schrute. All right, we have the brunette. Wait, did I read this one?
The brunette with the accent, I didn't catch her name, is beautiful plus smart, huge W. If she's still single, then she's a walking trifecta. Either way, she makes you 3 or 4s look like what you truly are, but I can't say because society is woke.
Cat.
What's
Just
your?
kidding, she's beautiful.
He wants your name, by the way.
Amy Dangerfield.
Her name is
I have a YouTube if y'all
Amy
wanna check it out.
Dangerfield.
Yeah.
Any relation to Rodney
I
Dangerfield?
wish. No respect.
No
I wish.
respect.
I wish.
Okay, Tyler, thank you for the 50. 5'7" with 6 figures and 7 inches. How did the ladies rate that? Just curious. Okay, how do you guys rate a guy who has a cat avatar? Is it 5'7"?
Oh.
He's 5'7" height, 6 figures, and his appendage is 7 inches.
If that's your cat, it actually helps you.
I can do a good rating. So the cat already starting off strong. Okay, 5'7", that's perfect. That's like an inch and a half taller than me. 6 figures, whatever. That's not really important. 7 inches might be too much. Not sure how I feel about that.
That was really good.
So you're saying that her ex has a chance?
I just want to say, I'm sorry for being mean. I was petty of me to say that. I just want to say it was petty of me.
She's had a
Redemption
long day.
arc.
I've had a very long day.
Redemption arc.
I'm
Yeah.
a backpedal. I'm a backpedal.
Hold
I
on.
apologize.
You had a bad day because you said
I didn't
you
have
did
a bad
2 scenes?
I had a long day.
Long day.
Long
It
day.
gets better.
What
But I
was
do want to apologize. It was rude. I'm going to say that. It was rude.
apology accepted?
Thank you.
Sort of. On behalf of your boyfriend, who's coming on the show and who's going
I'm
to talk
gonna-
about.
Oh, God.
He's coming on the show. You know? He's going to talk about. Okay. All right. Do you guys want to? Here, quick, just rate him. Just rate him, quick. Just knee jerk rating.
5'7" isn't tall enough for me.
Okay. What about you?
No, he's good. He's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the cat really helps.
Yeah.
I don't want to rate him. I have a boyfriend who's very beautiful.
5'8's usually my minimum, but we would see.
I like the cat though. Cute cat.
Naomi.
I don't know. I don't know what he looks like.
Isn't Naomi I moan backwards?
Yes, I got that joke a lot in middle school, high school.
Cliche.
You're like, do you know what Naomi is backwards?
Cliche. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Alaraz, weird top is a 10 with great late night talks. Bangs is a 8 with many late night fights. Far right and far left just for the bed and camera. Alaraz, thank you, man. Who is the weird top? Who has the weird top? I'm assuming you? Is that you with the weird top? Who has the weird top? I don't know who has the weird top. Okay, we have NPC IRL. Literally, the two claiming they're a 10 are the absolute that thing. Looks and personality. Girl on the far right is a 9+. I think that's you.
Yeah. These are the highest ratings I've ever gotten in my life, so I'm like soaking it all in right now.
Yeah, you're
okay.
beautiful.
You're beautiful.
You are a 10.
You're definitely you're the prettiest girl on the panel by far.
Stop.
Yeah, that's you, baby.
I'm gonna kiss you guys all later.
Haram!
Bang. Anahaya. And As. Is that what your
That's
nickname?
fine.
Did you go As?
I mean, whatever.
He's kind of insulting you guys. Do you have a response to NPC IRL?
I mean, he's literally an NPC, so
Wow.
why do I
Roasted.
give a fuck?
Boom. You're done.
You
NPC.
would never have a chance with either of us.
That's right, NPC. Bangs would never go for. Oh, sorry. Anahi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay.
Say my name again. Say it.
Is that like a? This is getting a little.
No, say it. Just say it. I need to hear you say it.
Say my name.
So no, say it the correct way.
Gertrude? Okay, we got it. Sweet. I want to try to get through all of your guys' pre-show notes that you sent me because I want to be considerate of everyone that provided them.
What
so
hour are
we
we
have.
on?
We're getting there. We're getting there. So I think we hit most of
you got me.
Az's points. Essie, you got catfished on a date once. I tried to stick it out. I should have left. Very quickly, what happened on your catfish date?
Oh my gosh. So this was like around COVID. So I'll preface it with that. Met him on a dating app. We got along really, really well, but because of COVID happening, a lot of the businesses were closed. So we were waiting a while to plan the first date. We ended up getting like coffee to go somewhere, and like that was the date. But I remember like pulling up to the place where we were meeting, and I'm like looking for him because he said he would be waiting outside, and he was like, I'm literally outside right now. And I'm like, I don't see you anywhere. He's like, I'm literally standing in front of the door. And I'm like, oh no. In this moment, I realized I was probably getting catfished. And he looked vaguely like the photos. Like it was almost like the photos were taken maybe when he was like very, very young and from like partial angles. But I wanted to stick it out because we had such a good emotional connection that I thought maybe like I could obviously look past like that because we really did get along really well. So I wanted to stick it out, and I definitely should not have done that. I've learned my lesson. He ended up being like a little bit crazy. Like
times.
Needless to say, we like went back to his apartment to drink the coffee, like sit in the living room, and he like had to go to his bedroom to take a light bulb out of the lamp from the bedroom to bring it and put the light bulb in the lamp in the living room. And then he like offered me chili that he cooked. It was like very weird.
Was it chili good?
I didn't eat it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow,
That was probably for the
poisoned
best.
chili. Chili. So it was just a one and done date situation? Okay. So he's a little crazy. Are you a little crazy though? Like a little crazy?
I mean, I feel like everybody's a little bit crazy.
Yeah,
I don't want to
everybody.
just proclaim myself as being a crazy woman.
Okay, and then your other thing is, I'd like to speak on women paying for first dates. This is a hot take with my friends, and they hate when I do this. Are you guys her friends, by the way? Do you hate when she does this?
You pay?
Do you disavow her paying for? You disavow?
I mean, I wouldn't say disavow. I think this, I don't know if this is necessary. I mean, like, I know a lot of people view it as a hot take. I don't necessarily think it matters if the woman pays for the date first, if she's like okay with that. I personally will always offer. You know, when I was single, I would always offer. And even now in my relationship, like I don't mind paying for dates and stuff. First date, I think I can kind of go either way. But yeah, I think that's a conversation that just varies person to person.
Wait, hold on. So question for you. You said you would offer, but was it a token courtesy offer, or was it like, would you be upset if a guy took you up on your offer to pay?
I mean, not necessarily, no.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. What's your take?
Oh, I'm just very adamant about paying for the first date, especially if it's somebody that I really like.
Just a point of clarification. When you say paying for the first date, you mean paying for your stuff or paying for both?
Everything, yeah.
You'll pay for the dude?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Cute. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
she
just
paid
want
for
to
me.
show.
What's up?
She's a queen.
It's good. It's good. Okay.
I just really like showing like that I care, and I feel like guys deserve to be treated too. So that for me, but it can go 50-50. Sometimes the guys really don't like it. And sometimes the guys really do like it and they like enjoy it. But I always say like, hey, I'll pay for this, you pay for the second date.
What was that?
That was my ring.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But yeah, I'm always like, I'll pay for the first date, you pay for the second, and that like also insinuates that we'll see each other again.
I feel like some men do get offended though. If I like were to even like take out my wallet, they'd be like, no, like I'll do it, you know? And like it's almost like a stab to their masculinity almost. I feel like some men are really like, no, I like the leader, I guess, and they want to pay, they want to do it all, they want to plan out the date. And then even when like you like fake take out your wallet and you're like, and they're like,
I feel like a lot of it though too is, I mean, going from the expectation of women, because it is so common for women to expect men to pay for the first date. And so if they really like a girl, they might just be like, no, because they don't want to screw up their chances with that woman. Because I don't necessarily think it matters, but I think most men, I mean, some might feel emasculated, but I think a lot of it is just the expectation of, oh, I have to pay for this date or I'm never going to see this girl again.
Yeah.
I guess at my age, when I go into a date, I mean, I have paid for a date before, like on second, on third, like when we're actually trying to pursue something and I realize, okay, I like him, he likes me. Oh, let me pay for the date. And they're still like, no, I'll do it. But like I was perfectly willing to pay for that like $80 date or whatever. But I guess at my age now that I'm older, when I'm choosing people or saying yes to people who are inviting me out, I'm really, really picky. And so I'm looking for like husband material. So for me, if you're gonna be my provider, you're gonna be my protector. If my hips are gonna separate to bear your child and I'm gonna gain weight, I would hope you'd pay for me on the first date. Do you see what I mean? But
I prefer to cook it.
Granted, I mean but I'm just saying, like, if you were to invite me on a date and like he's trying to show me like, hey, you know, I can be husband material. Okay, after that we can split. So I can pay for you because I love you, you love me, whatever. But I feel like maybe the first date, especially at my age, it'd be nice.
I feel like Essie kind of just has the role reversal of how the man feels. Like the man usually is like, oh, I want to treat her. I want to make sure she knows that she's being treated. Whereas Essie's kind of just flipping it and being like, no, I want to show you that like you deserve to be treated as well. Yeah. I think that's just kind of what it is.
He takes the lead in that, and then you can like kind of follow as after that.
Would you,
if you want to pay for him, you know.
I've paid for dates, just not the first one.
Right.
You know.
Would you feel emasculated if a woman paid for the first date entirely?
What's your favorite?
No,
he wants that. He wants that.
That's gangster. It's gangster. She's so into you.
I think Oblivion is
plausibly
the best Elder Scrolls game.
That I got this chick. All right. She's just so into you.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with it necessarily.
I don't know.
I think it just depends.
It's good.
I mean, I'd prefer to cook it. Just in general, just like I wouldn't want to like
for a first date. You want someone in your home?
Okay, maybe not first date, but just in general, like I'd prefer to. No, I ain't got a home, bro. But no, I'm kidding. Joke. But I don't know. I'd prefer to cook, but like I would want to pay for the first date. Like I don't know. Like I just treat on me. I don't know.
I think some men are like super worried, like, oh, now I have to pay for the first date.
I will say though, I do go in like expecting to pay for my half sometimes.
Yeah, no. And then, but then like in reality, like when I go on a first date, like I'm not worried about like, I'm not thinking about like, oh my gosh, like I have to pay. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna send my friends my location. I'm gonna make sure I don't get killed. You know.
Modern problems call for modern solutions. So I think you should split. You should split the bill. Or, I mean, look, if the girl wants to pay, sweet.
Yeah, there's nothing
rare.
wrong with that.
Yeah.
That's just rare. One time a chick bought me a burrito.
There's no rules.
That was nice.
There's no rules.
It's fully, I mean, I think like, especially if you're going on a first date with somebody, that might be a conversation worth having. I know it's kind of awkward, but then like, if you're actually really liking someone and it's coming down to the check being the final decider, like I think that's just bizarre. Oh, I don't want to go out with him ever again or see him because he didn't pay for me that one time. Like,
yeah, that wouldn't be a rule breaker for me. Like if I went on a date and I really liked the guy and he's like, okay, like let's split, I'd kind of be like, oh, maybe he wasn't that into me.
Amy, what do you think? What do you think, Amy?
Clarify the question for me again.
Oh, just like who should pay on the first date?
Men. Yeah.
Cool. I'm so excited.
That's what I would expect. I mean, for me, obviously, with this modern day and age, it could be whoever, and nobody has to be offended by it. But for me personally, if a guy is taking me out on a date, you better be paying.
Yeah, whoever asks, I think.
Especially as a
I've
girl,
heard
you
that
have to
lot.
get ready, you know,
Yeah.
like makeup's expensive, you maybe get a new outfit, like you spend hours getting
Literally,
ready.
like it takes me hours to get ready.
I don't think the like, oh, I put on makeup thing is a good argument for why men should pay.
But also it depends on the type of woman you are.
Go
like
get a
if,
wax.
for a woman,
Costs
if you're
more
like
than
a
the
woman
new-
who wants
Get
a
my
more like
nails
traditional
done.
relationship, then you would want it to kind of start that way as well. You know, so for me, like I want a more traditional relationship. So for me, that's like a given. It's not even something I need
But
to
once you court me,
think
if
about,
we're like,
you know.
we're continually dating,
I
I have
just-
no problem paying
I
for
just
stuff.
don't like feeling like a
Yeah.
bum. Like I just don't
Yeah.
like feeling like a bum. I don't know. Maybe that's just a me thing, but I just don't like feeling like a bum, bro.
Well, ultimately, too, like if you guys are pursuing marriage or whatever, he's going to provide for you and the kid. So that's a good example. It's a good start, like you said.
Okay. So you think it's a hot take that it's not unusual is not the right word. It's uncommon
I have a question
for women
you.
to pay for the first date.
I don't think it's uncommon.
Have you ever had a guy like try
It's
to take
pretty
advantage of
uncommon.
you because
Super
that
uncommon.
was your
Super
generosity in the beginning?
I have to think about that one. I don't think I've ever had a guy try to take advantage of me necessarily. Trying to think.
Like, was
if
there
there's
ever
any
like not a
guys.
second date where you're like, oh, you get the next one?
Not really. I don't think so.
And then you also said your hot take would be that dating is backwards now. It's sex first, emotional connection second,
Yeah.
which you hate.
Yes. Yeah, I just think that like everyone's talking about like promiscuity and like social media, dating apps, all of these things combined really affect like how modern dating has become, and now it's more so like there's all these options all the time constantly. So why would anybody want to commit or feel the need to settle down?
I mean, me personally, I'm saving it till marriage, but I've had a lot of friends who have gone into relationships where it's sex first, and they just often feel so dissatisfied because like what would have been like a nice intimate moment is just completely destroyed by
Are these guys or girls?
both, a mixture.
Both.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Previous to my current relationship, I was celibate for about 2.5 years. And, you know, I just had made that decision for myself because I felt like the expectation for sex was like the first thing that the men wanted. And I was like, well, you are only using me for the sexual component of everything. And I don't really like that. I don't like the way that it makes me feel. So I was waiting and just seeing. And, you know, I would go on dates and like people would be putting so much pressure. I'm like, well, clearly you're not somebody that I want to be with if you're going to continue to pressure me like that. And so I think it really changed my view on dating and my view on relationships and what I wanted in somebody. Again, I think casual sex is fine if that's what you want. I'm not going to shame anybody for that, but celibacy really changed my view on who I was dating and why.
Respect.
So that's your hot take? Is that
That's it.
I think she's got a good point though with as far as the settling down because of dating apps and everything like that and social media, because I see it in actual long-term relationships too, where men are liking other Instagram models' photos and whatever, where they're just constantly looking for the next thing. So it's very easy for people to move on and go, oh, well, there's like this catalog of women or this catalog of men that I can log on and I can just swipe through until I find exactly what I'm
Paradox of
looking
choice.
for.
Yeah.
So it's just, there's just too many options.
It's you have a harder time making a final decision.
Absolutely.
And you basically never settle.
Yes.
Well, I think, I mean, but just to kind of address your thing here as far as, you know, sex first, emotional connection later. I mean, of those of you who have had long-term relationships, and perhaps there's some variance here, I can speak for myself at least. The long-term relationships I've had a 5-year relationship, 2-year, 1 year. I've had, you know, a couple 6 months, 9 months ones, whatever. Almost all of them, it wasn't like, here, let's go on 10 dates and then have sex. It was like first, second, third date, time hanging out, we had sex. So I don't know if any of you can speak to this, but I don't necessarily think the quickness with which you sleep with somebody is necessarily going to be a detriment to you having a long-term relationship with them. Because perhaps some of you have had a long-term pleasant relationship with someone and you guys hooked up relatively quickly, you know, first, second, third date. Has that been the case for any of you?
Yeah. Sure.
Essie, what's
I
up?
haven't been in a relationship in 6 years. I can't really talk about
What's going on, Essie? Wait, but you haven't been in a relationship for 6 years. You said you were in a 6-month
Well, it's
situationship.
It's not exclusivity. It's not like dating with a label. It's like the courting process, going on dates, seeing each other, getting to know each other. No, not like a relationship.
Okay, so question. You haven't been in a relationship for 6 years, but you have had
like
flings
dating here
or
and there, yeah.
Situationships, excuse me. So then, but in these situationships, are you like what's your, how do you move? Are you waiting to have sex?
Yeah, I go by, a lot of women are aware of the third date rule.
Third date rule?
I usually go by that, depending on like how often we're still seeing each other.
I mean, have you established an emotional connection typically by the third date? Or?
I think within the third date, I'm aware and I know if I like want to pursue this person like in a, like I would, it's hard to say not a relationship, but like be exclusive with them and want to get to know them more.
Sure. Has that always been your standard, the third date rules?
Not always.
Have you ever,
sometimes I'll wait longer, but
What
I've
about
never
shorter?
gone shorter.
Never shorter?
No.
Come on.
No.
Come on. There was
people,
one time.
My friends say I'm asexual because I just don't like, yeah.
You're are you?
I don't think so.
Just because you wait for
I'm just not like
3
sexually
days?
driven, so it's like not an issue
Okay.
for me to wait. Like I've been celibate for years at a
Same.
time. Yeah, see? So it's like,
understand you, yeah.
and once I get to know somebody more, then my sex drive comes into play and I'm like wanting to like have sex with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Women are emotional when it comes to sex. Even like climaxing, like we were talking about. I feel like men, like their emotions don't take place with their orgasm. With women, like that definitely, like the more comfortable I am, like if I'm in love with you, like it's just easier to climax.
Sure. Well, okay. So, I mean, I don't know. This whole like, I guess one thing that occurs to me is if it's always been your standard, like to wait, I think that's one thing. But I think a lot of guys don't want to feel like a sucker because there's definitely been situations where, for example, a girl says, "Oh, I used to be wild. I used to have, like, I had a hoe phase in my past, blah, blah, blah. I've slept with 20, 30 guys." And then she lands on you, and now she wants to wait. But she didn't have that attitude with all her previous partners. Now, listen, if that's totally her call. If she wants to wait until marriage after having slept with 100 people, that's her call. However, guys are, I think, within their right to look at that and be like, well, that wasn't your standard in the past, so I don't want to see you. Like, I'm not going to wait, so goodbye, you know?
If he loves and respects you, then he will respect that.
Well, he can respect it, but he could be like, he could have his own standard too and be like, well, you want to wait 3 months, I don't, so we should
I like
goodbye.
those helmets.
And he's entitled to saying goodbye.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
I
okay
don't,
too.
I don't think that that's a problem necessarily, but I agree with you. I mean, like, if he left because of that, then I would just kind of be like, okay.
Sounds
right.
like he only wants you for sex. Then.
Yeah.
That's
Because
how you know.
because you're allowed to, if you, especially like if you're saying that men want women that are like pure or whatever the case may be, lower bodies. Like even if she had a hoe phase in the past, if she's changing and adapting and trying to become a more moral version of herself that matches his morals, like why would that be something that you would look down on? What? I couldn't hear you. I was speaking.
It could be that you might be attracting the wrong kind of people.
Again, you're putting the accountability only on the women instead of saying that maybe...
I'm just offering an alternate point of view.
Well, look, I suppose it's better if a woman had a promiscuous past, if she's trying to get more in line with non-promiscuity. I suppose that's more desirable than continuing in her promiscuity. But I think it's kind of like a lot of guys are looking at that where it's like, okay, she had a promiscuous past. All the previous men she slept with quick. But now I come along, or this guy comes along, and it's like, oh, now you want to wait. And so a lot of guys are looking at that and being like, well, hold on. And you also hear this from, like, I've heard something like girls will, like, sleep with guys who they consider jerks or assholes, and they'll sleep with them really quick. But here comes along, like, a gentleman, but now that guy who you think is potentially husband material, you're going to make him wait. And guys kind of view that, and it's like, oh.
But I think if you're looking at it, I mean, sure, I understand where you're coming from and the perspective that some men might have with that. But if you're looking for a more woman that's more pure, aligned with whatever that you align with, I think that you should look at that as a bonus of, oh, she sees something in me that she didn't see in these other men, and she wants to have a long-standing, like, relationship with me, and she's changing that level of promiscuity and trying to actually build a foundation for our relationship. And if a man really loves a woman or likes a woman that he's dating, he should be okay with and respect that.
Yeah, if I wait to sleep with someone and I like emotionally get to know them first, I actually respect them more.
And I also
see
feel like
long-term.
3 dates is not a too crazy of a
It's
time
not.
frame.
It's
like,
not.
3 dates isn't a lot, but like.
Yeah, so I don't know I'm not sure where this conversation is steering. I also don't know if any of us can relate to like the example that you gave of like being a hoe and then now making a guy wait. Can anybody
body count of 100?
Yeah, can anybody here relate to that?
Absolutely.
No, but okay, I'm sure there have been. There's probably women here at the table who have maybe in the past hooked up with a guy first time meeting him, and then you'll make another guy wait 3 dates, 6 dates, however long it is. So it's kind of like you give two different men like different sorts of treatment.
I understand where you're coming from.
And here's like an example I'd like to give is how would you feel if your current boyfriend, you've been dating him for a year, he doesn't really do much in terms of like he doesn't get you gifts, doesn't really take you out to dinner, you like each other, he likes you, you like him, but he's not really doing anything in terms of like I said, taking you on dates, maybe gifts, whatever it may be. You find out that his last girlfriend, he was taking her on trips, he was buying her gifts, he was providing, paying for the first date. Wouldn't that make you feel a certain type of way? Like, oh, why is he doing all this for her?
Yeah,
right,
but
then you would have a conversation with them about that and like bring up why you're feeling a certain way and get the answer that you either want or don't want from them.
Because I think like gifts and traveling is a lot different than like giving your body to somebody. I mean, if we're saying that sex is different to men and women, then shouldn't the man expect, oh, well, maybe she's changed her mind on her like promiscuous phases and maybe she sees something else in me that she didn't see in somebody else. But I mean, if a guy was treating his last girlfriend really, really well and getting her gifts and traveling and like wanting to go places and do things, and then he didn't do that for me, I would just assume he didn't like me very much.
And this is also under the assumption that he's going to know about all the other people you've slept with in the time frame that you slept with them. Like, this doesn't even make any sense. Yeah. But I understand where you're coming from.
I do, and I could see how somebody might view it that way. But I mean, again, I'm not going to go sit on a first date with somebody and be like, okay, so I slept with this guy on this date, and I slept with him after date 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, I would never do that.
We have a chat here from NPC IRL, literally the two claiming they're... Oops. Bender the Offender, ladies, when was the last time you complimented a man and why?
I compliment the man that I like every single day.
The rapper dude?
No.
You're still in his DMs?
She's in his DMs.
Every
you did
single
great
day.
Today, No, I said I'm currently in love with somebody. And
Who?
I always tell them that they
Who?
I'm not going to talk.
You're in love with somebody?
Yeah, but I've only hung out with them like twice. But I told you, I fall in love really fast.
What?
Okay. Anybody else compliment? When's the last time you complimented the men?
I'll compliment men all the time.
Yeah, all the time.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Besides my boyfriend, I told my dad he had a really nice hat before I left.
Oh, that's not how I thought that sentence was going to ravel itself. Amy, what about you?
Yeah, so I was just on Rollo and Michael's show. I told them that they are some of the smartest dudes I know so far as evolutionary psychology goes.
I think that men appreciate compliments a lot more than women do.
Yeah.
Word.
So I think that giving a man a compliment is something that we should do more often.
Yeah, because they get them a lot less than we do.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and they remember that. Like if you tell a
Mm-hmm.
man something good that they did, or something that they wore or whatever, like that's gonna stick in their head forever. Not to say that women don't appreciate compliments, but I think that men get them less.
Yeah.
He'll remember that shit for life.
Yeah, and I think about the saying all the time that like men only get flowers on the day that they die, and I think about that a lot. Like I love to give men flowers. I like to buy gifts. I like to show appreciation for the men in my life, whether it's my dad or my boyfriend or my brothers or whoever the case may be, because they don't get as much attention and praise as women do. And I mean, I think that's just fact.
Very true. Very insightful. Thank you.
I told a guy in Music City that he had a really good singing voice. And I told him, a lot of country artists, they have like the same sounding kind of voice and it can all blend into one, but yours really stands out. Like you have something different. He just looked at me with like big old eyes and he was like so touched. And it was like just a genuine compliment. So they understand.
Yeah.
Okay, we have NPC IRL. Bang's real name is Rumpelstiltskin. Essie though.
What?
Who? Rumpelstiltskin? What's his name?
Rumpelstiltskin.
It's like I know what it is. It's just evading me. Okay, we have Eyes Wide Shut with the Canadian 50. Merci beaucoup. Did the neck tatted OF through a faux really insult her entire fan base while attempting to insult me? LOL. I hope they're watching.
I just want to say I didn't insult my fan base. I love them. I insulted you, baby. That's all personal.
Oh, Eyes Wide Shut 1989 from Canada, from Vancouver. Thank you. Okay. All right, let's see here. Oh my God. Okay, we had Naomi here with some notes here. We're going to skip the helicopter thing. If men approach and talk to women in the gym, mall, grocery, as much as they stare at us at those places, we might actually get to a place in society where we could eliminate dating apps, talk to us, we talk back. I mean, my response to you is, why don't y'all start approaching men? Do you ever think about that?
Oh, I do.
Oh man.
If I like a guy,
I'll give you hints, but as a traditional woman, I'm not trying to like sort you out like a wildcat in the jungle, but I will drop like obvious hints, like especially in the gym, like you get a lot of attention when you're working out or whatever, even anywhere, but you'll kind of just like look back, smile, and like they're just still like looking at you, just like acting like they didn't see you, and you're like,
yeah, you make it obvious.
Yeah.
Well, and this ties in, and we were kind of, and Amy was about to cook on this about, is dating easier for men or women? We'll touch on that here in a sec. But you do say most of the time we will agree to a date simply because you made the effort.
Yes, simply because I know
that's
that takes
bullshit.
That's
fucking bullshit.
No, it's not.
You will agree to a date just because a guy made the effort.
Still, somebody does it. No one has literally done
so
it.
you're doing pity dates.
No, we appreciate the effort. Like that's attractive to us. Like that you're bold enough to do that.
I just think it's all in the approach, because a lot of men approach women in a very like
Predatorial?
weird way or predatorial way, or they like think that they're coming onto a woman when they're actually just being creepy.
Yeah. Well, it's also in it's situational too. Like if you're at a bar and you know what's going to come at you. But I'm talking about like, gym, like mall, like you get a lot of stares. And
I mean, it just, like I said, it's all in the approach. Like if you're giving somebody also like the physical body language of, oh, I'm looking at you, you're also looking at me. Like this is an inviting, open invitation to come speak to me. And it's different. Like there are guys that say really, you might be in that situation, they come up to you and give you like the worst pickup line of all time, or say something really gross to you, and they think that that's like a compliment, and it's not
very noble.
Yeah, like there's a difference in a guy coming over and being like, oh my gosh, I see you here all the time, like I'm really impressed with your dedication to working out. You're really beautiful. Would you like to go out? And a guy coming over and been like, damn girl, your ass is so nice. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it depends on whether or not you're attracted to them.
Most of the time, women agree to go on. Like, maybe it's the case. It could certainly be the case that in the past, because there weren't dating apps, more men would like approach women. But now, because of dating apps, like men don't really have to approach women as much. So like there are less men approaching women out in the wild, let's say. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So maybe it's the case that the men that are still actually approaching women might actually probably lean a bit more attractive. Hold on.
Jan Nunklassen donated $99.
Yeah,
Back
thank you,
in
man.
the day, a woman whom wanted her intentions to be known would drop a handkerchief. The man would pick it up and return it. This gave him the opportunity to ask her put eyes across a room, ain't it?
Yeah, I agree. Women need to start carrying
Give me a handkerchief at the gym. I'll tie it in my hair.
But so I think that the cohort of men that are probably still approaching women is actually starting to skew, like maybe a little bit more attractive. But in any case, I don't know if I agree with most women are going to agree to a date when you approach them. Also with like
porn addiction nowadays, it makes men way less likely to actually talk to girls in real life and pursue them.
That's
you
why
have a point, because
women
they make
gotta
that
pick up the slack.
They make that emotional connection digitally with you guys, so they kind of in real life women they don't they don't really care to do that because it's right at the tip of their
The
finger.
parasocial relationships, that brings up my thing.
So there's less time spent with men chasing women, all that good stuff.
Yes.
Like 10, 15? Okay. Yeah, I know it's getting late. We are going to try to wrap soon. It's just like the
A lot of us are from far away.
so many
Far away.
so many
Like very
super
far
chats.
away.
I am going to try to wrap
Go
up.
home and play secure.
I'm going to try to wrap up here very soon, guys. So thank
My
you for your
rides are
patience.
impatient. I'm so
Right.
sorry, you guys.
So hungry.
I had a guy.
We should all get food.
Ooh.
In and out. Hello. Okay. I had a guy. Wait, this is Allie now. You had a guy lied to me about his name and age. Oh wait, background check. You did the background check.
Oh, I just
think
want
you
to clarify. I
you
did do a background check. Someone said I just did a Google search, but the background check came
Wait,
after that.
you started a business together. You invested $35,000 under his fake name, then had to contact the Wells Fargo department and took months to get the money back?
Yeah, I had to talk to the high dollar fraud department to get back the
Why does
$35,000.
this shit always happen to you and your friends? Like this entire time you've like.
I feel like my friends are
terrible
similar to me and like we're very naive.
And gullible?
Yes.
Like you guys don't.
I'm
learn.
very gullible.
Allie, could I have 10K for a business?
I mean,
wanna
I was
start?
in love. Okay.
Oh, okay.
We talked to
Alright.
investors. I was like
Oh,
flying
okay.
across the country with him and like doing all these business meetings. It was a business for like basically an OnlyFans competitor platform.
Sure.
And I didn't really want to do it, and I realized that, but I was just like in love, so I was like kind of being a yes man at first. And then he'd put me in front of these like CEOs for all these companies, and like I had all like the experience and the knowledge and like this and that. And yeah, I ended up not wanting to do it, but it was invested underneath his fake name. So the high dollar fraud department ended up giving me the money back.
Word.
Yeah.
Good times. And then we have our girl Anna. That's how you say your name, right?
No.
How do you
No.
how do you pronounce it?
Anai.
Anai. So in your pre-show notes to us, you said you picked up a loser man an hour away from me and got pulled over and got a ticket. You got a ticket?
Yeah.
Did you smash?
Oh God. Did
you?
Yeah.
She
but-
did. She did.
I did. I was, but okay, like I was not at a good time in my life. Okay, it was not a good time in my life. That's all I have to say. And that was like the first like Tinder guy that I had ever like met up with.
First.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You also said men that want bad bitches but can't handle dating bad bitches.
We already talked about that.
That's what the
Did
Jonah
we?
Hill.
Yeah, we talked about that Jonah Hill drama.
Oh. Are you a bad bitch?
Yeah.
Show of hands, who here is also a bad bitch?
I think everyone in
Show of
this room.
hands.
Yeah, we all are bad bitches.
Am I a bad bitch?
Yes.
If you want to be, yes.
The fuck? Okay. Gosh, don't exclude me over here. Okay. Sassy man apocalypse? What? What's that?
Yeah,
What is
sassy
this?
man apocalypse.
What is that?
Men are so sassy nowadays.
Men are sassy.
Yes, they are.
They are.
So much back
Men are
talk.
sassy?
Yes.
Back talk.
So much back talk. So
Back
much
talk. What's an
Yeah.
example of back talk? Give me an example.
Literally, okay, I remember, not like necessarily back talk, but like they're just sassy. I remember one time I was like talking to a guy and then he like said goodnight to me at like 5 in the afternoon just because he was upset. That is a sassy man. That is a
Brenda
sassy,
the
sassy
offender
little
donated
man.
$99. One of the other reasons men don't approach women anymore is due to being falsely accused.
We're
my
not gonna
God.
go there. That's true. I know that's
Literally, men that have been like actually gone to trial and have been accused and there is like reports on them live a very happy life. There is a man, listen to this. There is a man who, where I live, he's like top chef, top like literal news articles about this man. You Google his name, first thing that comes up is an entire police report.
But you realize these allegations destroy people's lives, right?
What? Men, literally rarely.
Yeah, I
very
think
rarely.
this is
Very
gonna border-
rarely. You
Yeah,
think very,
very
rarely
rarely.
do allegations like
Okay,
this destroy
let's-
people's lives and reputations.
Look,
that is
here,
such.
just
happens.
John-
I'm
And the men
sorry,
that
but that's
do-
really
Johnny
brain dead.
Depp, had his fucking thing ruined. She took a shit on his bed. Like, come on.
Team Amber Heard.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Even.
I've been
Wait,
Team
whoa,
Amber Heard.
whoa. Hold on.
That's a hot take.
Hold on. Show of hands. Team Amber. Who's Team Amber Heard? Come on. Fess up. Fess up.
Makes sense.
These two?
Oh, I have to take one big back.
Oh, wow.
Holding it.
TMI.
Definitely makes sense.
Did you watch the trial?
Yeah, I did, but I also know the UK Sun trial as well, which is basically the
I
counter
never
of
gave a
that.
fuck.
Thank you for sharing that.
Sorry, I don't know.
Have you seen The Idol though?
Didn't.
Thoughtful.
I love this.
The Idol though.
All right.
Chat, which one do you think is better, Sekiro or Bloodborne? Thank you.
Oh my God, this.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm trying to like. I don't know. I don't give a fuck about Johnny Depp or Amber Heard. I mean, I'm trying to bring something to the table that I do give a fuck about. I think
Is it One Piece?
I do fucking love One Piece though. I'm like, sorry. They're making a live.
Your fucking mouth.
Okay.
All
No,
right.
but like for real, like Gear 5 coming soon.
Does anyone have any idea what are the words that are coming out of anybody?
I can't function. I'm so hungry.
It's an
just
anime.
words.
I know that.
Okay, let's see. I think we're fully caught up on everything.
Yeah. Woo.
I had one more for.
Seems to be that way.
What? Just hold on. There's one more thing. Oh, we had one more thing for Anahi, and then we're gonna wrap. There was some videos, but honestly, it's already so late. So unfortunately, we're not going to react to any videos. We could wrap on the Patrice thing. We'll wrap on. We'll wait for Anahi. We'll do that. Then we'll wrap on Patrice.
Who's Patrice?
We have a quick video. We're going to
We're
wrap.
about to find out.
Yeah, we haven't done the Patrice video in a while, so we're going to do that. Before we wrap, anyone speak now, forever hold your peace. Any final thoughts before we?
Yes,
anything you
real
want to get off
quick.
your chest?
Real quick. So
Subscribe.
it's very coincidental that the two of us happen to be on the same podcast right now because we were caught up in some recent Twitter, or rather, I was caught up in some recent Twitter.
I stayed
drama.
out of it.
Heard about this outside.
Yeah, there's just one thing that I want to clarify. So there's this girl, Lauren De Laguna. I'm
Well,
not trying to
hold on. I don't know if we talk about this on the pod.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Yeah, maybe let's just I don't want to get dragged into
You don't want the smoke.
I don't want to
the
get
smoke?
I don't want to get dragged into
It's pretty viral right now.
It's just funny that the whole girl they're talking about the whole time is here on the podcast and no one's heard a single word from her. Yet it was all but we can keep it a secret. It's fine. We don't need to tell them.
I made no statement.
We don't need to tell them. It's fine.
Wait, are you wanting to make a statement or what?
Everyone's been waiting for her to make a statement for like the last month and she never has. So I mean, we can keep it a secret. It's fine.
Okay, here. One's in the chat. Are you able to pull up the regular chat? Oh yeah, Maddie had to take off, guys. Chat. Yes. Does she talk about it? Are you talking shit about any? I don't want to like.
I'm not talking shit.
shit
It's not. No. No.
Have you ever dated a bogan?
No, I have never dated a bogan. Absolutely not.
What's a bogan?
It's like the Australian equivalent of a redneck. Yeah.
What is it called again?
A bogan.
Bogan.
A bogan?
A
bogan, yeah.
Okay.
Have you
never
ever
heard
dated
that.
someone from Perth?
No, I was actually born in Perth though, funnily enough, and I moved when I was like 2-3. My family moved me to Queensland.
Okay, all right. Wait. They want to hear the stuff? Okay, really quick.
Y'all want the smoke?
They want the tea.
Okay, so basically the whole thing is that this girl Lauren was saying that.
Wait, so should we save this for the after show? You guys down to kick it for, for a few minutes just because some people might have to. Okay, we'll save it for the after show. If you want to see the juicy drama, stay tuned for the after show. Anahi. Okay, last one here. Also, dating as someone with borderline, so you have BPD.
Yeah.
Is a lot more difficult because every man wants to be nonchalant nowadays, and that simply doesn't work for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every
Because
man
you're
wants to
BPD?
be. No, I feel like I need constant reassurance, and every man is like, yeah, I love you, whatever. You know? They don't show their love. They're not really affectionate. They're kind of just like nonchalant. Like, it's a thing to be nonchalant nowadays.
Have you ever slashed a tire?
No.
I think you should disclose your emotional needs to the man beforehand so that
I
he
do.
knows what to expect.
I do. I do. Trust me, I do. I have that conversation with them.
So how does the BPD manifest itself, in your life?
What do you mean? How does it come out?
Well, you say you have is it a diagnosis or is
Yeah,
this,
it's a diagnosis.
So you have BPD. What are the symptoms? How does it manifest itself?
Can we talk about this another podcast? Please, I'm so tired, Brian.
It's okay.
I'm actually curious what you would say though.
I can talk. I can go on and on and on about this.
Word. Okay, so the last thing is you were saying that men have it easier to get. Who was saying that? It's easier for men to get laid.
Yeah, I think I did say that.
Does anyone agree with that? Easier for men to get laid as compared to women?
I think that's I feel like if you say that, that's kind of saying that women are easy. Like that statement in itself is implying that women are easy. So
I mean, I know guys who have a roster who literally have put girls on rotation.
High value men?
I mean,
I don't really like to put value or high or low on somebody just based on like their sexual preferences and things like that. But I think that it's kind of an equal playing field. And also I think that
equal.
Well, yeah. I mean,
in terms of getting laid?
set this. So we're talking about like men and women. Okay, they're different if we're gonna go there, right? So if you guys are saying that men are setting the standard of what women should adhere to, so women shouldn't be having casual partners because men don't want women with lots of bodies. So there are a lot of women that are like, well, I'm not going to have casual sex then. So then these men are not having casual sex and blaming it on the women, saying that, oh, well, women are gatekeeping sex. Well, why do you think they're gatekeeping sex? Because you're literally shaming them for having casual sex.
Devon Jackson donated $100.
Hey, Devon, what's
to
up?
future single mother Bangs, you have a lot of your personality to work on.
Do you have a response to Mr. Devon Jackson?
Girl, I'm tired. I'm not going to respond to you.
Girl, Devon.
Yeah. Please.
You really wanted to come in, I think, on the dating is easier for men, or it's easier for men to get laid, or
I said the opposite. Yeah.
No. But you were arguing against that.
For sure. Yeah. Totally.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Argue.
I mean, from every single level, it's way, way easier for women to get laid than men. An average-looking woman, a 5 out of 10, could walk into a club, pick up a guy. A 5 out of 10 guy would have to try really, really hard. And here's the thing: when something comes easy, it is oftentimes there's less respect assigned to it. But whereas for guys, if they need to really work on that, hard work is rewarded. So just based on that simple premise alone, a woman who sleeps with a lot of guys that came easy, therefore it's not respected. A man who slept with a lot of women, generally he needs to work on his character, he needs to work on his hygiene, his appearance, his status, his accolades, his career, everything, in order to be at the same level as that 5 or 6 out of 10 girl.
What do you consider hard work? Buying women drinks and talking to them?
No, raising their caliber as a man. So a high value man, meaning like working on his physicality, being fit and healthy, working on his hygiene, making a good sum of money, right?
High value men do not call themselves high value men.
Well, I didn't just say that wasn't the prerequisite of what I just said.
I know. I'm just saying.
But you're stating that men have to work on all these things in order to get laid, and that is completely false.
Well,
as she was saying,
I mean, unless they're a porn star with a huge dick, right?
I'm talking.
What was she saying? Go ahead.
So she was saying that she knows plenty of men that also have rosters. I know more men with
Very
rosters
few
than
men.
I know way more men that have rosters than women that have rosters.
But okay,
Girl, I don't have a roster.
okay, but the fact you could
I know 3 men that do.
If you know 100 men that have rosters, 100 men out of the entire male population is a very, very small proportion of men. If you had to attribute a percentage to the amount of men who could easily just have a roster of women, what percentile would you give it? Would you say 10% of men can do that? 20% of men can do that? Would you say 50% of men can do that? Would you say 100% of men can do that?
I mean, obviously not 100. I think 100 is kind of ridiculous. But I mean, how many women
Would you
do you know
50,
that have rosters?
Would you say it's
they could?
That's the thing. It's capability.
Capability, sure, but I mean, I think that probably as long as a man is actually putting in any sort of effort at all, they could probably get a roster.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I genuinely believe that.
Girl, you're delusional. No. Men need to work so hard.
On what planet? On what planet? If you are decent looking, if you are halfway decent looking.
No.
Decent looking?
Not even decent looking. I've met some ugly dudes that have been pulling. I've met some ugly dudes that have been pulling.
Yeah, I mean, like it's all based on personality, right?
Yeah.
Like women still have to have a semi-decent personality 99% of the time.
Y'all are wild.
I would say that attraction does contribute to it though, and it could be true that men do have to work harder in some circumstances, especially if they're.
It could be. It is true.
It is. Yeah, that's what I meant.
It is true.
It is true that they have to work harder.
I don't know.
Okay, hold on. A couple questions here. Has a guy ever made you wait for sex?
Yeah, actually.
More. Well, okay. All right. Here's generally speaking, who's making who wait for sex? Men.
I mean, I think it depends on the situation.
That goes back to what I said
Oh
earlier.
my God, bro.
That goes back to what I said earlier about women hold what's like the stupid lock and the
gatekeeper
thing?
Oh my God,
yeah,
I hate
women
that analogy.
were the gatekeeper. That's what
Okay. Also, how do you explain if it is the case that men have Just to clarify your position, you think it's about equal between men and women when it comes to the ease or simplicity with which they can secure sex. You say it's about equal?
Yeah.
Equal?
Absolutely.
Okay, so how do you explain the incel phenomenon, which is exclusive in men?
I mean, there's femcels.
Yeah,
It's it is literally impossible for a woman to be involuntarily celibate.
I mean,
it is
Have
impossible.
you been on TikTok?
Yeah, that's not
Involuntary what?
involuntarily celibate.
There
so
there
like
are
an
women.
incel. And
Okay, so
and
she
incels-
could argue. She
Incels
could.
don't go out and actually speak to women. I mean, like
Sure
they
they
literally
do.
hate
They
women.
think they think they're like they deserve sex. That's what they think.
Not all
No.
incels.
Yes,
Yes,
So
it
what's the
is.
true definition of an incel?
Okay,
Involuntarily
incel is
celibate.
short for involuntarily celibate. So despite desiring, wanting to have sex, you are incapable of having sex. Now, there are women who are voluntarily celibate. For example, like
Also.
she's voluntarily celibate. If she was so and for religious reasons, if she was so inclined, she could get sex tonight.
Right.
I mean, but these men literally, if
What's
you're
that?
going
Not
and
true?
actually
No, I
speaking to
said that.
these men,
okay.
they have like no actual interest in going out and talking to a woman.
It's not necessarily true. A lot of people who are incels become bitter, I'd say, from their interactions with women because they did go out and they experienced something really shitty.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean,
Okay.
they're
Women are the villain.
Let me.
So
I
men
wanna
should
ask-
hold
Oh my
themselves
God.
accountable.
No,
then.
no, 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 no.
Here,
I
here.
never said that women are the villain. I think you just love to misconstrue my words. I'm saying that women could be femcels too. You mentioned them too. I think that experiences with the opposite gender do affect the way that you perceive them, obviously, and like your interactions. I wouldn't say that incels and femcels are entirely socially inept or entirely like devoid of social interaction in general. I'd say that.
Okay, let me ask everyone a question here. All the women at the table here, a question. Let's say tomorrow you wake up. Let's assume some of you. Let's just say everyone's single here. If you were so inclined, do you think with 100% certainty, if your mission for that day was, I want to have sex, I want to get laid, do you think you'd be able to do it?
Yeah.
With 100% certainty.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. Only a woman can wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to get laid today with all certainty and have it come true.
Sometimes I say that and that doesn't happen to me.
Yeah.
Okay, if as a woman, you download a dating app or you go out to a bar or you even just approach a guy with certainty, if you wanted it, you could get laid 100%. 100%. Whereas like most dudes, even though good looking dude, it's not a given he's going to get laid if he like goes out to a bar or club or he's on a dating app.
I mean,
Why
dating
is
app.
that,
I think dating app. Like,
It's hard because
you
it's harder for men to
absolutely-
get laid.
I think you absolutely could. I mean, I see women that are looking for hookups on dating apps all the time.
Right,
So-
but with perhaps with a certain tier of men, and also I like another thing I would add, there has to be some degree of planning. Like any of you, even though it's Sunday, it's fucking late as fuck. Any of you could probably hop on Tinder right now, tonight, and fuck a dude tonight. I don't care how attractive the dude is. There's like no chick. It's going to be extremely difficult for a dude to hop on Tinder on a Sunday at fucking midnight. I don't care how hot he is and fuck a chick that night. There's going to have to be some planning. It's not going to
there's
just
planning
go
on
down
both
like
ways,
that.
Though. I mean, like if I go on Tinder, I'm gonna have to plan that with the guy.
Yeah, but if you were open to same night, like if you were pushing for the same night, you could get it. Whereas it's not you like guarantee you could probably get it. Whereas it's not a guarantee for men.
Yeah, can I say something? Real life experiences. I have two really close friends of mine who are guys, and they have the hardest time finding a woman, even just to have sex.
Boom.
One of them has been celibate
Beautiful.
for 4 years.
Huh?
And he's a decent dude. He's on the spectrum, but he's like a really decent guy, and he struggles. Even my other friend, he's 6'4", an attractive dude,
Oh, damn.
has
Tell
an
him to hit me
amazing
up.
job,
6'4".
and he hasn't gotten laid in a year.
That's how you know
Wait,
to hit me
wait.
up. Okay.
Can you show me photos after the show, just so I can see? But you did mention he's not. One of the guys is not neurotypical. That's another point I would add. If a guy is like not neurotypical, they're also like a woman who's not neurotypical. She's even not going to have an issue getting laid, whereas a dude who's maybe a little, whatever, he's going to
I'm
severely
retarded and I
struggle.
bagged a bro. Sorry.
See, take it from the horse's mouth.
Dude, like literally,
Take it
like
from-
I'm
from
retarded
her.
as fuck, bro. Like
You're not retarded.
No,
You're
no,
actually
no,
very
no,
smart.
No, I have autism.
Yeah,
No, I have
but
autism.
it's honestly hilarious. It makes you really funny.
Thank you. I have. Yeah, I'm retarded. But
Wait, what about the bus? Tell us about the bus.
No, I'm not saying about
Tell
the
us
bus.
about the bus. Tell us about the
No, I'm not
bus.
talking about the bus. The
Wait.
fucking short bus, bro. The fucking short bus. They put me on that for like a hot minute, but then they realized I was like functioning. So like they said, nah, you can take the normal one.
No. Oh, sorry.
No, but seriously, like I've seen like I made friends with this autistic guy like over my Japan trip because it was study abroad, and like I saw the way people like interact like treated him. Like they're like, oh my god, this guy's fucking weird, bro. Like, and other people are like, oh, that's so endearing, her autism. I'm like, oh, she's so whatever. Like, oh, poor little thing. But they're like, oh my god, bro, that fucking Jake, bro, he's fucking weird as shit, bro. Like hide your kids, bro. Like Jake is fucking weird. Like there's like. It just, I don't know. Like, I definitely see the way the autistic men are treated. I'm like, oh, shit, that could have been me.
It's rough out there for look, men with any sort of physical disability or disfigurement or detectable neurodivergence are rarely treated with any measure of interest. But that's not so for most women. Mm-hmm. Like, a woman in a wheelchair could oh my god, is that inappropriate? She could what's it called when you scoot in a wheelchair?
Pedal?
Could run circles around men. Is that did I just cancel? Am I canceled?
They call that crippy with a grippy.
What the fuck, bro? Don't say that shit. Don't say that shit. No, but could wheel a woman in a wheelchair could wheel around a guy who's not in a wheelchair in terms of getting laid. Wheelchair chick get some new dick every night of the week.
Can she feel
I'm just saying. Listen,
Can she feel it though if she's paralyzed from the waist down?
She's got like, let's just say she's like her.
Oh my god. Okay.
Canceled. Okay, good times. Look, okay, so you think it's easier for men?
I didn't say easier.
Okay, you think
I said
it's
equivalent.
Equal. It's equivalent.
When can I go home?
100% equivalent.
Yeah.
Brian?
I mean, like.
Hold on. We're almost done.
My rides is getting patient.
Hold on.
Yeah, they're outside their week.
Hold on.
I want to play Sekiro.
I know.
I want to go home and play Sekiro. Have a nice pizza.
Wait, okay.
I love Sekiro.
So what's
Shout
up?
out.
I would say fairly equivalent. Maybe after listening I could but I think part of the issue is that if it is a little bit more difficult for men to have sex with women is partially their own fault because of the standards that they perpetuate onto women.
What?
Yeah, because women are going to be less likely to want to have casual sex because they know they're going to be shamed for it later on. So I mean, there are a lot of women that are their standards are so high because they're like, I have to add every body I have to add has to count.
You think that's the only standard that women has?
No, not at all. I didn't say that's the only standard that women have, but when we have these podcasts or there's these thousands of podcasts of men being like, oh, well, that body count's disgusting. Oh, that's disgusting. Mm-hmm. Women are going to be less inclined to open up and want to have casual sex unless the man that they're talking to is like top tier, like 100% their body's going to be worth adding to their account because they know they're going to get shamed for it later.
Wait, so
I think women would be more inclined to have casual sex if men weren't so critical.
Oh,
of it.
so you're arguing on our side now. You're saying
no, I'm
okay.
saying I still believe it. I said if
Here's
it's slightly more difficult for them, I would say that would potentially be
that's
why.
one. Well, I mean, couldn't it be the case that in general women are more picky and more selective and have higher standards?
I mean, not necessarily.
I mean, there's again evolutionary and biological reasons for this.
I do feel like a lot of guys will sleep with anything.
I would agree with that.
Men will sleep down, but like you could say, for example, they've done studies on this, or they've released the data from dating apps. Women swipe no on like the vast majority of men, and women will frequently rank, say, women find like 80 to 90% of men as unattractive. Here, we could go around the table. What percentage of men do you find attractive?
So true. I do not find, it takes me forever to find an attractive guy, like literally every 2.5 years.
But you just said you like guys who are kind of frumpy or whatever.
Yeah, but like to find one where I'm just like, oh my gosh, like for me to really like someone.
You want to find a frumpy, hot, ugly guy?
I love ugly.
That makes sense.
Yes, ugly, hot dudes are a thing.
Oh.
Hot, ugly dudes are a thing.
Well, it's like the medium ugly standard that women talk about all the time. They're like, oh, I love medium ugly guys.
Yeah.
Like that's a thing that women are like, I love a medium ugly guy. I don't. Physical looks have never been that big of a proponent to me personally.
Would you date a guy shorter than you?
I have dated men shorter than me. Yeah.
Is that your preference? Is that ideal though?
No, it's definitely not my preference. But I like I said earlier, looks have never been a really high proponent to me. I find people a lot more attractive when I get to know them. Most people that I find like physically attractive off rip, I generally end up not liking. Like, people become more attractive to me as I get to know them and like get to know their good qualities.
Okay. All right. Well, we have Alvarez here. Alpha men don't call themselves alpha men, yet 50% of men call themselves alpha men.
Then I guess 50% of men aren't alpha men.
I don't know have they done a study on the frequency with which men call themselves alphas? I've never heard of that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to like this idea that it's equivalent. It just boggles my mind that I.
You know what will make you feel better? Food.
That is deep. I'm rather tired too. I wish I could argue about this all night with all of you.
We'll do it as part 2.
Like, I feel like
yeah, we could definitely do.
Oh yeah, we should do a mukbang.
Microsoft came up.
We have the microphones for it. Yeah.
PlayStation.
Here, last little train of conversation here. Zip it, good. Okay. Generally speaking, like, do you ever approach guys?
Yeah. I used to. Guys? I used to all the time.
Generally speaking, though, like, who has to initiate the first date, men or women?
I mean, like, I think men expect themselves to have to, but I would initiate the first date a lot of times.
If you had to assign a percentage in terms of who's initiating first dates, what would you say? Would you say it's 50-50? Like 50% of the time women initiate first dates?
Definitely not. I would definitely say that men are initiating first dates a lot higher than women are.
Is having to initiate something, does that add a level of difficulty to something?
I mean, yeah, but if you're talking about dating and casual sex, those are two very different things.
Well, isn't that sort of the same thing?
I mean, not really. Like, going on dates and actually pursuing someone is a lot different than going to a bar or going to a club and trying to just like hook up with the first hot piece of ass you find.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If I go to a bar or a club, right? And I just stand there. Do you think I'm getting approached by any chicks?
Probably not, but I don't.
Okay, so what do I have to do if I want to get laid?
Talk to people.
I have to approach, right?
I mean, a woman would approach you depending on the scenario, but I mean, if you're just standing there awkwardly, I used to work at a nightclub and I would approach men.
Okay, that's great, but generally speaking, women don't approach men in nightclubs.
I mean, I don't.
Okay, you do. Congratulations, but like,
I'm not saying just me. I mean, like, I was a bottle server and I'd watch it happen all the time.
Well, as a bottle server, you.
Not me. I'm saying I would witness it in a club setting of women going up to men, probably just to drink from their bottle, but like at the same time, they're still approaching them.
Okay, but here's the difference, right? Mm-hmm. You put a guy in a club. There's a good chance that like he's just standing there. He's not being awkward, but he's just kind of, got a drink at the bar or whatever. He's just sipping, whatever. Nobody's coming to talk to him. You put a girl in that same exact scenario. Some dude, like, she's getting approached.
You're just mad that girls are prettier.
Can I go
home?
I'm
not mad. I'm not mad. Hold on. We're about to wrap.
You sound jealous.
No, I'm not jealous, but I'm just arguing. I'm not jealous.
I just want to say.
I mean, to be fair, that is why they have strip clubs where, like, the dancers will approach the man at the bar and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So, like, I get what you're saying.
I still think that the Metal Gear franchise is like, I don't know.
I get what you're saying, and I get what
Shut
you're saying, but I think that
Shut the fuck up. Not you. Her over here. She's fucking talking about anime and shit.
No, I'm talking about Metal Gear. That's not anime, bro. I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
Can we just?
I'm getting to. Yeah. I think that the last 2 Metal Gear games weren't as good as the other ones. I think Metal Gear 2 and 3.
That's a great thought.
Okay, so you get approached in the bar.
But I fuck with Jetstream Sam, though.
Who goes for the first kiss?
Men, usually.
Okay, so then who like tries to maybe move things forward in terms of, oh, you should come over to my place? Is that gonna be the guy or the girl?
Men.
Men are typically okay. What about like moving things forward sexually?
Usually men.
Oh, okay. So if all these burdens fall on men,
it's not a burden if you're trying to get casual sex. That's you trying to get casual sex from a woman. If that's a burden, then don't do it.
It is a burden. It is a burden because all of these individual steps are potential points of rejection. So a woman could reject any one of these points.
Okay, so could a man.
Okay, so going up, you know, doing the approach.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, oh my God.
Prometheus
Christ, I'm not
donated
gonna convince her.
$100.
Dude, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3.
That's
Shout
not
out.
true. Men
Okay, we're
don't
gonna-
get approached by women at bars.
I mean, that's just simply not true. But
Okay, some men who are exceptionally attractive may get approached at a bar. However, I would argue that like an average woman is getting as much attention in terms of the frequency with which she's getting approached as like a really attractive guy. Because that's just the dynamic between men and women. Men are the initiators and women really aren't initiating like that. Some women do, but it's exceedingly rare.
Can I initiate the going home process?
Shut the fuck
Hold on, we're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. Look,
He said 15
Bruh,
minutes, like
15
40
more
ago.
minutes?
No, he said 15 minutes, 40 minutes ago.
This is cruel and unusual punishment, bro.
your mom is cruel and unusual punishment.
For real, bro.
Fucking
she
roasted.
got creative with it, bro. Like, she like,
Look, every step of the way, there's multiple, you know, from the approach to asking for the number, texting, planning the first date, whether it's online or in person, going for the first kiss, moving things forward sexually, all these various steps. These are each, there's like dozens of potential points of rejection that men almost exclusively face. So just on that basis alone, it's harder for men to get laid than it is for women.
again, I think that it's
Okay.
kind of like we're never going to agree on this because I think that it's like fairly equal, and I don't think
Fairly equal.
I do, and I don't think that men having to actually have conversations with women makes it harder for men to get laid. I mean, if you're like a halfway decent dude and you just like aren't a dick, you could probably get laid.
Okay, so just be halfway decent dude.
Yeah, I mean, at a bar, like I've seen some crazy scenarios. I'm sure everybody else at the table has too.
Let me ask you a question. How many
Sure.
men have you rejected?
Me? Oh my God, I have no idea.
Hundreds?
Thousands.
Thousands? Let's go around the table really quick.
Oh
Here,
my God.
here. Show of hands. Show of hands. Show of hands. Have you rejected more than 100 men?
Perhaps.
I've never even
Yeah,
talked.
I mean, are we talking like men
How
that
many
follow you down the
dudes-
street?
how many
catcall
dudes-
you? Like,
How many dudes
time.
have
Like, I've been
approached
saying
you?
that, bro.
How many
It-
dudes
it's
have
great.
slid into your DMs? If any of you have
great.
had dating apps, how many guys have you not
I
you not
sided with
swiped
the
on, or
Legion.
how about you matched with, but then just like it didn't work out? But
And
ulti-
yes, man.
ultimately, let's say in person, and you know, women reject men more than the reverse. So on that basis alone, it's harder for men to get laid. If women reject, okay, let me put it to you this way. If you've rejected more men than have men rejected you, simply by virtue of that dynamic, it's harder for men to get laid.
Can I go?
Hold on.
I think you have to agree with him for us
Bro,
to
if
be
you
able
want,
to
just
home.
go. Just go if you want to fucking go.
No, don't be like that, bro. My mom gets mad when I come late, bro. She gets hella mad, bro.
Okay, but you're just being kind of obnoxious about it. So go. If
No.
you have to go, then go. Okay, so.
Okay, follow Nev.
Shut up, dude. Okay, so.
Nev the Robot on Instagram. I'm sorry, guys. My mom.
Nev. Nice to meet you.
My mom just gets mad, bro. My
You're
mom's
good.
like the devil, bro. Like, you don't understand.
That's fine. If you got to go, excuse yourself, but we don't need you talking about fucking anime and just interrupting and stuff. Okay. Okay, so.
I'm not going to keep everybody here. I'll agree.
Okay.
She has a seat cushion. Why does she have a seat cushion?
Because she's short.
I have one too.
This seems way comfier. Okay.
Okay, last thing here. Okay. Okay, all right. Oh my God. Show of hands here. Have you rejected more men than you have been rejected by men?
100%.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So to me, that would indicate that dating is harder for men, getting laid is harder for men. If you reject more men than the reverse, like if you reject more men than you are getting rejected by men, then that necessarily means that dating and getting laid is harder for men.
I mean, I said like a while ago that it might be slightly more difficult, but like I still
It's not
don't
just
think,
slightly though.
But
It's
I
not
think
just
that.
slightly.
I mean, I think that though. I
Let me ask
don't
you a
think that
question.
it's
Could
that
you-
difficult to approach a woman and have a conversation with them. Like
That-
I
that's
don't
a
think
very
that's
privileged.
difficult.
It's a very privileged position to say it's really not that difficult to approach women and get laid. It's really not that difficult when you don't need to approach men to get laid because you can just pick from all the men that are coming to you.
But some of the times they're kind of not that cute.
Yeah, but you at least have a pool of options that are coming to you.
A pool of options that I don't want. Low quality men.
That only reinforces my point that it's harder if there's all these men that you don't want that would otherwise happily sleep with you. It's harder for men to get laid.
Okay.
But this idea that it's only slightly harder, like I don't think you underestimate.
Yes, I agree with you.
You underestimate like any single girl here at this table could walk into a club, walk up to a guy, and just be like, "Hey, do you want to fuck?"
Honestly, that's
a
so
guy
powerful.
could not do that. A guy could not go up to a chick,
profound,
straight up. Hey, do you want to fuck? It's not gonna happen.
But why do you want to
watch? Hold on. Let's see. Amy, do you want to fuck tonight? Are you down to hook up tonight? Oh, saved by the fucking TTS.
Prometheus donated $100. Reality says it is difficult for men to approach women at bars or clubs. Last chat, I promise.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prometheus.
I said no.
Essie, would you like to hook up tonight?
No, I'm sorry.
Whoa, hold on. I'm willing here, but I've just been rejected by 2 women at this table.
Oh, the horror.
I'm deeply hurt. I am heartbroken. It is tough. It
Must
is
be
tough.
hard out there.
Should I keep asking all the other girls?
No.
Who's in a relationship? Okay. Celibate, so that's a no-go. See, look, it's just harder for dudes. It's harder for dudes.
You made your point.
Okay, we're going to wrap.
Get it?
We are going to wrap. Okay, guys, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Oh, wait, let me just double check if we...
So what is the after hours thing?
We just dim the lights and...
Okay,
we'll do back later.
Quick. If you guys want to hear this story, we're going to do it in like 2 minutes because I'm tired as frick.
Okay, guys, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Nick, can you pull up the Twitch really quick? Let's get people... Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. What the... Oh, the Patrice. Do we do the Patrice?
If it's quick.
It's quick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Yep. Twitch.tv/whatever. Thank you for tuning in tonight, guys. Do we do the Patrice or do we just skip the
What is
Patrice?
that?
Let's just fucking...
What is that?
It's a video.
Oh, nah.
Yeah, let's fuck it. Let's do it. Okay, pull up the Patrice clip. That's it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Okay, you got it? All right. I'll tell.
Ask you a question. Here's a question. Here's a serious question.
Pay attention, guys. Pay attention.
Okay, ladies, if you didn't have a vagina, like say it was a terrible train accident, right? And the doctor was like, "We have to remove your pussy right away, or you're gonna die." How would you keep your man past? You get a 2-month guilty. I can't leave the bitch right away because you just lost a pussy in a train accident. Can't just walk right out on him. How would you keep your man past that if you didn't have a vagina?
Pause it. What about you?
Anal.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got other holes.
I don't know. I'm tired and my brain can't think right now.
You got this.
Dude, I don't know.
What would you...
That's so weird.
I am a nurturer. I am a caregiver. I'm not a provider. Oops. That's it.
What about you?
BJ's.
I agree.
I also concur.
Yeah, the other holes.
If they can invert a penis on a trans
Oh my
word to
God,
make up.
bro. Why you gotta...
Well, hey, if they can do that for men, then I'm sure they can fix me right up if that were
Yeah,
ever the
there
case.
is no-
I'm
there's
not
no
too
reason.
worried about that.
There's no reason why our vaginas would just be gone.
Science?
Shut. That's how we pee.
Science is amazing nowadays, Brian. It's
We
really
just blow
impressive.
up. We would no longer be able to
What
pee.
she said, and I'd be a really good wife.
Wait, what did she say?
I think you said BJ's.
Yeah, BJ's.
Okay. All right. Okay, those are some answers there. Go ahead.
More?
Wow. Nothing? You can talk. You can talk.
Move the cursor. Nick.
Suck his dick. Okay. Mouth. asshole. Okay, great. You see what I'm saying? Now, I've been getting pussy beamed the whole show, right? But I give women the opportunity to say, I'm gonna make myself worth more. But you just classified yourself as a series of hoes. But I'm supposed to treat you special, but you're just a bunch of hoes to yourself. No one said learn how to play Xbox, learn how to play pool, tell better stories, get another bitch that got a pussy to come on in. Well, look, whatever.
Do you guys have a response?
I was the only one who didn't say
wow.
blowjob or...
First of all, that's obviously a joke, so it's meant to be taken as a joke because let's be realistic. A man is not going to stay with you if he's not having sex with
For
you.
real.
I wouldn't say with a man if he's not having sex
Disavow.
with me.
Essie, if you lost in a terrible train accident and we were married and we had kids.
If I lost all my holes, you would still be with me.
Well, no.
Exactly.
He said one hole. He said the pussy.
Yeah, so we offered other holes, and then he said, yeah, that wasn't good enough. It had to be Xbox.
But, you know, what was the question? I don't know. Does anybody have any other further notes on that? Okay. All right. You guys you guys all fell for it, though.
Yeah.
He got you. He got you guys.
It's like 1 in the morning.
All right, guys, thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We will be doing a very brief after show with, I think most of you have to take off, but you two are sticking around. I think you guys have to take off, though. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh.
You _have_idea donated $99. I've had sex with between 75 and 100 greater than average women. Grew up being called hot by both male friends and females I date. I make $200,000 a year. 0 of the women I've had sex with were as fat or unattractive as the two arguing. It's still easier for them to get sex.
I mean, if you're averaging 75 to 100, I don't really think that it's been that difficult for you, my boy. Also, I don't really care about your opinion.
Yeah, nobody really cares, to be honest, except Brian.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, okay, all right. Well, thank you there. I think we can all come to an agreement here that it is in fact harder for men to get laid. Okay, all right. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to the wonderful panel I know we went late here tonight, so appreciate your guys' patience. We will be doing an after show. Thank you to all our chat mods. Big thank you to Britt, who's helping with timestamps. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Any women with large labia, my DMs are open. We will be live again Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. Guys, we'll see you next time. Good night, guys, and the after show begins. 07's in the chat. The after show begins now. Go follow us. Boom. Okay, if anybody needs to go.
Bye.
And then these two here are. Do you guys want to take these two?
So is it like a new recording? Or
No,
what?
it's still
on? Hi guys. Hello.
You asked if we could like move this way. Let me bring this little.
Yeah, if you two can come.
Hi guys, girl at 1 a.m.
Just sit next to her.
Taco Bell.
Camera is not on us though. It is not on us. Hello. Wait, do we go? Do we start? Okay. All right, guys. So we're just gonna listen. We're gonna put this out there, which I usually would not want to put any type of like private business public, but this was something that was brought all over Twitter, something that was made a spectacle of, and it's kind of old news in the sense that like Xena and Sneaker broke up, but there was a whole issue with a girl, Lauren De La Gruna is her name, right? Where she was essentially saying that due to this lady here and what she witnessed with her eyeballs from this lady here, she was able to definitively say that number one, Xena was unhappy, and number two, Sneaker was an abuser. So what I found very interesting after speaking to her very briefly is that, I mean, Sneaker maybe flirted with you a little bit, right?
I didn't even really take it as that, to be honest.
Okay.
So basically, I was on the Fresh and Fit podcast with Zerka, Sneeko, and Xena had invited me on the show. And I was on there with Lauren. That was my first time ever meeting her. Super sweet girl. She lives pretty close to me in Orange County. And basically during the show, I was over on like the little couch area, so I couldn't even really see Sneeko during it. I saw Zerka; he was talking the whole time, whatever. And
it's hard to miss.
Yeah, pretty hard to miss. And afterwards, a big group of us had gone to sushi, and so when we were at sushi, there was like an open spot next to Sneeko, like right across from him. And so he started speaking to me. He ordered me some sushi, and basically he was asking me if I wanted to be on his stream. And so Zena, when she told me to come on the podcast, had already mentioned that to me. Would you like to be on some like big streamers streams, like give you promo, blah blah blah.
Right.
And I know streamers, like they want like girls to be on there, you know, for more views and stuff. So I took it as like a business thing, and I was like, yeah, I might be down. And then so when he brought it up, I was like, oh, you're the guy she was talking about.
Right, 2 and 2 were clicking.
Yeah.
You were like, okay, let's go.
No idea that they had any sort of relationship. You know, I was just sitting there making conversation.
Right.
And so Lauren was supposed to give me a ride home. She had offered to drive me home and my friend home, who I was staying with, but she just got kicked off the show. So she felt awkward eating sushi with everyone. So Lauren ended up driving her home and then coming back to take me home. And basically Sneeko was like, do you need a ride home? And I was like, well, you know, like she was going to take me, and Lauren was looking at me like, go with him. And so I was like, okay, I don't really care. It's 3 minutes down the street. Like, what does it matter? You know, like maybe this is like a good person to know. Like I work in social media. I do YouTube. We were talking about my channel, all business stuff. Like I really didn't think of it as more than that. And I'm not even sure it was.
Yeah.
And so then I was like, okay, like we were ready to leave. I was like, I have to use the restroom. He waited for me to use the restroom. And during this time, and see, I don't like know if I'm saying too much. Like, I don't know.
No, you're not.
This is just the truth. This is literally just exactly what happened.
Right, and everyone's been waiting for you because we've heard everything from Lauren. We've heard everything from other people sharing their stuff and wanting to have a say, yet we've never heard it from the horse's mouth, which is why this is so important that you actually say this right now. You know, I think it's very important to let the truth come to light.
Yeah, and so when I was sitting there, like right after he'd asked, like, do I need a ride home? And then I went to the restroom. I was like checking my Instagram, and Zena was messaging me, and she was like, you're my friend. Like, she was like mad at me or something. And I was like, what is she talking about? Like, I don't understand. And basically, like right before this had happened, like she had like left the restaurant, and I think she was crying. She was upset. I didn't really know what was going on. I had no idea that had anything to do with Sneeko. And so like 2 and 2 did not click when she had DM'd me, whatever. I was just like, okay, you know, what is she talking about? And before the show started, she had asked my friend and I, who got kicked off, if we could mention that like she put us on the podcast. But there was like 15 girls on the panel. I honestly forgot when I was introducing myself, so I was like, oh, is she upset that like I didn't like shout her out or something? Like I didn't know.
No,
like,
no. It's just that they're all promoters, so that's kind of just like the standard you know, thing. It wasn't anything like that.
So when she was like, oh, I thought you were my friend, or like you're
you
my
thought
friend.
It was about that.
Yeah. I didn't know
okay,
that was like her man, you know, and I literally did not take it more as like a ride home, and she was the one who told me about his stream and everything. And so
thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
And so yeah, and then also I was thinking like, oh, maybe when he invited me to be on the stream, I wasn't like clarifying, oh, Zena told me about this. Like I didn't know, like I was like, that's the only reason I could think she would be like upset in any way. So I was confused, and then I almost like wanted to ask Sneeko when we were going to get in his car for him to drive me home, because I didn't really know her that well. Like this is my first time meeting both of them. But I just kind of like brushed it off for a sec, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll like write her back when I get home. I have no idea like why she's upset or like what this is about. Like it was unclear. So then Sneeko's waiting for me outside the bathroom. I get out, and then I walk out with him, and Zena's like, she's sitting on the back of someone's truck, and she's clearly upset. Like I think she had been crying, whatever. And I go to give her a hug goodbye, and I was like, thank you so much for having me on the show. You know, it was so great meeting you, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, that's my boyfriend. And I was like, oh my God, okay, I'm not gonna let him give me a ride home then. Like clearly you're upset, like I don't know what's going on. And then basically Lauren was there because, you know, she was gonna give me a ride home first.
Right, so she was waiting.
Yeah, she was kind of like lingering basically. And so then Lauren was like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. And then Sneeko had like walked ahead of me, and he was like waiting for me by his car. And then so from like across the way, I didn't get in his car. I wasn't even near his car. I was like, hey, I'm sorry. Like, I'm going to let her give me a ride. And I think he could tell it was because Zena was upset. Like, she had clearly said something to me, which she didn't say much. I was just like, I'm a girl's girl. Like, if there's any amount of like uncomfortability, like he doesn't need to give me a ride. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I could literally Uber if I needed to. And so I basically didn't get in the car. He did not give me a ride. That was that. And then Lauren took me home as well as like another girl. And then when we were leaving, like she tried to get Zena to come in the car because she was upset, and Zena was just kind of like, I need my space. Like, I'm fine. Like, I'm just having a moment.
I'm good.
Yeah. Like, you know, I don't really think they knew each other. And then I got dropped off, and then from there, whatever had happened with Zena and Lauren, if they had hung out, talked, whatever, I have no idea. Zena did message me afterwards saying sorry, apologizing. She was like, you know, I was just being emotional. You did nothing wrong. I think it's a really good business opportunity. You honestly should go on Sneeko's stream, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, I'm starting to realize like who Zerka and Sneeko are in the whole space and everything. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but like I didn't know if it was going to be drama, so I ended up just basically not doing it regardless, even though she gave me the okay. And then a couple weeks go by or whatever, and then all this stuff starts breaking out on Twitter saying that, and I mean, I think sounds like she would know more than me at this point because she was actually responding to the tweets. Zena did message me, and she was like, will you say something? But I didn't want to be put in the middle because like Lauren lives near me, and like she was really nice to me, and like I didn't know what happened after I had left, you know, but allegedly she was saying that like she had to pull me out of the car.
She said she said she dragged you out of the car.
Yeah, I never got in his car.
Something along those lines. And was literally saying that like that whole incident was a clear reflection of the fact that it was an abusive relationship, this, that, and the other. And, you know, ultimately, like my perception of the whole thing, and I could be entirely wrong. In fact, Lauren and I, we're going to debate on this. We're going to go on a public podcast and have a conversation. Yeah, but I literally think, number one, inserting yourself in people's personal business is like, what's your incentive? What's your motive, number one? But then number two, at the end of the day, all the stuff that she was claiming is reaching. Like, she was really fucking reaching with all that at the end of the day. Because number one, you said you aren't 100% sure that Sneeko was even hitting on you.
I did take it like that.
It could have been construed like that. Number two, you did not get dragged out of the car. And number three, there wasn't anything about Sneeko or Zena's relationship you construed as abusive at the time, right?
I didn't even know they were in a relationship.
Exactly. So,
and I mean, he bought me a sushi and he was nice to me and offered me a ride. But like, to me, you know, I would be doing something to help him on his stream, get viewers, like be a hot girl,
and also
whatever.
they're in an open relationship, so it's fine.
Yeah. And also being from LA, I feel like a lot of things are like, you know, people have their benefits and like people
am I
are
a party to this gossiping?
Yeah,
am I going to get in trouble for
Oh no, I don't think so.
For platforming this conversation, I don't know. But okay, so did you guys kind of
we pretty much wrapped
most
it
of
up.
it out
We're
there?
good, yeah.
Okay, all right. So a couple questions here for the after show, and then we're gonna try to wrap up
what
here.
Do the comments say?
My down store. Actually, I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, so what was I going to say? Amy, co-host for whatever.
Sure, bring me on.
You down?
Yeah.
You down? I thought you were fucking.
I will
awesome
move to California to be a co-host for whatever. I hate this state. It is the devil, but
Wait,
let's
you
go.
hate California?
Yeah, I mean it's where the.
You're in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Opposite like political ideology.
Yo,
vibes,
chat. Do you think she should be co-host?
Y'all think I got what it takes? I don't know.
I thought you were good.
They really hate my accent a lot of the time.
I like it. I like Australian accents.
They be roasting me about my accent like majority of the time. Not gonna lie.
I think Australian accents are cool.
But they make fun of me because I've been living here for like close to 6 years now, so it's kind of like a watered down Australian accent.
Yo,
they don't like.
I don't know. There's a couple times when you were like arguing with the as and then Anai. I can't, dude. I cannot pronounce people's names.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, and you were fucking cooking.
Oh
like,
yeah.
You were.
I like to debate, Brian.
And you got heated too, which I was like,
she
I
called you a
busted out the
bitch.
popcorn.
It's okay. It's okay. People can say whatever they want. It was amusing.
But yeah, that was the Zena, Lauren, Sneeko drama.
I know, and a lot of people like that was a nothing burger. I know, but for those who know,
If you
Y'all
know, you know.
If you know, you know.
It was like blown up on Twitter. Like, I dragged the OF girl. I didn't even have a name. I was the OF girl out of the car, and he was abusive, and she was crying.
I'm gonna do a poll to see if we should have Amy. Okay, this is gonna be a YouTube poll.
Someone said Celizina falsely accusing Sneeko. I don't know what she's accusing him of, but
be co-host. Should Amy be co-host? Okay, we'll say yes, no. Okay, there's a poll up. Let's see what you guys have to say.
Let's go.
Don't vote for yourself. That's unfair.
I'm not even on there. I'm on text.
I need a co-host, guys. I need a co-host for this.
What
show.
happened to the you had the Christian guy, right?
Oh, he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to.
Oh.
I've offered.
The heat got too hot.
I mean, there's a lot to it, but the offer was put out multiple times, and he didn't want to do it.
I feel like there isn't any show with like a male female co-host really in this space. It would be pretty cool.
Yeah, you've got some strictly males, and then you got one girl who's doing some stuff, and then like a tag team guy and girl could be a good dynamic. And you were fucking debating pretty well with them. So
yeah, so I went to law school. Originally I was gonna be a lawyer, and then I've done high ticket sales for the last several years. So yeah, debating and
so that's
speaking is like my thing. Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Yes, sir. That's what I do. I'm trying to move out of sales and move into broadcasting.
Wait, are you liquored up?
Huh?
Are you liquored up? I got some alcohol on your.
Barely. It's like one of those like 0.5% vodka things.
Closer to the mic.
It's like one of those 0.5% pre-made vodka drinks. It's nothing.
Let's see. They're saying 84% yes, and about 500 votes. 83% yes. So there is that. But yeah, I think one thing that could be beneficial if I did have a female co-host is. Like it's not so easy to dismiss like a woman making the arguments, because you could just say to a guy, "Oh, you're a misogynist," or you're like, but it's really hard to like. I suppose people are still going to throw that label on you, but it's a little harder to make these sort of baseless accusations of either misogyny or sexism when you yourself are a woman. And
I would agree, especially when you can back it up. I mean, there's certainly some women in this space who just kind of regurgitate stuff they hear from men and they get clout for it. But if you're able to back it up with a little bit of psychology and real life experiences, it's a little bit different, I would say.
Yeah. So good times. Okay. Well, I mean, are you sticking around California for a little bit, or are you heading back immediately?
I am heading back fairly soon, but hey, if you need me to come back,
tomorrow?
I will be back, sir. Yeah,
we have
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, I was gonna say we have a show on
Tuesday. And I was just on Michael's show too. I
Mike's,
was like, damn, I could have come down with you at the same time. We could have been on whatever.
Mike's coming on. Oh yeah, guys, Mike Sartain is coming on Tuesday, so that's gonna be a good show.
I've learned a lot from him. Him and Roller.
Mike is very, very sharp. So
very knowledgeable people.
I just need to check a couple things here.
Amy's gonna be the new fresh, someone just said.
I don't know. A lot of people say that shit about me, so maybe you're gonna be Myron and I'll be fresh.
Okay, we can do that too. Whatever.
I'll be the. I feel like I would play better as a good cop.
Right.
I think.
I'm pretty good at bad cop, so that would work. Yeah.
I think it'd be easier for you to be bad cop, but I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of more on the agreeable side. Like, I don't know.
You're good at asking questions to bring people to the logical conclusion versus being like, hey, you're being a hoe right now. I'll just tell them that they're being a hoe. It's fine.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I try to keep everything, polite with everybody.
No, it's great. Like, you literally ask questions until they say the point that you're trying to make anyway.
I try.
You're pretty good at that.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm all right. Sometimes I fumble.
Hey, the people asking the most questions win.
Wait, what's like some of the most Australian shit that you could say?
Honestly, it's all like faded, but the biggest one is just no. People absolutely love the way I say no. In fact, I think I'm going to make merch at this point because anytime I go on any show, everyone's just like, no. It's like the only thing they really want to say. So that's probably like the number one thing I would say. Yeah. I'm going to make no merch.
No.
We need to get a formalized like consensus of how to spell no in Australian. Pretty sure it's N-A-U-R. Or N-U-R-R. I don't know. You guys let me know. Not 100%.
No. Is it true the toilets flush the opposite way?
They do.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yes, sir.
I think that's why I want to go to Australia.
Just because of the toilets?
Just to see the toilets. Once in my life.
And it's on the other side of the road as well. So that's why I don't drive.
You don't drive?
I don't know how to drive because when I first moved here, I was 22 years old and it's literally the other side of the road.
Wow. You don't drive?
No, I don't know how. I don't know how to operate
You're 27?
I'm 28 next month too, yeah.
28? It's
In
all downhill.
August. I know.
From at 28.
I know, my sexual market value is
oh my God, yeah.
By the minute, guys. Find me a husband ASAP.
Are you Christian? Are you religious?
I'm Christian, yeah. I'm a cussing Christian.
A what?
Cussing Christian.
You're a cussing Christian.
Yeah.
So you like to curse a lot.
I'm a little rough around the edges, but I'm Christian.
You curse like a sailor.
I believe in Christ's resurrection.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Okay.
I read the Bible. Not every day, but I try to read it frequently.
Are you waiting until marriage like Naomi who was sitting in that chair?
I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say that I'm a born-again virgin, but I will say that the next guy I date, I would very much so like him to be my husband. That would be nice.
Doesn't everybody say that though?
Yeah, I know. But like, I'm taking that pretty seriously. Yeah, I don't have sex outside of relationships. There's been like 2 instances where that's happened. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Haram.
Haram.
Haram. Hold on. Oh, I'm too slow. Fuck it. Never mind. Too slow. Fuck. Yeah, that was a long show. It was a good show.
How long was that, Brian?
Well, we're at 6 hours and 10 minutes right now.
Wow. Is that a record?
I was like...
No, it's not a record, but it's pretty fucking late.
Even thinking about doing like 5 hours was a lot. The longest I've ever done is 3 on
Ali,
Fresh
can
and
you
Fit.
just scoot that microphone, that one? Just like scoot it that way.
Scoot it away?
Yeah, it was kind of blocking.
Oh, so I can
just
tell
noticed.
that you're like kind of OCD? Is that like an actual thing or just with the show?
I'm a little OCD. I guess.
What's your sign?
Me too. I'm actually a little OCD too.
Like I like things to be kind of like straight.
As such,
and,
yes.
Are you a Virgo?
Taurus.
Okay.
But oh fuck, that's what I wanted to talk about. The girls before the show were like really getting heavy into astrology shit. Like, oh, my Jupiter rising and da-da-da, and I really wanted to talk about that. But sadly, I forgot.
About what?
Talking about
horoscopes and
talking
whether
about
they're
that bullshit.
real or not real.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
Yeah.
Ali, you were like staring at me super intensely during the. Has anyone ever told you have like very intense?
I do. I'm a Scorpio. I have like an intense stare, eyes. Also, like I was zoning out a couple times.
Oh, so you're just looking at me and zoned out.
One time you caught me doing that, I was totally like zoning out. So I was just like seeing nothing, but I was just looking at you.
I zoned out once as well. Just I can get used to the length of these podcasts. So I'll be fine.
Here's the thing. I don't want to make a habit. I don't want to make a habit of having these ridiculously long shows, but recently the shows have been fucking long, and
I
like.
mean, if it's good, right, and it's flowing, then there's no
Yeah,
reason
it
to
was-
cut it
it was
short.
good.
But when 5 out of like 10 girls on your show say Brian,
I know, but like she's being like.
she was being great. She was giving you a lot to work with.
There's been very few girls who have come on the show. Like a lot of girls will be like, I think dating, the difficulty with dating is about the same, which I disagree with. But like to say that it's harder or it's about the same when it comes to getting laid, to me is like so ridiculous. Like I think you can make much stronger arguments about, well, it's about equal in terms of difficulty or frustration when it comes to dating. Mm-hmm. But when it comes strictly to the ability to get laid, to me, that's like so obviously not true that like, really? I just want to argue with you at that point, like just continually argue. So, and we had a lot of Superchats tonight. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say that like people were giving you the love all night.
Which I don't want people to think I'm like not what's the word, like not grateful for the patronage. I absolutely am, but you know the shows when like and a lot of the super chats and you know the TTSs were asking questions. You know, like I'm not the type of guy that wants to just like glance over the super chats. I do like to try to provide like actually, you know, read the whole thing and not just read it, but also hey, they ask a question, let's ask the entire panel. And then conversational threads, you know, start, and then so
20 minutes later we're like, wait, how do we end up here? Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'm super grateful for all the patronage, but you know, I think the first like 2 or 3 hours it was like TTS, like, which is, thank you guys so much for your patronage, but it is gonna probably like, I mean,
the show, yeah.
I wasn't able to get into like a lot of my notes that I had pre-written. There were 3 other videos we were going to react to. I had prepared a couple other things. We didn't even get into that. We rushed through a lot of stuff. So I think just the convo was naturally flowing. So
yeah, definitely. It was a really great show.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. So okay,
I love reading the comments.
I know. I try not to read them while I'm like on the show because it's so distracting.
I can't help it. It's like my favorite part.
Yeah.
I almost wonder if we should, okay, Ruby, Brian, you have lost 70% of your live viewers. You used to, you moved it away while I was reading it, but it's all good. I don't know, whatever. But she said, I used to get 30K, now I'm getting 3K. First off, we've never had 30K. We had 24K.
With Destiny, right?
With the Destiny stream, which that was like a specifically assembled fucking super panel where we had Destiny, his wife. There were the 2 feminist girls that weren't like whatever. We had we had him, we had Chase, we had John Doyle, we had Mary from Timcast, and we had Nev, and then we were just coming off of like some really insane shows. So like, bro, I'm not like disappointed that I'm not getting 24K every show when you just, maybe boost.
That was like an exceptional show, right?
Yeah, when you like stack a panel with really big guests, like when we had Michael Knowles on the show, like we like doubled or tripled our previous view count. When we had Rolo and Mike and Justin Waller, we had fucking about double or triple our normal view count. When you like bring on some high ticket, whatever, you know, some
high profile
people, like you're gonna have more people tuning in. The conversation's gonna be much more compelling. So
for sure, because their whole community comes over as well. It's not just your community, it's their community.
Yeah, but we also, I mean, to be fair, like there's been a little decline in the average viewer count. That's partially because I took like a month off, and then we had like I think another thing that kind of fucked things over is we had like a group of OnlyFans girls that showed up, and I'm not going to get into it, but basically they showed up.
They sabotaged.
They sort of sabotaged.
What'd they do?
Did they flash themselves?
No, but like we basically ended up not having a show, and then like just little things like that are kind of gonna. And then we've had like a couple technical issues, like some issues with the stream, and then. Yeah, well, no, even that in our recent startup episodes. Also, the panels have been a bit more tame. So I think like it's been a little less engaging, and I haven't really, like the past 6-7 shows, I haven't really booked like anyone super notable in the same way. Like, bro, okay. The Gorlock episode was huge. And then like, I mean, it is what it is. I took a month off. It's going to take a bit of time to build back up, and
that's normal.
Yeah, you know, you have ebb and flow when it comes to viewership. It's part of the, you know, it's part of the hustle. Okay, let me just read these little small ones and then we'll get out of here. Angry Casper, thank you, man. Actually, can you read it? I'm getting parched here.
WRW guy failed. Test for Amy, who is Aaron Pizzi, who is Terrence Pop. Not sure.
Okay, Angry Casper, thank you for the New
Do you know
Zealand.
who that is?
I know who Erin Pizzi is. She's like one of the, I think she was in the UK. She was one of the first women, she opened up the first male domestic violence shelter from men. Yeah.
Okay.
And she used to be a feminist, but then she got like ostracized because she wanted to open up a shelter for men.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Shout out to you.
Yo, Major Payne, Australian 10. Thank you, man. I nominate myself as tribute for what? What do you?
He said it again, Amy. I'll nominate myself as tribute. Only problem is I am in Perth.
Oh, for romantically, I guess? I don't know. Ooga booga. Amy is a smart girl. Don't judge on past. What's your past? Whoever wins her heart is a lucky man.
I don't know. That was
Do you have
I've
a
been
haunted-
I've been on Fresh and Fit a bunch, and like
Oh,
since I went on Fresh and Fit from like the very first time, there were people saying like, "Oh, I know Amy. She used a guy for a green card," but I just debunked it recently on my YouTube. I posted up receipts of me paying for my own green card like last year. It's still not even fully in. I'm on an adjusted status. My green card comes in October, but I left my ex-husband before our green card was ever finalized because the marriage was not going to work. I think that's what they may be.
You're a divorcee.
I am. I think
Good
that's what they
times.
may be referring to, but I cannot say for sure. Okay.
All right, we have Major Pain here. Amy, I'll nominate myself as tribute. Only problem is I'm in Perth. Oh, okay.
Okay.
You're in Florida, though, aren't you?
I am. Miami, Florida,
good
for
times,
now.
Good times. You're moving here to become the co-host of the Whatever
Exactly.
podcast. Benja the Defender may have to up the TTS to 150. Yeah, maybe. I mean, previously when like our view count was a little higher, we had Superchat read like 100 and TTS 200, but I wanted to lower that back down a little bit, so I lowered it to 50 to read, 100 for TTS. You could argue like when you bring on someone like Bangs, who's gonna like, you know, make for like a really entertaining show, maybe you boost it up a bit, but I think it was appropriate. The TTS was very frequent though, so you could actually make an argument tonight that it was too low. But in any case, I'm still very grateful for the people who so generously, you know, spend their money and you know, are patrons of the podcast, and it's means the world because like I said, demonetized, ad revenue is not great, and you know, a lot, you know, we do have a controversial show, so it's hard to get sponsorships, and yeah, so really I really appreciate everybody that is super chatting and supporting in whatever way you are, whether that's just even watching the show, you know. So Terrence Pop saved 526 men from canceling out, from deleting themselves. I don't know. I've never heard that name, but I'll take a look at it. Thank you, Casper. Appreciate it, man. Okay, any final thoughts from you guys before we wrap it up here?
For the person asking what my YouTube channel is, just search my name, Amy Dangerfield, and you'll be able to find me.
My
That's about
YouTube
it.
is Allie Hardesty.
There we go.
Rock and
and yeah,
roll.
just thank you so much, Brian. This was awesome.
Oh,
My
thank
brain
you.
is melted, but this was fun.
Yes, thank you for coming. I know we, like I said, I know. What's up?
Yeah, 2 more Superchats coming.
Okay, got it. I'll read those. Yeah, I'm glad we were finally able to get you guys on the show.
Yeah, thank you for having us. This was really fun.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming. Really appreciate it. And yeah, like I said, I know we went late, but yeah. Bender the Defender, you could also do it on a per show basis. What do you mean? Just like bump it up sometimes type of thing. Yeah.
Oh, for big guests.
Yeah, we did that like when we had, when we have some like big guests coming on, we're like, okay, if the TTS is too low, it's just gonna fucking interrupt way too frequently. Like, and if I have like a guest who, like when I had Michael Knowles on, I was like, okay, I forgot what we set it to for the Knowles show, but I was like, look, this guy, I want to try to limit how frequently TTS interrupts Michael Knowles, because I want him to have like a good flow, and if it's just too frequent, you know. I mean, that's the case for anybody, but
for sure.
Bangs was not entertaining. She argues in bad faith. Alvin Sam.
The Michael Knowles episode was awesome. That was one of my favorite
That was a good one.
y'all did.
I should have
For
asked.
sure.
One of the things I forgot to ask was, would the girls date somebody who culturally appropriated? That would have been a good conversation.
Culturally appropriated?
Did you know cultural appropriation?
So is that like when people say that girls who get like braids is them being like racist?
Or a guy who has
Right.
dreadlocks, that's culturally appropriating.
Well, I mean, yeah, all of that's a little bit ridiculous.
But basically, like the kind of thought process I had with that is like, well, Michael Knowles doesn't really talk about dating much. He's a conservative. Is pundit the right word? Conservative.
Pundit.
Commentator.
Pundit.
Yeah, he's
Same
a
thing.
conservative political commentator, and I was like, okay, well, how can I kind of weave in these? So I was like, well, okay, I asked the girls, would you ever date a conservative? Would you date a guy who's pro-life? Would you ever date a guy who owns a firearm? These sorts of things. So I was like, would you ever date a guy who culturally appropriated. That would have been good. Unfortunately, maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. We're going to try to get some of the Daily Wire people on the show. It's in the works. They're
Should
not.
get Brett Cooper on. Should be funny.
Yeah, I need to follow up because there's been some back and forth with I think their producers. So I'm going to follow up.
She
and see
loves your podcast. She does commentary
she's
on your
reacted.
podcast all the time.
I almost wonder if I've fallen out of favor though with some of the conservative outlets.
I think just in general, like red pill, quote unquote, red pill podcasts have kind of like a bad name right now. Probably not your podcast per se, but maybe that like blanket like category.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, there's been like, there's a period in time where like everyone was like, yeah, I fuck with the whatever podcast. Like people like really had our back, but then we like, started getting a little bigger and then there's some more eyeballs on us. And there's been like hit pieces written in magazine, like New York Post did a hit piece. There's been a lot of YouTubers have done like essay type, essayist type videos.
Right.
I can't remember their.
Hey, it's good though. I feel like when you're doing that, you're getting you can't reach like a really high level without people criticizing you. It just really shows you're onto the right thing here, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's been a lot of criticism lately, so I'm almost wondering.
I saw the New York was it New York Post, New York Times?
Yeah, there's Vice.
The disturbing new habit of the
disturbing new trends making women look stupid.
It's like, no, honey, they formulate their own answers. They make themselves look very stupid via the words that come out of their mouth. If they can fix their mouth to say what they say, then they can claim responsibility for it.
But yeah, I mean, Vice, New York Post, so.
Well, it's Vice. I mean, what can one expect, right?
Mario G, hey, thank you, man. Brian, I think you got to make the topics more interesting again. I thought today was kind of weird topics. Still love the show. Just thought, I don't know, the PH shit was fucking kind of.
That dragged on a little bit.
Yeah. Michael Gutierrez, hey, $28. Keep it up. Yo, Michael, thank you so much. Really appreciate your patronage. Thank you, man. But yeah, just coming back to this one. Yeah, I mean, I had some shit I wanted to react to, but like the thing is I don't want to like wait until the last hour of the show to read Superchats and TTS. So I try to like every 30 minutes, like we got into the TTS and Superchats pretty quick, and like that tends to kind of direct the conversation a little bit. So sometimes, I wasn't able, like I had a couple things, specific topics, and we were going to react to 3 videos. We weren't able to get to it. There's some other people had wrote me some pre-show notes, weren't able to get to that. So
next time.
Yeah.
Damn. I like almost want to cancel my flight and stay till Tuesday.
Oh, maybe you.
Maybe I should.
Maybe. Actually, are you down?
I mean,
do it.
I kind of want.
I think we have space. I think we have space on the Tuesday show if you're down.
Is the panel full?
Actually, no. We have space actually. Okay. I think we have No, we do have space for the Tuesday show. So
okay, let me see. Let me see if I booked a refundable flight. I promise you, I will refund it. I swear to that.
Pinky.
If it's refundable, I will refund that shit.
Pinky swear. It's a pinky swear. Yeah. Well, let's touch base tomorrow, and we can
good.
Either
Go
way.
From there. Perfect.
But actually, I think tonight's panel was because I was on a break for a month. I think it was our best show that we've had since we came back from break. So that's like out of 7 shows I think we've done.
Cool.
Yeah. Chat, what do you think? Yo, chat, was that the best show since... Was it the best show? Was it the best show? Like not total.
People are telling me I should
the
stay.
The best show since we've been back. We were gonna have Rolo, but I guess he can't make it, unfortunately.
You're gonna have him tonight?
No, we were gonna have him on Tuesday with Mike.
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't know. I guess something happened. He was on schedule, but he unfortunately wasn't able to make it. Maybe next time we can have him on. But
they like it.
Yeah, I think they like you.
Like it.
Yo, wait, one in the chat. Wait, did we? Oh no, we already
poll.
voted for you to be co-host.
People.
So that we got to do one in the chat one in the chat. Should Amy come on Tuesday's show? Do you guys want Amy on Tuesday's show? Sophia? I don't know about Sophia. Why are you guys... Why? Okay.
Who's Sophia?
She's been on 2 shows. I don't know. They're in love with her, I guess. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of ones there. All right, I guess the viewers...
The consensus is in. Okay.
The people have spoken. All right, we have Tyler here. Love you, Australia. You're beautiful, even though you didn't put me over earlier. You have awesome views.
Oh, thank you. Put you over earlier? What does that mean?
He was the 5'7".
I'm so hungry.
Oh. Okay.
All right. Okay, guys, we're going to wrap up there. Thank you guys for all the...
Thank y'all.
Here, I'll keep it here. Whoops. Guys, say goodbye to Kiki over there. She's been lonely. She hasn't been at the table for a long time.
I never noticed her knees. She's been sucking a lot of dick.
What?
Okay.
Have they ever seen her knees? Because I never knew her knees looked like that.
One day they will see the knees. Yeah, it's just like, it's shitty rubber, so... Okay. Anyways, her chastity is intact. Kiki has never been laid with, okay?
Okay. I don't believe it, but okay.
Honestly, like the idea, unless it's like an AI sext, oh my God, fuck, never mind.
That was my thing that I was going to bring up was like AI relationships and like parasocial relationships.
Yeah.
Next show though. Next show. My brain's melted.
Yeah, it's been a long show. Okay. All
We're
right, guys.
coming up on like 6 hours now.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it's over 6 hours.
Oh, coming up on 7. Okay.
Okay, guys, we're going to wrap up. Oh my God. Okay, the chat is on fire. Okay. Guys, thank you for tuning in tonight. Very much appreciated.
Bye, guys.
Let me
Thank
get
you.
let me see some 07s in the chat. 07s in the chat, guys. You have to do a salute. Salute. Is that how you salute? What the fuck? Okay, hold on before you... guys, Michael Sartain, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific. We have a very good panel for you. Going to be a very good panel. Be sure to tune in, gentlemen. We have a good show. Anyways, guys, good night. See you next time.
Bye. Thank you.